Okay. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a trendsetter. Okay. Let go. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Counting on my wins, so I can't play it safe. Trying to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'ma go to ride this beat, look proudly. Okay, it ain't no problem, see, I can mold this thing like pottery. Better bet it, I'ma bet on myself. And before the top, and I don't need your help. We set the tempo, we run this thing, it's simple. Let's go. Boy, I'm locked in. Know your place, I'm top 10. And all my haters watching, so you know I keep on clocking. Let's go time, my whole style of go. Mine, take my place, I hold mine. Run up, then it's go time, it's show time. Whoa, yeah, they know I'm the one that set the trends, dog. Tell them tenfold, I'm gonna change the tempo, okay. Tell them I can't play it safe, got more wins on the way. Gotta show them how to do it, man, my team making plays. Okay, your team better play off. Sleeping on me, wake up. Too easy just to lay off, okay. Tell me who you know can do it better. I know, they know, we know I'm a trendsetter. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Just counting on my wins, so I can't play it safe. Trying to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it better? I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Hey, look, told them I would elevate, now watch me go up. Critics acting up confused, they can watch me blow up. Knew I had it in the bag, I just had to show up. Started going outside, got no plans to slow up. Okay, mama said I'd make it, and I know that she ain't never lie. Said they need a double, still they lost, cause they ain't hit my line. Whoa, it's my time on the dot, gotta shine, let them watch, cause we gaming for the top, this a bop, whoa. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Just counting on my wins, so I can't play it safe. Trying to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it better? I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Hey, look. Hit it third. I can't play it safe. Yeah, out the way. Yeah.
EBS on my wrist, on my neck. Baby, what is next? Rolling on me, feel it protect. Screaming, we the best. I got though, give me respect. Baby, what is next? Tell me what is next. I got EBS on my wrist, on my neck. Baby, what is next? Rolling on me, feel it protect. Screaming, we the best. I got though, give me respect. Baby, what is next? Tell me what is next. I got
TotalEnergies, we are staying the course of our transition strategy. Working with our partners and drawing on our heritage and technical expertise, we are building a multi-energy company. In Qatar, TotalEnergies produces oil and gas with local partners and contributes to the development of solar-based electricity and research initiatives aligned with the country's evolving energy landscape. TotalEnergies is moving towards energy that is more reliable, more affordable, and more sustainable.
Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
Uh-oh, this shifted.
That's it. Magnus!
Joe and June is the new Blitz World Champion.
Unbelievable, Merzen! Welcome back to the final day of the FIDE World Rapid Championship here in Doha, Qatar. The standings have been shaken up, the leaders are feeling the pressure, and with just 3 rounds left in the women's section and 4 in the open, anything can still happen. Champions will rise, hearts will break, and history will be written. Who will claim the crowns of 2025? We are here to find out. Who is we? Well, that's FIDE Master James Canty III here, joined by my favorite Hambo in every Lambo, Grandmaster Armand Hambleton. How are you? What's up, bro? Hey, we're here for the last day of the Rapid Championship.
That's right, James. This is the most exciting day. Obviously, we're going to crown our champion in both the open and the women's sections. And we're going to watch all of the action unfold as the standings, James. We see who's up there at the top now, but obviously a lot can shift in just the 3-4 rounds that we have left.
Absolutely. I mean, we had a lot of shakeups in the standings. Of course, yes, we still see Magnus up at the top somewhere, but he's not at the tippy top, meaning number 1 or 2, actually. Believe it or not, if you guys missed that. But here's the format: is a 13-round Swiss, obviously. 11 for the women. Time control is 15 plus 10. And if 2 players are tied for first place, we got a 2-game match with the time control of 3 plus 2. If it's still tied, Armageddon, 4-minute base time. And then if more than 2 players tied for first place, then it's going to be an Armageddon. And then after that, if it's still tied, then they go to chess boxing match against Amon. And then if they win that, then it's 1 against me. So that's just how it works.
Yeah, at that rate, no one's going to want to win the championship, James. Because it's the final day, we have to get serious about talking about the Armageddon format, what that actually means. If there's a 2-way tie, the most common, 2 players vying for that first place, they have the same score, they play an Armageddon match, plain and simple. Now, that Armageddon match is going to have a 4-minute base time, which means that the players are going to bid and say, well, white's going to start with 4 minutes. How much time am I willing to play with the black pieces? So you might bid a minute, thinking, oh yeah, black has draw odds. So if I draw the game, I actually win, and I'll take a deficit of maybe 3 minutes in order to do that. However, crucially, and remember this for everyone watching, because even for me, James, I had to pay attention. There is a 2-second increment from move 1. It never goes away.
What?
So
that's gross.
You could potentially bid. I'm just going to give an example. You could bid 5 seconds and take the black pieces and then play with a 2-second increment the entire game, a la Artemiev. And it's possible it could still work. So I'm just going to say there is increment on these Armageddons, and this is the format that we're using for the potential tiebreaks if they happen.
Pre-show, we were doing actually some digging here, and we found out, Amand, who had that only Armageddon game in the last World Rapid and Blitz.
Yeah, it was, I think, in the World Cup, and it was actually Sam Sevian. Sam Sevian, he bid in this exact format 2 minutes, 43 seconds, just to give you an idea of maybe what one of the top players, and Sam is, by the way, on the top board, so he could be involved again. So 2 minutes, 43 seconds. He took the black pieces against 4 minutes, and that was the most recent that we've seen a top player actually play this exact format with that 2-second increment as part of the Armageddon.
That's actually pretty crazy here. That increment there is incredible. I mean, just it's different for Armageddon, something I'm not used to. But guys, let's get to these standings. Let's see what's going on because we're ready to play some chess here. I'm sure the players are. I'm sure we want to see what's going on. There were shakeups in the standings yesterday. You know, a lot of controversy too as well. You know, losing games, camera pushing. You know, pushing the cameraman. It was just wild, right? It was just absolutely wild. No, but at the same time, of course, there is a big shakeup in the standings as we see here. Hans Niemann there coming out of nowhere, getting second place, and then you have Vladislav Artemiev, who is they call him a dark horse in a way. Is you don't have him on your wild card, but then you see him, and by the time you see him coming, it's already too late basically as well. So talk a little bit about the standings here too, Ahmad.
Yeah, I always want to highlight the players that haven't lost a game yet. You see MVL, you see Alexei Sarana, of course, our leaders, Hans and Artemiev, and even down the list, Denis Lazovic. Just the solid players you see floating to the top of the standings. Those players are still having a very, very solid event. And it's all about the players now that really have 6.5, 7, or 7.5 points. Those are the players that you want to focus on. Those are the only players that have a realistic shot of actually winning this event. Magnus on board number 1 is playing Sarana. And we have the matchup between our two co-leaders, Hans Niemann and Vladislav Artemiev. An absolutely critical matchup, and they don't get any worse than that. Look at this: Nodirbek against Yez Erdomus. We have MVL against the world champion Gukesh, Arjun against Sam Sevian, and Mamedyarov against Parham. Mamedyarov has slowly been rising up the standings, and James, it really doesn't stop there. Shimanov has also been on an absolute tear in this World Rapid. Jan Nepomniachtchi against Denis Lazovic, and you see the Americans Wesley So, Lenia Dominguez, Fabiano Caruana, all making appearances. And a big shout out, of course, to Vasily Vanchuk, who has not lost a single game in this World Rapid Championship.
Wow, I mean, making up for last year too as well. It was very tough for him and losing on time. He said, not this year. We're going to swing for the fences here. And in the women's section here, we see Zhu Janier, 6.5, going crazy there, right next to Humpy there, who was in second place. India, actually, on that first page there, all the way down. You see the two Indian women there. I see Harika is there, compatriot. And then Goryushkina, third. All sixes, a lot of sixes all the way down. But one thing that I noticed here is that really even a draw could shift you into the other side of the page here. So it's very important. These are very critical games in the last 3 rounds here for the women's section. Now we see the pairings. You see obviously Zhu Janier versus Humpy Kunuro. Who are you looking forward to here? I actually like the late Team J versus Nino match. And also looking forward to maybe even that bottom match down there with Maria Arabidze, that people are not familiar with, and Maria Muzichuk, one of the Muzichuk sisters.
Yeah, note that you have Humpy, right? The defending World Rapid champion as well. That will be a big matchup there at the very top. Zhu Janier, a younger player, and has been performing really well, leading the event actually for the majority of day number 1, and then day number 2 staying near the top. So there really is just a couple more rounds. Remember, in the women's section, there are only 3 rounds. So you think about, in the open section, it's possible maybe you have that extra round to catch up. No, 3 more games, James, means probably even scoring 2 wins will catapult you up in the standings for the women's section.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even scoring, even a draw and people messing up, it will put you to the other side of the page, even a few standings up. Wesley So, dapper, ready to go always. And he had a rough start, I believe, or maybe lost, had a few upsets, but then came back where he's like a point away or something like that too as well. We have Magnus, Alexei Sarana, the Piranha, very strong, but going against Magnus Carlsen here is always an incredible, strong feat he's going to have to try to get through in Magnus Carlsen.
That's right. This is a very, very key matchup, especially because Magnus is not leading the event. So we know in the case where you're not actually leading, you have a little bit more work to do. There's a little more pressure, and Magnus has already made an error this tournament, going for a result that he probably shouldn't have, maybe not taking a draw against the now tournament leader Artemiev, and instead pushing for a win and immediately blundering. So with the pressure on the former world champion, he now has to rein it in, James. He can't afford these kind of mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely. It's incredible to have to stay stoic and actually bounce back when things like this happen. Oh, okay, we got games. I'm ready. I'm ready to go. Let's go. Games are up, chat. Let's get some hype. The games are up. Okay, let's see
Yeah, we're
what type of
straight into
game.
things today. We have
Let's go.
our bird's eye view, and of course, both sections on your screen. On the top, the women's section, board number 1 on the top left of your screen, Zhu Jin'er against Humpy Koneru, and on the bottom, the top 5 boards in the open section. James, it all gets decided today. We're going to learn who the 2025 World Rapid Champion is.
Did Serrano play Scandinavian, or is that an error?
I think it was the ceremonial move. So it was not an error, but rather the move played just on the camera earlier.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, is he giving him a free? He's just gonna give him a free point. I mean, okay, cool. That's how you feel. You just come out here and play, Scandi against Magnus here. This is incredible.
Yeah, no, he decided to change it, but the players had a bit of a chuckle there at the beginning of the at the beginning of the match.
That is incredible. No, but okay. So we have ourselves a Italian game. Oh no, that's a Sicilian. It looked like an Italian though.
Yeah, on the Italian is actually on the tournament leaders, not board 1, but Hans and Vladislav Artemiev. But obviously Magnus always on that top board. Got to have a Sicilian going on there. And matchup that I'm actually really interested in is Nodirbek against Yez. And I'm just tuning into that game right now because what we have is a Queen's Gambit, but one where Black has played this bishop f5 move a little early, and White, I was about to say, often plays h4, even sometimes with g4 as well. We may see knight g3 with h5. So a little bit of a kingside expansion here for White, which is thematic and absolutely part of the plan.
Yeah, it reminds you of some type of Carol Khan type of position too, as well. What you see from the Tau variations, where there's obviously the bishop trap with e6, but there is no pawn on e6. So a little bit different here. You have some aggressive intentions, h5 and knight g3 really stand out. You grab that space, alpha zero style with pushing of the pawn. The knight probably on e2. I'm not too familiar with this theory here, but easily just move the knight to g3 after h5, knight g3, and etc. Things like that. But right now, it's good to note that this pawn is hanging right now.
Yeah, I was just going to show, put the line on the board. Usually the idea is to combine it with a queen b3 move. So if we play bishop takes h4, you can see the move queen b3 is the answer, and Black cannot play rook b8, and the queen is tied down to the defense of the bishop. So this is usually the thematic idea. You cannot take this pawn because of queen b3, and the only way to defend this pawn is either knight b6 or the pawn goes to b6. Now knight b6 runs into a4, a5, and you can see just a sample variation. You play a5 yourself, all of a sudden, rook takes h4, and that queen is just overloaded in the position, James. So having to play a move like b6 instead as a way to defend that pawn is not the way you want to play. And there are already big tactics that you can play in the position. Knight takes d5, rook takes h4, and queen takes on d5. This is a crazy way that this game could go according to the engine, but it's very thematic. Black does not want to be playing this move b6.
And Magnus, we saw a quick Magnus cam there as he takes the jacket off to watch the game. Ardomos is actually in the think tank here, thinking about what he wants to do in these lines. I forgot. Some of this theory is incredible. I think there is like some bishop takes and then g5, and I remember that being in some theory too as well. But yeah, not a Queen's Gambit decline player, not a happy Queen's Gambit decline player, I should say, from the Black.
That's right.
That's
right. Yeah, this pawn is usually
h5
one you don't want to take. Yeah, h5. If the bishop gets attacked by knight g3, it's probably going to go back to e6, not g6, for example, where h5 would then be ready to be played. So if Black plays maybe a more standard move, something like knight to f6 here, we see knight g3, bishop e6, and White wants to play h5. And most importantly, the whole idea, James, of knight g3 and h4 is to really take control of that f5 square and therefore the diagonal for the bishop. So the white bishop gets the princess treatment, gets right on that beautiful diagonal. You have h5 next. The knight can slide into the f5 square. So this is an ideal setup for Nodirbek out of the opening.
I do like it. I do like the what is the aesthetics of it? Basically, it just feels good. We got to move. I was going to see what he's going to play. Just say natural knight of 6. I don't care about any of that. Lots of times that is a good answer to questions asked in the opening. Is just develop. Good things happen when you develop pieces. What I love to tell students after knight of 6, knight g3, and of course bishop d3. Very easy play from White's standpoint here. And then we figure out where do we put the rest of the pieces. Maybe h5. You can even swing knight into f5, trying to grab the bishop pair and use those with a kingside attack. I have seen some very aggressive lines recently, actually, Queen's Gambit from the white side of playing g4 and g5 after getting the knight to f5 and maybe even the queen to f3.
Exactly right. Well, taking a look at some of the other games in progress right now, we see our bird's eye view. I'm just paying attention to those top boards because that's obviously where everything gets decided, and no huge advantages or I wouldn't say too strange of a position in any game so far. Magnus against Serrana. I'm looking at that position down there because it started as what was a Sicilian bottom left of your screen, but it feels like it looks kind of nothing like a Sicilian that I would expect here.
Yeah, and actually it was like a Sicilian, but then an Italian game set up from White. Then it's like some type of double fianchetto d4 opening, but there's no pawn on d4. Like, it's very incredible how they reached this position, kind of just off the head in a way. Just playing chess, what I like to see, rather than following a lot of theory. To say the least here, Black actually is developed. Pieces look great. If he gets his queen off the back rank, he's fully developed here, allowing an a6 here, Magnus is, with bishop takes c6, I guess is his idea, maybe.
I want to put that on the board because it feels, James, like a6 is a little bit odd. Like you wouldn't want to part with your light squared bishop, but I just want to show what can happen, which is e5. The knight, let's say, has to retreat, d4 to support that pawn. And let's just say that Black plays e6. When we get to a position like this, even though Black has the bishop pair, the light squared bishop is not doing that much, and White has a plan of maybe trading off dark squared bishops by playing, for example, rook e1, knight h2. This knight can go to f3, and then later on you have queen d2. You have knight g4, and look at those dark squares around the king. I know that's a kind of a long-winded plan, but these dark squares around the king are going to be very weak in this position, and the light squared bishop is more of a spectator. So this is the type of position that Magnus is aiming for when he plays bishop b5, and queen to c7 has been played. Now, I know that this is not the exact position, but bishop takes knight voluntarily, James, plus e5 and d4. I promise you Magnus is at least considering that. If he doesn't want to play it, he's instead going to go for a queen c2 setup, but I think that this is on his mind.
It's a beautiful setup there as you get some type of King's Indian attack here. With the pawns being on d4 and e5, and also they say the pawn structure points to the side you should be playing on. It looked like he didn't capture. He played something else, probably a rook move, a queen move, a rook e1. Yes, so rook e1 here. Eval bar is always so just so brutal. Like immediately, you lose all your advantage here. But rook e1 is a very natural and normal move. Of course, he's just moving pieces. Maybe he even wants to swing the knight around at the right moment. Roy Lopez style, like knight f1 to g3 or knight f1 h4, and maybe even to g4. It's going to be a long route there as the e4 pawn is under pre or on pre if we move the knight from d2. So it's important to understand that.
Right? He wants Black to play a6 because then the line we just talked about is much better because the rook on e1 is a move that we actually wanted to play in that line. So Magnus is hoping that his opponent will play a6 and he can go for this line, which feels a little bit better than the just voluntary bishop takes c6. So rook e1 is absolutely part of this e5 d4 setup, and effectively it looks like that's the plan unless maybe Serrana tries to go for a move like e5 to take a lot of space in the center. So big decision here for Black. Do you play the move e5 or not? In the meantime, let's just take a look at our game between our leaders, right? Hans Niemann and Vladislav Artemiev. This game has been very, very even since the start. And in fact, there has just been a lot of trades in the center of the board here. I'll just back up a couple of moves just so we can see how many pieces disappeared. This was the position not 4 or 5 moves ago. And have a look. Bishop e6. We see the move d4 and d5, a strong reaction, guaranteeing mass exchanges in the middle. The blue arrow, an important only move found by Artemiev, and the last move, bishop to f4. So we really have a situation where white's trying to guard the e-pawn, which is extended, and say, well, I'll be able to capture the pawn on e4. And the crazy thing about this position is black, to some degree, James, has to allow that, and that's actually not necessarily a problem either.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to defend this. You do have this weird. I was trying to calculate and make work. F5 takes. Then there's queen b3, and then both are hit, and rook takes e4. So yeah, I was trying to get F5 to work, but it doesn't really work at all. So it's very annoying to allow that. And one thing I have noticed about Hans' game is actually his Italian game. One opening that he scores very well in, statistically, and just some of his best games. Like he had a game in the U.S. Championship against Linier Dominguez, where it was a absolute wipe out on the king side, where it was an aggressive king side attack, and G4, G5, H4 stuff kind of happened. His Italian game is really strong. He understands the positions very well. I feel he's very comfortable there. In Italian games,
we have to remember,
great choice.
He's not trying to go all out, right? These are the co-leaders of the event. A draw is a perfectly acceptable result. And we know that Artemiev is also a player that really likes to use the time on his clock. All of it, in fact. But we haven't seen that here. Lots of time for both of these players. And it does seem like the most equal position on those top boards. But just to give an idea here, it's a completely hanging pawn. The move f5 that James is trying to make work is not really desirable. It leaves that rook, subject to potentially queen b3, as you pointed out. So, for example, if black decides to do something about this pawn, maybe, if you can't really defend it, what are you going to do? Yeah, if you trade, play f5, for example, white's going to take, and there's all sorts of weaknesses, plus rook d7 in the position. So if we take f5 back and we look at this position, we can start to see why Hans is saying, well, it might be equal according to the engine, but I don't necessarily believe in this evaluation because, for example, g5, bishop to g3, rook a to e8, you can see that the engine variations are actually based on, for example, rook takes e4, very cool move here, f5, James. And this is how, for example, one variation where the position is justified for black. But this is not easy stuff. And while it's equal, I wouldn't say that this is drawn.
That was a vicious plan there. I was seeing G5, but I couldn't find the follow-up. Obviously, engine's the greatest is that. But G5 and then getting the F5 in just to trap after rook takes E4, boy. I mean, if Artemiev finds that, it's just absolutely locked in. There's no other way to put it. Obviously, he's played very well up until this point, just leading the tournament. But finding that is very critical, but also incredible if he's able to find that one. So it is tough as he is down on some time here. He's figuring out sometimes you have to get over that psych part too as well. It's like, okay, how bad is this position? Because I am losing this pawn here. What can I do about it? And you don't want to just play for a draw or be playing down a pawn. That's some of the hardest shots to play. It's just playing down a pawn from the middle game.
That's right. Well, this position is definitely a spot where I think Artemiev needs to find not just a move, but a plan. You can't just take this position one move at a time. You have this center pawn that is hanging. So I think Hans, we can say, is in a pretty safe spot at the moment. I don't feel that white is risking from this position. And we can continue to look at some of these other games. I just want to bring us back to the bird's eye view and have a look at Magnus Carlsen against Alexei Sarana. That's the bottom left of your screen, going for that plan that we highlighted earlier, James, with bishop takes on c6 and the quick plan of e5 and d4. And that's why Magnus has one of the biggest advantages on any board right now in the open section.
And he ends up taking with the knight, and now, e6 is very tempting. Tactic senses are tingling, young Jedi. E6 definitely feels like a move. But I guess he can go knight c5 or something I don't have to take, says Alexei. which he likes tactics too as well. He loves to flourish in tactics himself. So e6, knight c5, ef7, rook f7, and we kind of help black activate his pieces. We also have 2 pawns in the center, and e5 would be coming next. So it looks great, but probably not the move to play. So he has to follow up maybe an f4 here. Knight takes was a little bit different. What did you think about knight takes rather than cd?
Well, let's bring it to the board and just go back a couple moves to have a look at that, because we were talking about pawn takes mainly. Now, after c takes on d4, cd4 is indeed a great move, but because black has taken back on c6 with the queen, I think it's fair to imagine, rook c8, maybe queen c2 happening. So Magnus takes the opportunity to take with the knight. I do think that in this position, if we had seen maybe the bishop recapture, then perhaps it would have made more sense with the pawn. So I think that's because of queen takes c6. Now knight takes d4, and after queen c8, I'm expecting Magnus to play something like bishop to f4, supporting this pawn. And yes, of course, knight to c5 can happen, but now knight f3, we're starting to see queen d2, knight e4, queen e3 take shape. Bishop h6 is a big move, and a great idea against a fianchetto structure when you have a pawn on e5 that does not allow a knight to show up on f6. h4 and h5 is a huge idea in this structure, and certainly Magnus is planning all of those kind of moves. Notice how the light square bishop is a non-participant in this game.
The bishop is very bad. Obviously, it's blocked by the central pawn on d5. Hard to create anything with that bishop. And then you also have the pawn on e7, so e6 is going to lock it in for a very long time. Maybe it'll activate later. You could also try to activate the bishop via the a6, f1 diagonal, but it's hitting air, as we like to say, in positions where bishops are that bad. So bishop f4, really nice move. Pawn f4 probably be hit with a pawn, maybe not pawn f6. Pawn f6 obviously is knight e6. There's lots of ideas, but the idea for black is to break up that structure if it does happen. If f4, but it looks like we do have bishop f4 on the board, or bishop g5. Oh, he went the other way. He went an extra square there.
Yep, and this is a move that's going to be difficult to react to, because maybe the best move, f6, looks like it gives up the e6 square. So a great move in some sense from Magnus, because it really didn't allow Serrana to play f6. So rook to e8 is a pretty strong move, and knight to f3 I do expect, but of course you can drop back with the bishop. It just wouldn't make much sense. So knight f3 for sure.
Yeah, knight f3 looks logical. Logical. Chat. Yeah, I see chat. Like Hans blunder. Well, I mean, if you call like a rook maybe falling off the board a blunder, or somehow a rook is just missing on his board, guys. Somehow the rook magically disappeared. So this is why we see the blunder. So unless they're playing magician chess or something, or spell chess in real life, I think it's still an equal position over there.
I'm confident, James, with our collective IQ in the chat here, that we are going to understand that no, somehow Hans is not down an entire rook. I promise you that is not the case. It looks like a rook has vanished, and I expect it to show back up in due time.
Somehow, some way. Anish coming by stealing another piece. Yeah, he just stole it off the live board. I mean, that is just next level from Anish.
A5 has just been played here, and man, Magnus is just pressing on all flanks. I think that Magnus has a nice advantage here. The other position that I've been monitoring is Nodirbek against Yez, and I'd like to jump back there because we have a very interesting idea. I would say very standard when it comes to this position and this structure, but I do think for the viewers watching, a king on f2 will always just look a little bit unusual. And we see here foregoing castling, actually preferring to leave the rook on h1, supporting the h-pawn, knight f5, and maybe the pawn jumping in to g4 behind it could be a great continuation. Not to mention, what about pawn to g5 and maybe just going for a full attack against the king? So Nodirbek, James, playing in a way that is generating a lot of aggression here, which is making me think with the black pieces at what point do you get desperate and start to play something like c5?
That's probably, and I was like, I was definitely thinking that too. Of like, okay, we have this attack. King f2 is coming. We have an obvious threats or obvious plan of like g4, g5 type ideas after moving the knight from g3. But what would make us play rook c1? And I think that's exactly what it was, to maybe try to eye the bishop that would be on c5 after a rook c1, or just maybe obviously developing the piece. Maybe you want to tuck the bishop and roll as well. I like to say bishop b1, and not have the rook on a1 to be stuck as well. So bishop to b1 is quite possible with a reroute of queen to d3, and then maybe play knight f5, or somehow try to dislodge the knight on f6 by a bishop e5 to try to go for that whole diagonal, being the b1 h7 diagonal. So lots of plans here. I like it. Big fan of creative activity type of chess here, with rook to c1 and the king on f2. It looks strange, wacky, unorthodox. Definitely a fan of that type of play. So I do see, or I favor Nodirbek in this game here, but you do have to be very precise because the king is misplaced a little and pawns are advanced. So these could be weaknesses later if we can't find this attack.
Yeah, the pawn on f3 doing a great job against the knight, and we see a move like bishop f8. It might be useful to defend the king at some point down the line. Also gets out of the way knight f5, and most importantly, opens up the rook on the e-file, which will certainly be useful. I look at this position and I do find that black's plan is very easy to predict. It has to be c5. Without the move c5, getting a little bit concerned. I don't really know what black is going to go for. So I do expect that Yez will play the move c5 in the next couple of moves. And for white, if you play knight to f5, if I put that move on the board right now, well, my first thought after knight c5 is, of course, bishop takes. It looks like a very, very strong piece. And if something like this happens, bishop takes back, black might try to trade the bishops. And you can see, James, if the pieces start to trade, you don't really feel as good about this attack anymore. And you actually start to feel that white's king is perhaps a little bit exposed.
Agreed. We do not like our king being on f2 if we don't have any good compensation for it. Especially, you can even see in the near future, like a rook sack on e3. It's just scary. It gets scary, and things we don't want it. We don't want that to happen, to say the least. So white has to be very cautious here with the king on f2 and be very precise with the attack. So it is his move. Lots of moves, though. Even knight e2, knight g to e2, that is. Swinging back around. Bishop b1 is another move. I think these are the moves that are the most logical right now. Knight g to e to prepare g4, or bishop b1 to prepare queen to d3. See what he plays.
That's right. Well, we can go back to our bird's eye view and a great call out, knight g to e2 rather than knight f5, preparing potentially to move g4 in that game. The biggest advantage, I'd like to say it's Magnus Carlsen with that great dark square control, but technically at the moment, it is the advantage that Artemiev has with Hans and his disappearing a1 rook.
Where is he? Artemiev. Yeah, Artemiev just up, chat. Chat? You think Hans gonna come back for that, chat? He's up a whole rook, chat. That's crazy. Like, wow. And then it went away. Where'd the board go? Oh, they just okay. Yeah, I see. We're fixing
disappearing rook, disappearing board.
The board just left. Like, I wonder, are they still there? Did we get them on camera? Are they still there? We got to make sure they're okay. Okay, they're there. Whew. Man, sheesh. Boy, I got
Thank
scared.
goodness. We can see, if any, for the Hans supporters out there, we just wanted to bring up the full cam to absolutely and unequivocally confirm the presence of that rook on d1.
It is there. And what was the move, by the way? Okay, so we had g5. And did he go for that plan that you was mentioning? I think his rook's still on f8, but looks like he kind of went for that plan. And he didn't take on e4 yet because of f5. Man, Artemiev playing out of his mind with the arms folded, got the whole, I got this, type of, that's just a chess player pose of like, I got this under control. Even if you're losing, you got to bluff like that. But he's he's doing great. I think he's very comfortable psychologically. He's calm. You can tell. One thing I noticed about his game that I really liked is, I see Arjun has this too, is the just stoic. You can't tell if he's winning or losing. He's playing very well. And like, he's confident. The psychological factor is there. He's calm. He can play good moves while calm. So I'd love to see it.
Indeed. We have another result just to mention, which is Parham and Mamedyarov. They had a draw in their game, so that one is completed. A really, really equal and symmetrical game there. Did not look like a big fight. And the match that I want to tune into just now is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against the world champion Gukesh, because this one looks like it's really in Black's favor. Now, I'm not sure if we're going to see a position right now that Rook C3, D4. I don't know if this is actually going to be converted, but it looks very good for Black.
Activity. And a lot of chess left, a lot of pieces on the board. Let's see, pawn islands. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, same amount. It's really just piece activity. I love talking about that. That's from Gary. Gary Kasparov had a quote I never forgot. He said, "Piece activity trumps material most times." And like it's like more about being, if you have the same amount of pieces, whoever's more active is the one that, usually has more chances you can push for more. And obviously that rook on C3 is extremely active with some annoying threats. Obviously the counterpart, I think, is that knight on D7. We're like, yeah, okay, that's not very active. But I mean, if we look at white's pieces, yeah, I'm active on the F file, but what am I actually doing? There's no targets, and I can't just do it by myself with the rook on F1. So rook D3 being even an immediate threat, actually, too, as well, with rook takes D4 and forking the knight. Yeah.
If we put rook D3 on the board, you're pointing out there's too many things attacked here. Knight F3, right. Rook takes B3, and then I thought that rook to C1 would make the most sense, but the reality is the black king is going to get to E7. So I do expect in this position that we will see rook to D3 one way or another. I mean, Gukesh is capitalizing on his advantage thus far. There's only one move, and it's knight F3. In fact, you see the blue arrow pointing out that's the only move in the position. The other variation is rook to B3, maybe knight to G5 instead. That would probably be met by knight to F8, but this is another way that the game could go. Knight F7 and D5 potentially.
Yeah, you got to be very accurate here with being down that pawn. All rooking games are drawn, as they say, but it's hard playing that. Down a pawn, you got to play very accurately. Something you have to do, learning how to defend. But I do have some activity, as you pointed out. Rook C1 seems to be the most active way of doing things.
It does, but also the king getting to the middle is pretty easy for Gukesh. This is not an advantage that I would say is winning. It definitely looks like Maxime is fighting now for equality rather than fighting for a win. However, like I said, don't think this is in a spot where Gukesh really feels that this is a game that's completely winning.
And in fact, what was that game we watched? Gukesh versus... Who did he beat in that end game? I forgot who he played. You remember the end game with the rook and knight versus the 3 pawns? I forgot who that was.
Yeah, we saw.
It reminds me of that.
We saw that one.
Yeah,
the 3 pawns against the knight was an unfortunate result. We've seen even some draws turned into wins or losses in this event. This one, jumping back to Magnus's game against Sarana, the pawn has got to E6. It is knights against bishops, but we talk about the bishops. We need open lines, and I don't know if I see a single one. The bishop on C8 is effectively trapped. The bishop is effectively trapped on G7 as well. This is not a position where you're too proud to have the bishops. If rook to A1, for example, rook A7 loses to knight B5. So this looks like it's all Magnus Carlsen, and he's not up a single pawn, James, and yet he has an overwhelming advantage according to the computer.
Yeah, it's tough. I love to watch his play when it comes to the restrictions that you see from the greats and the OGs of Karpov and etc. But you see it. I think even Gary had a quote. It's like, yeah, he's a mixture of a whole bunch of players. I think he put what did he put in there? Fischer, Karpov, and like Alekhine or something, or Aliekin. I was like, oh, that's a diabolical combination. This was on Twitter a long time ago from or X from Gary here, but you can see the Karpovian, Magnus-esque style here. Obviously, a restriction of all the pieces. Black really doesn't have anything. It's just kind of a slow squeeze here. We did see F5 coming to activate the bishop. I think he was kind of really waiting to make that move because his pieces are really bad. Even the rooks don't have great files, as rooks love open files. The only real open one to use is A or the E. E file is obviously defending the pawn on E6. So something like knight C5, I can go knight D4, knight F to D4. I can really do kind of what I would like to do here. Not to say that I'd be lackadaisical and give black some material back or some play back, but I'm definitely feeling good here as white, obviously. Knight C5 looks likely, though. Let's see what he goes. Queen D3.
Yeah, exactly. Knight C5, Knight D4 I really like. Queen D3 is an interesting move. It it might look like it's blundering the E-pawn, but definitely with Knight C5 in the air, that is not the case at all. The D-pawn is simply a target. That's the idea here. If black plays rook to D8, I think you're just getting tied down really passively there, and we will see Knight C5, we will see Knight D4.
Yes, he's spoiled for choice. Lots of good moves. Sometimes having too many moves obviously is a bad thing because there's too many options. But Queen D3 hits A6 up a little bit of time. Could use that. And nice.
All right, James. I want to take us to Eric Geisy and Sam Sevian.
Definitely want to see that. That was a Trumpowski. That was a crazy game. I was watching that one. I was watching
this
that
one
from the
is
beginning.
heating up here with this e-pawn about to play E6, for example. We have a bishop on C8 completely locked out of the game. And yet, rook D2 was actually the last move. I just want to highlight that. Rook takes D2 here. Of course, it was on the back of a knight E5 sacrifice. So a really spicy last couple of moves. And rook takes D2 with queen E1 as a threat, but rook F1 as the answer. Once white plays E6, that bishop on C8 is not in the game at all.
It also is restricting even the rook's movement. E7 is incoming. Obviously, you can't play it yet because of queen takes E7, but it's lots of restriction there. Maybe we'll first some type of queen E7, but F5 is hanging. So very strong play here. Obviously, you always get that from Arjun. Rook F1, really strong. E6 coming.
I'm just going to put rook takes F2 on the board just to highlight here. Let's say that queen E7 is the next move, E6. And although queen takes C5 can be played, just have a look at the position. The bishop doesn't really exist. And so white is just going to play in a way that, even trades pieces because black can barely move. And if the queens get traded, E7 and E8 is going to win the game.
Yeah, it's a scary idea here. I'm reading the back end right now. It says Artemiev is down 5 minutes.
We're jumping to Hans Niemann. And really, we're guaranteed to get excitement when Artemiev plays because we know he's going to be at about 10 seconds versus 10 minutes in every single game that he plays. Now, I want to remind the viewers that the evaluation right now is still equal, but we can't help but speculate on the result of the game when you've got 16 seconds for Artemiev. The stakes are super high. However, this last move, rook F5, does feel, James, that we're very close to full equality with the E5 bishop about to be captured.
He has to, I guess his counterpart is, okay, I could take on F2 after everything is traded out. So is G4 a thing? Does he want to trade everything out? G4, trade. Who's more active? Looks like maybe, probably just equal. It's just zeros. Do we have anything else? Rook F1 maybe? Rook F1, trade everything out same way. But that's probably not the way to go. Oh, we have a move. There it is, G4. And they're trading everything out.
And this will be a position that I think Artemiev will be fine to hold. We're going to see some exchanges on E5. King takes F2, of course. And most notably, in this position, it's black to move. Rook D7 is the idea. If black wants, we might see the move king to F7. However, you'd need to fully evaluate rook E7. And I don't know that that's so easy to do. So perhaps the safer move could be rook to E7 in order to, easily bring that king out.
Play rook E4 with a slight grimace on his face. Like, okay, I guess I got to go with what I got. Rook E4. He's going to try to trade everything off. King F3. Maybe there's rook D4. Wait a second. Is that possible? I want to count everything out. Calculate correctly. Should be okay.
My feeling is that if you get that isolated pawn, it's not, the most dangerous. And let's see what happens. We see rook D8 check. We see rook D7 on the board. And crucially, rook E7 here is not a very safe move to play because white's king gets to e4, especially with low time. He's not going to go for that. Instead, we're going to see both players go after every single pawn on the board.
Whoa, he played b4, making it a little bit different here.
Mm-hmm.
That's a strong move there, not allowing rook takes a4. Okay. Good play. No, a5 doesn't work. What did he play? Check first?
He can try rook f4 to f7. You can also play rook f4 and then move the b pawn to b6 or b5, knowing that you have this rook f6, rook f7 idea. I feel that this is the attempt. Also, maybe if the king goes to e2, you could even play rook to h4 and go after the h pawn, and it would be 2 connected pawns for white, 2 connected pawns for black. Don't ask me the evaluation of that one because I have no idea. And with Magnus standing in the background, we can, of course, announce that Magnus has won against Alexei Sarana in very convincing fashion. It was like a boa constrictor when we were checking out that game last.
And of course, over here, I think he's checking to see what's going on here. He's like, oh, it's probably a draw here. And actually, I think it's probably a clear way of drawing. Well, maybe king g3. King g3 may not be the clearest, but king g4, you can definitely check along the fourth rank there. King g3, a little bit different. King e3 is going for, saying, okay, you know what I'm signifying? We are going to have a fight here, boys and girls. Probably rook h4,
Yep.
rook takes b7, rook takes h2, and it's a race. Who's going to win the race?
Yeah, exactly. Rook to h4, you're no longer taking with a check. With 15 seconds ticking down, I think Hans is maximizing his winning chances by playing a move like this. And b5 played by Artemiev, this move is one of the top moves. Rook to c6, check. I'm wondering about rook to f6, and it looks like that has been well calculated by Artemiev to hold a draw.
So takes, rook c5, rook h4, rook takes b, rook takes h. Yeah, it's still a race. Still scary. It's all about who is going to get there in time. It's still not very easy.
There's lots of things to try here for Hans. He's trying to find the trickiest variation that he can think of. And he's gone for first a takes b5 and rook to c5.
There it is. And of course, you could try rook f5. Wait, or is that could be wrong. Feels like something's wrong with rook f5.
Yeah, rook f5, I think you just have to consider the move c4, although it's probably still fine. It's a dangerous move. So he's put his opponent in a situation where he's saying, hey, you got 10 seconds. If you want to play rook f5 and maybe gamble that you've calculated that king and pawn endgame correctly, go for it. He does not do it. He plays rook h4, and we're going to get a full race here. There are huge winning chances for both sides, if we're being honest.
It's a race. Put on your running shoes. What's your favorite, chat? It's about to be a race here. Who is going to win the race is the question. Or will it be a draw? Who knows? This is the fun part because we don't have to play this out. This is a very stressful situation in a way for both. But at the same time, I think Hans probably has that slight edge, obviously, due to the clock. He has a big clock edge, but it is a race.
Yeah, it's really key here because what's probably going to happen is if we see king g7 or king f7, white is looking to maybe check and then eventually try to get behind this pawn. So it's very possible that we just see a repetition here. In fact, it's highly likely. If we do not, then it starts to get into very difficult calculations. So I think we're in the moment right now where if it's going to be a draw, it will be a draw immediately due to these checks. White is trying to get the rook behind the pawn. And even if the rook has to sacrifice for one pawn, these two are going to win the game.
Here we go. All right, chat. Can we get some predictions here? Win for either side or a draw? Win for either side or a draw? What are you going for?
Maxime and Gukesh have drawn their game. And
nice.
We're also looking at a huge advantage for Arjun Erigaisi against Sam Sevian. I think just a completely winning advantage. That one could turn into a result very quickly.
I do like his opening choice too as well. I know I always say Arjun he plays the bishop openings, which is like, he plays it. He's a fellow Jobavian as well. He likes to play Jobava London. And then he also plays, this Shrimpowski. So it's just always with the bishop. F4, bishop G5, either or. And it looks like, is that a rep? I saw the face. He's like, calculating. Let me look around. What happened in Magnus' game?
Yeah, we're at that point in the tournament where you have to start thinking about your competitor's results and how that affects what you need to do. But I think at this point, both players are probably going to acquiesce to the draw here. Handshake.
Everybody
and that
breathe.
is a draw between our tournament leaders, who are now going to be joined by more players at that 8 point.
Very strong from both of them, and they're talking about analysis here quite briefly of the game. Incredible game there. Incredible find in the middle game where Artemiev spent a lot of time figuring out G5 and understanding, okay, if rook takes E4, I have this F5, F4, cool bishop trap here. Incredible game ending in a very, very peaceful result. Boys are still at the top, but we'll be joined by a lot of others.
Yeah, and let's jump straight to another game in action. Shimanov against Sindarov. And it looks like Shimanov with this move G4 is starting to get a few ideas about maybe going for more. Rook takes on G4, and you start to think about H5 in the position. The king can come up to G3 or even G2. And in fact, the engine is suggesting H5 because if the queen takes, the rook goes to H4 and rook H8 would be checkmate. So H5 here, while it is not a forced win by any stretch of the imagination, it is definitely a good move.
I was just about to say to play H5 anyway, which is on the board. But Queen G7, what happens on Queen G7? HG, Queen takes. I guess you could do GF first, but no, this is a draw. So, yeah, Queen G7 might be holding everything together. Maybe I don't have to trade at all. Maybe just move the queen out of the way. Yeah, definitely that's probably the more likely move. Queen G7, and I don't know, Queen H4, Queen F4, something
Queen
to get
G7,
out of the
I
way.
think pawn takes on G6, and if the queen takes, just take back. And it looks like white will win the A pawn, potentially in some variations there. So that's at least something. But King H7 by Sindarov is indeed the best move. The pawn is pinned right now. Let's see what Shimanov wants to play. Rook to G5 guards the pawn. Does allow pawn takes on H5 there. Let's see.
Yeah, king moving is GH. Queen E7, there's GH as well.
I'm wondering about rook to G5, just to put a move on the board. And if pawn takes, the queen comes back to F4, rook G8, there's queen takes F7, and I'm just going to play queen to H4 and rook takes H5. This is completely winning. So you have a lot of ways to go wrong here. Queen E7 was played, though, instead of rook G5. Still a fine move, but definitely missed an opportunity to make it very difficult for black to proceed.
And I think with this Queen E7 move, he's going rook G5 next. Maybe the move order is just slightly different. After GH, rook to G5. Only then. Trying to move the king away. King G8, though. Well, that gives me a chance to move my king.
It does, yeah. You can move the king, but you also have to remember if you play a move like, for example, king to G2, then you take on H5. There's no checkmate on H8 anymore.
So they repeat. Queen F6, Queen E7. Will it be a draw?
So I think on the camera we just saw Sindarov offer a draw verbally, and we saw, well, he would have accepted, right, if he wanted to. So I think he kind of gave a shake of his head. Maybe either, I'll think about it, or just no.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever heard that one, like in all the tournament play. Have you ever just heard someone just say no? No. Like, I've never heard that one. But
just shout it out.
No, bro. Dang. Yeah, whoa. Hey, buddy.
I think if someone offered me a draw in a lost position, I would pretty loudly say no. Just to draw attention to the offer. But it looks like in this case, he was acknowledging that he heard the draw offer, but because it was his turn, he wanted to see if there was any moves that he liked, any way to continue on. And of course, with 2 seconds left on his clock, he's going to accept that draw. Very wise decision.
Yeah, there was nothing left. There was nothing left here. And another peaceful result here. Another peaceful result with a lot of games left.
That's right. And we see Goryachkina is deep in a battle there. I actually want to jump over to that game in the women's section. Goryachkina on one of the top boards. And after a draw between Zhu Jin'er against Humpy Conero, there's an opportunity for Goryachkina to catch the leaders. So this is a critical game. And we remember that in the women's section, there's one less round today. So things are getting decided much quicker. And this is an absolutely critical result. Lei Ting-Jie on board 3 won her game and will move up in the standings as well. So for Goryachkina's event chances at a gold medal, this obviously has to be a win, but she's got herself in a great position to do so.
I was just going to say, probably Queen D4 seems like the most accurate way to do it. And then you walk the king up to the center of the board. The pawn on G4 is doing a great job of keeping everything under control.
Yeah, D3 here is going to force the king to go backwards to F2. And then it looks like the black king can simply walk into E5 and capture the D5 pawn. And even if, well, first of all, in this case, it does look like it will just be a win with that D pawn. But even if not, the king could also just go take the H pawn. So this will be a classic king and pawn endgame victory here. And Goryachkina, I believe, will move into a share of the lead.
And uptime, up in a position, playing very strong. She's got the win.
Something that I see, the chat kind of pondering over right now is potential pairings. And the truth is, in an event like this, with so many rounds, 13 in the open, 11 in the women's, you start to get to a point, and there you go, Goryachkina with the win, moving up to 7 points and a share of the lead. James, you start to get to a point with the pairings where you feel like you've kind of played everybody, right? Everybody has played everybody at the top of the table, and so you no longer have leaders playing leaders. You kind of have to drop down just a little bit.
I was like, you know what, man, just play them again. How about that? Just play them again. Swap the colors. We want to see it anyway.
I think there's a lot of matchups that the chat wouldn't mind seeing over and over again.
So see DJ in the chat. Will we get a chess boxing match? Well, as fellow chess boxers ourselves, me and Aman, we would love to see that.
That's right. That's right. Please.
Please. Yes. As we got a few games left in this round here, Dominguez and Nepo as well. We also have Yesepenko and Caruana. Oh, I'm actually curious. What was that opening? Because I know he likes to play Jabava, so I have to go see. But I don't believe it was. I don't believe it was at all. So I gotta go check that myself.
Yeah, there's a few games still going at the end of this round here. A lot of the games that they seem like they're still going have actually concluded, and instead they are, they just haven't recorded the result officially, which is why you don't see the result in just yet, despite the game over.
Still going. Could be draw. A lot of checks available here.
Yeah, there's, unfortunately for white, despite the not necessarily multiple extra pawns, it feels like it with 2 pass pawns here. If you trade the queens, you're very happy, but that's not so easy to do.
Exactly. Yeah, the queen is very menacing with the checks. Also, you don't want to give up anything with a check either.
So I was going to say in this spot that it seems like a bit of an achievement here by Dominguez, because what he played was king f3, and black should have probably stayed with queen c2 there. Instead, he checked on d1, and I know it doesn't seem like much, but now queen f2 with the idea of queen f6, and all of a sudden, white could just be completely winning.
Oh, that's incredible, because, yeah, that queen f2, queen f6, king h5 hits queen h6 mate. So king h7, that's got to be winning. g6, yeah, I get g7 in too.
Let's bring up the cam here. I think this is a critical moment for Dominguez. Can definitely jump into 7.5 points would be huge for Dominguez at this point. It's a blue arrow, which means it's a must play move. Anything else will be a draw. And of course, he finds it. Queen f2 is the best move with queen f6 ideas on the board.
Locked in, he's focused. Starting to notice, did I mess this up? Mamedov understands, oh my goodness, I am in a situation. I cannot allow the check on f6. So he's going to try it. Probably the most human thing to do is actually just taking with check or playing queen d3 check. Ooh,
Yeah,
that's
there's
going
no
to allow
queen
king
c5.
g4 or h4. Yeah. Sheesh.
And it's clear if you don't take any pawn that white is going to be very happy. And once the queen goes to f6, what we can say for sure is that the king will go to h7, the queen will go to h6 check, and the queen will capture on e6 with a check. So of course, if black takes on b3, that's prevented. But then the queen is so far away from the action, you're worried about just getting mated. This is a lost position, and it's really starting to hit Ralph Mamedov right now. You can tell by the expression on the camera, Dominguez knows he's completely winning.
And it's tough because he was trying to play on his time. I think he was obviously moving very quickly. Mamedov having more time, just moving quickly, trying to flag your opponent. It's always tough and usually ends wrong if you're not as accurate. It's almost like, it's just another level. And Grishik has unlocked that final form of like when you get lower on time, your opponent knows that, so they play quicker, but then I get stronger. Like it's a classic Grishik type of thing, but it's also very common for all of us in a way. When it happens, you're down time, your opponent moves fast, or you're the one moving fast with more time, and somehow you're losing.
Yeah, this queen b3, king h4. Notice how you're not playing king g4 because that would allow queen to d1 with a check. So king h4 to avoid all the checks. And once the white queen gets in, that's the thing with queen end games. The second that your queen starts delivering the important checks, it feels like the initiative just transfers over. So right now, black gets to enjoy, one move. Here you go, have a check, and then it's all the white queen from then on.
Yeah, and the queen can help shield from checks while we run the king around to evade checks, getting the king closer to the center, taking the e5 pawn, and winning that endgame that way too as well. Very nice. Very nice. Dominguez was able to finish it off, or at least get a winning position. Now he has to finish it off. This is the hard part, obviously.
Yeah, I actually think, there's still going to be a lot of technique required, but the hard part is really out of the way for me. It was finding a way to get Mamedov in a position where there's even a possibility, because it was zeros earlier. But now, once the queen gets to f6, all the moves are pretty straightforward. Lots of checks. Remember, after the king goes to h7, while there is queen to h6 check, there's also ideas like queen f7 and g6, which supports all sorts of different checkmates, which might just be completely winning. There's ideas like pushing the pawn right away. So queen takes b3, I certainly expect you have to take that pawn. But Mamedov knows this position is no good. He's played queen d1 to eventually have some checks. Now we see the conversion.
And I was like, yo, am I mated? And he's going to go up. G6, king h4.
This is the variation I was looking at. Queen f7 and g6. That has 1, 2, and then also g7. 3 wins on the board. And it creates a path for the white king to avoid checks. So I believe queen f7 and g6 is absolutely winning here for Dominguez.
Whoa. Oh, he went another route. Oh, he just, okay, I'm going to take all the pawns. Or, okay, makes sense. It's human. But, the queen f7, g6 was very strong, too. Harder, if he has more time, probably, okay, he goes for that. Totally understand why he went for this route, too, as well. Now he has a path with the e6 pawn gone. He can now go g4, f5, or go up the board, h5, g6, around the f5, and take e5.
I think
you gotta be careful of queen trades, though.
Despite this being winning, I have to say it's a pretty serious mistake there not to play g6, which ended the game on the spot. Now you're going to have to at least deal with checks. And remember, black still has a pass pawn. So there are some situations where the queens could trade and black makes a queen. There's just a little bit more to think about than you'd like.
Yeah, and I think Mamedov might have realized that too as well. Seems like he feels like there's a little bit of hope, which there is actually. Check, 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 check. Low time still. Quick glance at the clock.
Yeah, so I think there should be a way. I'm trying to find the way where you can actually win the pawn by force with check. That's the dream of taking e5 with a check. I'm not sure that it's there. c6 played on the board. I'm not sure about c6. The technique here has been, it's probably enough, but it's fading a little bit. But the white king is looking to zigzag in front of this pawn, if possible.
There's also this ridiculous mate idea of like you can get mated as white trying to run the king up to f6 and then get mated on f7. I guess it's terrible, right? It's very possible, but it's tough.
Yeah,
that's
e5
even
would be
a
hanging in
possibility
that
now.
case.
Yeah. Oh yeah, king e5. Okay, it's good. It's glad, but it's annoying, right? The thing is that he just allowed this this checking idea. Again, we talked about the queen trade too, but c6 I think is really nice because he has c7, c8 now with check. So you don't really got to worry about that passed pawn anymore, right?
Yeah, queen d1 makes
Is this the
sense
last
to
game
stop
too?
king h5. I'm sure it's one of the last games. There's usually like 130, 140 move games, so maybe this
Oh,
is
wait, repeat?
hasn't even
Okay, there we
scratched
go.
the surface.
Yeah.
I think we'll see queen f3, and we do. Yep. Yeah, now if you trade, remember the pawn is queening with a check, which is pretty significant.
Correct. That's not what we want. Looks like he had 40 seconds there on that clock. He's gained some time.
And there's no queen d7. You can play a move like queen d6. Very likely the response would be something like queen b3, queen c4 there. Queen c2 makes sense. And now one move in the position. And I'm surprised there's no blue arrow, so I'll go ahead and draw it for us. G6
Resi!
and resignation. And a win for Lenier Dominguez, moving to 7.5 points.
Who was talking about Lanier at all, in fact? You know, there's just so many players. But, you know, sometimes your pick is just not there. And here he is. He's like, you guys counted me out. Well, now you got to count me in.
That's amazing. Play. And, of course, true chess players, right? Talking about the variations and the game immediately after. As we see the results, we have first the women's section. Zhujiner and Humpy Conero drawing on that top board. And most notably, Lei Tingjie and Goryachkina with wins have moved up to 7 points and taken a share of the lead. And Mugunzul from Mongolia with the win over Harika, probably the most notable result of that round, moving her up into a share of that first place, James. And look at the standings as they are right now. 5 players with 2 more rounds to play. Those are the ones to watch. And only one of them has even lost a single game in the entire event.
Yeah, and you know, of course, with having 2 more rounds left after this, is like, yeah, this is where the nerves and the psychology comes out, especially up there at the top. Even someone in 24th. Imagine you win the extra 2 games, or you know, you win your next 2 games and go in 8 here, and some things happen in the standings where this could catapult you. The next 2 will determine literally everything. So good to see that. Now we see in more of the open section here with what happened here. What happened with the boys? Magnus Carlsen wins his game. Got some draws in the middle there. Draw. Arjun with the win. That's a big win for Arjun. 8.5. Wait a second. Is he all the way at the top now after that win there?
No, he's at 7.5.
7.5? Oh, correct. Yes, now. Right, yes. So now. So that actually it does it in real time. As we see. But 8's are Artemiev, Magnus with 8, and Hans at 8. 8's at the top. So Magnus has already played Artemiev. So wait, are we going to have a Magnus-Hans match? Is that what we having?
Well, Artemiev has already played Magnus and Hans. So Magnus versus Hans should be all but guaranteed based on what we know. The 3 leaders, remember there's still 3 more rounds to play in the open section. At this point, even the players that have 7 points are not that likely to have a great shot at first, especially when you've got players like Artemiev, Carlson, Neiman. They're scoring so many points, at least a half a point around. So it's going to be very tough. I think we're looking at those top 7 players at 8 and at 7.5 points. Those are the players that are really vying for that gold medal in the World Rapid Championship.
Amon, we only looking at him, Hans Magnus. We don't care about nothing else. We don't even care how many points they got. Everybody's waiting on Hans Magnus. Though, of course, at the same time, the other players behind that are actually looking to catch them, which is very possible, especially with 3 rounds left. So what we're going to do is to take a short break, let you guys breathe, get your popcorn. I don't care what time it is. It's time to get you some popcorn. And we'll be back for the next round. And we'll be back in a few.
That's AI.
So we're gonna play. What is the name of this? Just like guess the voice. I don't know. We just embedded this. Guess the something.
Guess if it's AI. Right? Guess if it's AI or a real person.
So without any further ado, let's play the fun game as we get ready to roll out coach. And Vic, go for it. Round 1. We are changing the name of the bishop to diagonal thingy.
AI all the way.
Yeah, I was gonna say AI, but should one of us go first for the guesses? Like, or do we just both yell it out? I was gonna say AI though.
I think you can both go. You both guess
Okay.
AI?
Easily. You would never say bishop thingy. That you would never say that.
Okay, they both got it right. Yeah, I would never say that. I would never say we're changing diagonal thingy, although now I'm saying it, but okay. And actually, this time, I think that was a good call, Levy, so we'll rotate. All right, Levy, you go first, but let's play round 2. You go, and then Hikaru goes.
I literally don't care.
Wow. I'm gonna go AI.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree. The pitch sounded a little bit high. I might have said that, but the pitch sounded too high compared to the way I normally say it. So I'm gonna go with AI as well.
Okay, Vic, reveal. That was real.
I did say it once. Okay.
Wow.
Wow.
I literally don't care.
No, but
I agree.
no,
with you.
but
I thought it sounded too high pitched, but apparently that was from a stream. All right, no, round 3. This time Hikaru goes first.
Some people think that if their opponent plays a beautiful game, it's okay to lose. I don't. You have to be merciless.
That's I mean, if that's not Magnus, I'd be really surprised. That's got to be the real Magnus.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess real.
That's
Wow.
AI.
That is AI. I want to hear more. By the way, I think I listened to a couple days ago. I had a bit of a refresh of all of your voices, and I do think that this last round of Magnus, they really nailed it. Like it's kind of crazy. It sounds better than any of the other versions. So there we go.
I'm just gonna say everybody who knows Magnus needs to have a safe word, because if a person calls them using that voice, like they need
one
some
thing
way.
to note too is just to ease those concerns. This is also on a bit of a chess.com kind of proprietary chess LLM. We've been building out a lot of the phrases. Nothing that hits the community is not approved in that way. So if Magnus calls you and says to wire him a bunch of Amazon gift cards, that is not good. Do not send him a bunch of Amazon gift cards. But okay. All right. Ben, give us another one. This time,
Yo,
Levy
I'm
goes
mad
first.
trash, bro.
That's it. That's
Yo,
all
I'm
I have
mad
to work
trash,
with,
bro. Yo, I'm mad trash, bro.
I mean that's like the Hikaru one. I mean it sounds like it's robotic, but I definitely have said. I'm gonna go with real.
I'm gonna say it's AI. Let's spice.
Yeah,
it
we
up.
we can't always have the same answer.
Yeah.
So I guess.
Hikaru's right. It's AI. There you go. I love that Hikaru got it right on a Levy voiceover. That's just the best. One more. Okay, one more. Here we go. This time
And then we have a
Hikaru goes
tiebreaker.
first.
We have a tiebreaker next one.
How does the knight move?
No.
You play it
Wait,
again?
sorry. I didn't mean to. Go ahead.
How does the knight move?
The way the K was hanging on Knight, that didn't sound right to me, so I'm gonna say it's AI.
I was gonna guess real. Is it real?
Okay.
Correct.
Oh.
Oh my God! Now it is a tiebreaker. Well, now we have to do one more because they're tied.
We can't have people
do we
feeling
have any
left
more?
out. So is Anna Cramling the tiebreaker?
Okay, he's pulling them up. Going to the back cave of AI Boy. This is actually more fun than I thought. That was actually surprising. I thought that was AI.
We
thought
did
that was
this
AI.
6 months ago at the MIT thing at the conference, and there I was like 90% correct. So they really fixed it a lot.
It
Now
has
it's
gotten
scary.
better. No, I agree. I think some of them sounded like Hikaru said, the enunciation was just too awkward, like word to word. It's flows better now, and a couple of the particular voices like Magnus and Andre, I think, have actually just gotten better. Like they just sound more accurate. Okay, he's ready. We got all right, tiebreaker.
Oh my God, my queen! Oh my God, my queen!
Okay, I guess I'll go first. I don't know. Real.
I was gonna say AI. I mean, it sounds, but the problem is all these ones of Levy and myself, I feel like they just sound too energetic or too high pitched or something's off. So I'll just say AI for the sake of it.
All right, drum roll, because no matter what, we have a winner after this, and we say goodbye to our guest stars. So drum roll, here we go. Who's right, Levy or Hikaru?
Oh wow.
So wait, Levy,
There's
what did you
no-
get?
there's-
Real or AI?
I guess
Real.
real. But it's like a total crapshoot. I mean, I'm guessing on vibes. Although the Andrea clip, I think it's from the interview of the World Championship, and it sounded quite. I think I watched that clip like 100 times because it's just so funny and riveting. So I think I like just remembered it in my head. Yeah, no, that's good. I gotta talk to my grandparents now. Make sure they don't wire anybody any money that sounds like me.
Actually, some of the phrases are a little clunky and awkward. So when this is live, you guys will definitely give us feedback if we need to change some. But I think some of them are even funnier because they're a little weird. But all right, this is going to be amazing for a lot of our members. The fact that they can choose Hikaru and Levy. Thank you guys for playing this with us. So pretty soon, people will be choosing to experience every coach feature, which is game review, lessons, play coach as an experience with Hikaru or an experience with Levy. So you guys are awesome. Thank you for all you do, and we'll see you in another time.
Thank you for having me here, Danny.
Thank you.
We are here with world champion rock climber Sam Watson. Did I say that right? World
Sam
champion?
Watson, World Series champion, World Cup Series champion. I'll be world champion in like 50 days.
So that's like chess, actually. Apparently, we just learned our first thing today. There are multiple versions of a world champion.
How much climbing experience do you guys have? Like, if you guys could give yourself an ELO in chess or an ELO in climbing.
I would hope to be like a 1,000.
Okay, all right.
I think I know a little bit.
That's a great answer. That's a great answer.
We're going to play Guess the ELO today.
You're gonna
I'm actually not
play
going to
Guess
tell
the
you.
ELO.
I'm going to climb, and
Fine.
you're going to tell me what you think my ELO is.
Ooh. Okay.
This is like doing a back rank mate.
Yeah. So he's got quite good like instinctual kind of pulling with the arms.
He's a little too strong.
I want to get higher.
He's definitely got the height. So that's the finish. That's
finish? Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right,
Oh,
so
but he doesn't know
we're
match.
here.
Okay. He doesn't know matching.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
You don't have to go. You can just drop down, right?
You can just drop down. Okay. You definitely lose some elo for that.
He knows how the pieces move.
He knows how the pieces move for
The
sure.
start is in here.
Yeah.
Oh, we
So
get
we know how
narration.
Okay.
You hear that, Chess? I know how the pieces move on the wall. So beginning.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do-
At
Look
least
at that.
Quite good.
Oh,
like-
he doesn't
That
know
was a
either.
show off.
Yeah.
He was
He
just
doesn't know
showing
either.
off there.
I was just
With the
climbing.
free hit.
It's literally stalemating with queen.
Technically, at the top, you have to what's called match, where you put both
Yeah.
hands on the finish hold. But that's also my fault.
Yeah, yeah.
You have to put both hands
So
on.
the one that says
That's-
finish, you
that's
put both
checkmate.
hands there,
Okay.
That's checkmate. If you just-
Hey,
He stalemated a queen.
they didn't
up.
tell me the rules,
That
and they're
was-
mad.
that
that I
was
we
stalemated.
were
stalemated.
wondering
That was
if you
my
knew.
fault. That was a little bit my
Okay.
fault. Yeah, that was a test also.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a
Well,
test.
I failed, apparently.
Oh wait, dude.
Okay.
Wait, no,
Wow.
he's kind of insane.
He's got some footwork in it. I'm pretty impressed.
He skips.
That's fine. That's like a discover check. No, that's good. It's good. It's good. Maybe it's like a pin.
This is hard.
Okay. One more.
Oh, he doesn't see the whole board. He isn't seeing all of his
But
pieces.
his
Foot
vision
to the
is-
right. Foot around to the right.
There's a
He's convincing.
I'm convincing. You're right. I'm sorry. I didn't even properly look at the map before I started.
you gotta see all the
I
pieces.
didn't know that was there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did hidden bishop in the corner.
Look, it's
But honestly, I just like, I got tunnel vision. That's true.
he's doing check.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, checkmate for sure.
He's definitely a little higher rated.
He loves a little higher.
1,000 might be pretty accurate.
We learned that you don't want to get tunnel vision when you're on the wall. Full board awareness, just like chess. You got to think more than just one move ahead, or you get yourself stuck. Especially if you're obsessed with checkmate, not realizing that it's not quite there yet.
Are you gonna do this one to show us how we should have done it?
How fast would you go? Whoa, yeah, okay. That was a show off. You guys see that on camera?
Okay, hang on, Danny. I want you to try that.
You were here, right?
Yeah,
Did you go from here to there?
Yeah,
Did you do that?
Yeah.
That's insane. Oh, you didn't even get close. That's crazy. That is insane what he just did.
That is wild.
This is hard.
Solve the mate. Solve the mate.
Don't get tunnel visions.
Yeah. See the board.
Okay.
See the board.
Yeah, he's got it.
Nope. This is scary.
Okay.
Okay. You're like 2 moves from
Until
me.
you see it, yes.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Wait, his
This is actually
fingers
good.
are insane.
Who do you think would be the best? Like, if you send people my way, like
He's pretty
Daniel Dubov.
lightweight.
Daniel Dubov.
Dubov.
He can one-arm pull up.
Dubov.
Yeah.
Dubov, yeah.
So he can one-arm pull
Huge
up.
call out.
Yeah.
He's a big parkour guy
Like
in general.
calisthenics.
Nodirbek is pretty athletic.
For sure, Carlson. He's
Magnus is
He's a great golfer.
maybe Magnus will watch this and be like, "Those I'm coming for him."
Dude,
But we'll
Magnus
see.
Carlsen, you are welcome to climb the
You are invited.
I will come to Norway. Guess the ELO verdict for you two.
You give yours and I'll give mine at the same time.
All right.
Okay,
Same
me
for
first.
Danny,
I'm lower rated for sure. So
All right,
go
all
ahead.
right. 1150.
850. Oh, dang, I'm savage.
Hey, that averages out
To
to
about 970.
1,000.
Yeah.
No, 1,000.
1, 2, 3.
1020.
Averages out to like
1170.
1170.
Okay.
1175.
Maybe
That wasn't that far off.
Yeah, maybe I'm just like too.
He's a
I'm like
coach,
not-
dude. He's a
yeah.
jerk by default.
I have to deal with you. I have to tell someone who's 2800 they're bad.
All right, let's go. Try some speed. This route was invented in 2007, so in its modern form is like one of the youngest sports in the Olympics. There's been so many different breakdowns on how to do it, so you could almost say that's like theory, like very early, like 1800s level, like you could just make a new opening, where if you do a move slightly different, then you could get a little bit of an advantage, or you could
Do you have to
change your-
hide? You're like,
change your
oh, I don't want
sequence.
people watching me do this so that they don't see my technique.
See, I personally am actually very against that philosophy in terms of what I do.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's a big debate about that question in sports in general.
Yeah.
But since it's such a young sport and I do truly care about growing the community, I'm pretty open about what I do. Like, in terms of talking about even just now, like, I have a very complex training plan and schedules, and I post videos myself all the time running sub-world record in practice. And people, in theory, could use that to get better. But honestly, like, I don't really mind. Like, it's hard to do objectively. So it's like, I'm not really worried of that. And I think it's better, and I would want to compete against a higher level because it's better for everybody. But it's almost, in like chess, like, nowadays we have Tell Tuesdays, and a lot of top chess players play each other very regularly, compared to 50 years ago when that was not a thing at all.
No, it's true, and a lot of top players have said the same thing in terms of their hiding prep and secret accounts is actually less of a thing now because of everyone having the same tools. It's how you execute in the end that is going to matter. So that's fascinating.
Oh, it's so high up there.
Nice.
Let's go.
There he goes. He is in it to win it. Okay. Correctly puts the left foot and extends the arm. You thought he was flexible. You were right, boys and girls. Here he goes. He's got the right hand pulling up. Never, don't get too far out, overextended with your hands. You got to make sure the lower body is coming with you.
Find your
Pro
feet.
tip.
Find your feet.
Find
Always
your feet,
move
as
your
they
feet
say.
first.
That's what I meant to say. Find your feet.
Yeah.
There you go.
Your feet are your pawn moves. Fundamental.
Yeah. Pawn structure for the win.
Come on.
No, guys, I'm done.
Okay.
Will you double check me that I went tight enough?
Yep. What's that? Come on, come on, come on. Find it. Yeah. All the way through. Come on.
I can't do it. I'm done.
All right, well, you've seen what amateurs look like on the wall. Now we got a pro.
So Sam does something interesting for his opening theory.
Yeah.
It's a system we sort of developed or improved from an Indonesian climber.
Okay.
And it's called the swing start. Let's go, Sam. Come on.
Hey, that was really fast. Oh my God.
Just over 5 seconds. He made a small blunder at the top. His foot missed a little bit, but like it's like a inaccuracy, not even a blunder.
A little bit of inaccuracy, yeah.
I want coach to show the patterns that they have. They have like a whole game review on you for everything you do.
Yeah, pretty much. It's just like game review, but it's not AI based. It's very manual.
Sam made an accuracy here. Normally you want to step perfectly over the ball part of this hold. He stepped slightly left, which it seems like, oh, it's only about 2 centimeters, but it actually impacts the rest of the run quite a lot. I have all of Sam's runs and then the world's best runs, and we compare our data versus theirs and how fast they're doing. Kind of like in chess, you study your opponent's games. We do the same.
Yeah.
And we try to improve by learning from their best parts or their worst parts. If you ask anybody, even other speed climbers or even other speed coaches, maybe they don't pick it up immediately. But the moment I saw it, I've seen this move 1,000 times. Yeah. This morning, I watched 300 runs already. Yeah. And so I saw he made a small inaccuracy, and he normally doesn't do it, which is why it's so pronounced.
Could be all the cameras.
Yeah.
I'm distracting you.
You're like,
don't let him
different
bother you.
harness.
You're doing great.
You know.
All right, well, there's only one person left who hasn't had his chance on the wall. Only problem is pawns don't go backward. So can you do this thing without...
I'm going to reach promotion.
You're going to reach promotion?
I'm gonna reach promotion.
He's going to do it. Let's do it. Pawns don't go back. Woo!
Alrighty, come on.
Look at that. Pawns don't go backward. Pawns don't go back. He's barely holding on. Oh, he got it. He did it.
Let's go.
It's very difficult. Yeah. I also can't see. It's blindfolded and mobility restricted.
We've made some refinements to Sam Watson's approach here. He wants to get to the top in under 10 seconds. Sam, you gonna do it?
Absolutely, yeah. Last time I was definitely under some time pressure and made some mistakes, but I think I've really improved myself and I've been studying a lot.
Yeah, so promoting?
Promoting, yep.
Promotion in under 10 seconds. Climbing the wall. Pawns don't go backwards. He's off. He's off. He's going faster for sure. Yeah. He's there. He's way under 10 seconds.
Go.
Oh my gosh.
You made a couple of mistakes at the top.
Wow.
That was pretty wild.
That was insane.
Wow.
Is that?
Even with a couple inaccuracies, you still got under 10.
That might have genuinely be harder than setting the actual.
Yeah, I think it's better than world record right now.
All right. There you go. Sam Watson, new world record in a pawn suit under 10 seconds.
You make me feel something every time I see you, baby.
Welcome back. Welcome back. This is round 11 of the World Rapid Championship. I am FIDE Master James Canty III here, joined by Grandmaster Armand Hamilton. Armand, we have a heavyweight matchup and a few rounds left to go, and we're crowning a champion. What do we have in store?
You said it best, a heavyweight matchup. It is what everybody watching has been waiting for. Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen against Grandmaster Hans Niemann on our top board, and they are co-leading the event along with some other players as well. Artemiev at 8 points, so it is a three-way lead in the event. 7.5 points for Arjun, Erdomush, Abusatorov, and Dominguez Perez. There are 7 players that are really vying for that gold medal position right now, and the pairings could not be juicier as we get into this next round.
Here we go. It's going to be a match to watch, of course, for the centuries. And in the women's section, with 2 rounds to go, it is heated over there because, of course, they only have 2 rounds left. Goryushkina at the top up there with 7. Lots of 7, so things can definitely switch and swing in the standings, especially if there's a draw. Humpy versus Leiting J. Katarina Lagno versus Zhu Janir. And then the Musicchuk sister, Maria, versus Atilik out of, I think, Turkey there. And then the other, look at the sisters, the Musicchuk sisters playing right next to each other. Sometimes that gives you a little bit more energy playing next to your sibling to go up there. But nice to see in the standings up there as they're competing and really have a shot at doing something big in the standings there. So, Stefanova as well at the bottom versus an Indian monster there in Suri. So exciting matches. Everyone's waiting for Hans and Magnus. But of course, that's not the only story of today because, listen, guys, the standings can shake up. Lanier Dominguez, people weren't even talking about, but he's right there in the standings.
Yeah, he's in the mix. And, I also couldn't help but notice the top 3 boards in the women's section, nobody has lost. Not a single game. It's incredible. You're seeing the level in the women's section going into the final round. There's only one more round after this. And so far, nobody has lost. So rest assured, when that final round in the women's section comes next, we will be there to find out our champion. But right now, the penultimate round is going to be incredibly intense as Hans Niemann, meanwhile, in the open section, takes a seat at board number 1 as he awaits Magnus Carlsen to arrive for a long-awaited handshake.
Here we go. He's like, he can't even sit still. He's got to move around. I don't know what to do with my hands, I don't know what to do with my hands. So, he's up, he's walking around, getting ready to go. We all are waiting for this as, we just know that this is a matchup that we'll never get tired of watching.
Yeah. And, maybe some mind games there. Who's going to be the last one to the board? That's really a Magnus trademark, but as anticipated as this matchup is, remember, these are all just off the board shenanigans. At the end of the day, Magnus has the white pieces. And what I want to point out about that is that earlier in the event, we said when Magnus had the black pieces twice in a row, and that was his, probably his toughest moment in the event. He had that loss to Artemiev. He could have lost to Maxime. He didn't. Saved a draw in that one. That was his toughest moment. But later in the event, now he got the white pieces twice in a row, and we knew that would happen. And so late in the event, James, obviously it's come at a critical time because the white pieces really does mean a lot at this top level of chess.
That first move advantage, of course, where you can sway it into the ways that you want, or you can also force draw. You can force whatever you like lots of times with white. What kind of game are you looking for? So excited to see that. No one at the board yet. He's going to try to do what Magnus does to him. Looks like nice.
We can track Hans on the other cameras here.
We know where you are at all times. You can't hide from us.
Oh, nice. The anticipation. It's going to be a thrilling matchup here. I mean, the thing is, we know that these two also are fighting not just with each other, but for the championship as well. They have to make smart decisions. Magnus, the pressure is on because we know how much Magnus will want to win this game, especially with the white pieces, but he's had a moment in this event thus far where he's overpressed. He's looked for more and blundered immediately, like against Artemiev. He can't afford to have that happen here.
Yeah, of course. It's really all for everyone that's watching. in fact, too, as well. It's not just the game, but also all the heat on the game, the stakes. This is very high stakes at the top of the leaderboard as well. Everything relies on this. So you got to really kind of get out of your own head. Psychology, of course, is a big thing, too, as well. Pressure, emotions, even the tension between them. There's just so much that happens when these two are playing. So excited to see kind of what's going to be played. But we still have more chess to be played and also other boards to be looking at too. Just because, we have Magnus and Hans going on. That's going to be a great one. But hey, we have a win on the other boards. That could definitely shift the standings. We'll be saying someone else could be at the top. Anything is likely to happen.
Exactly right. Let's not forget that Artemiev is also a co-leader, and Dominguez, as we see on our screen right here, has jumped up to 7.5 points. And how about a little moment of appreciation for Dominguez, certainly one of the older players in the field, and sitting up there on board number 2 with what is so far a remarkably impressive World Rapid Championship. You just see that skill and understanding and class does not go away.
Arjun here, after coming off a very strong win in a Trumpowski, a very fun opening to play. And all-time controls too as well. Arjun with black here, definitely going to be Tactics Fest here with a young Ardomus as well. So excited to see what they do here, and this could definitely catapult Arjun into the standings. Big shot for him, but also an even bigger shot for Ardomos, who's playing really strong here. Was an unexpected feat from him, especially people probably didn't have him in their top 5. We had an All-American matchup too here. Nice to see Wesley and Ray played a lot of chess together. Cool to see them matched up here at the Rapid Championship.
Yeah, there we see a handshake between Artemiev and Dominguez Perez. Of course, still waiting for Magnus, and there he shows up. The handshake is in the most anticipated match, not just of the round, but possibly of the entire event in the Rapid and Blitz portions. Remember, they can still match up again in the World Blitz Championship, which is happening directly after, but nothing is going to be more important than this game right here.
Here we go. Here we go, chat. Predictions. It's too early for that, but you got to do it anyway. Predict, chat. What you think is going on? What's up, Susie in the chat? I see you there. Code handshake. Let's go. Time for chess. There you go, chat. I see the chat rattling off. Quick draw incoming. You've lost your mind. Insa. Sully, you've lost your absolute. Here we go.
Here we go. E4, E5 is the choice, and it looks like an early jacket off power move here from Magnus. The jacket comes off not 2 moves into the game.
Right, flexing the steps. Look at him.
Maybe an error from Hans. He didn't bring a jacket to take off, so he's been outclassed on move 2 here so far.
Already, jacket off. Your turn. Your move.
All right, we have one of the most common openings in chess here, of course. E4, E5, knight F3, knight C6. The decision just being bishop C4 or bishop B5, and Magnus decides to go for bishop C4, the Italian. And we have a very, very topical position, bottom left of your screen. Keep in mind, the women's section is on top. That's Goryachkina and Mugunzul on board number 1. That's the top left, as well as Humpy Conero against Lei Ting-jae, Zhu Jiner, and Katerina Lacno. And actually, my attention is drawn to the move knight to H3.
Knight H3. Is that a transmission error?
That's an interesting move right there.
What is that? I've never seen this ever. No, that is not a transmission error. Was this like a Scotch gambit with knight H3? I don't know what happened.
Just had to observe that move, which is a little bit unusual, but I guess the knight is coming into F4 and then to D5. So some early developments there in the women's section as well.
No, that's crazy. That looked like that went E4, E5, D4, ED, bishop C4, knight C6, knight H3, which is like, I've never seen that theory. If it works, great. If it doesn't, I mean, this is like, hey, if it works, oh, that was awesome. If it doesn't, I mean, hey, I put it out on H3. So, like, yeah, it's different. Definitely different. That's right. Here. Cool to watch that game. Definitely going to keep my eye on that one.
You called out another game, which is board 3, Arjun against Yez Erdomush. That is certainly going to be a game that we expect to have fireworks in. So we can see that one right in the middle, bottom middle of the bird's eye view right now with the early fianchetto for white. It looks like a game that could definitely get exciting soon. But right now, all eyes on Magnus and Hans Niemann. Although we can't say that anything too exciting is happening yet. One thing is that we just saw a game very similar to this with colors reversed, right? With Hans having the white pieces. He just played Artemiev, and we saw something to the effect of rook e8, bishop e6, some exchanges. Of course, white ended up playing d4, and then d5 was the reaction. Now, it's a little bit different with this pawn on a5 than what we had in that one. I believe the pawn was on a6 there, if my memory is correct. And how about the very classic maneuvers that even if you don't know too much about this opening as a spectator, as a fan watching, I feel like this is something that even the beginners in the chat are starting to say, hang on, I see that every time I watch a Italian game position. Knight d2, knight f1, knight g3, and meanwhile, knight c6, knight e7, knight g6 from black.
Very easy plans, of course, with the knight g6, knight go over to h5 and f4. Sometimes you get bishop e6, rook e8. Like the a5 is the more topical ways of playing. I think Magnus used it even in this last game, as when he was, playing world champion against Jan Nepomniachtchi. The last game with black was an easy draw to be able to secure that last world championship for him. But yeah, easy plans, very easy plans. I sometimes found that white had problems sometimes if you mess up the move orders here, but Magnus not having that problem at all with bishop to b3, maybe going back to c2, and you have some type of Roy Lopez sometimes where you'll see bishop goes to b5, back to a4, around a c2 in this way. So sometimes by transposition, reaching some type of Roy. But, I mean, this is a long game. These are always longer games, not very aggressive. But you do have a lot of play. You do have a lot of play for both sides. It is a nice strategic maneuvering game, as you see a lot of.
So I'll just take this move back for a moment just to explain for a sec, maybe about bishop b3. It might be tempting to play the move d4 because as soon as you have the option to do this, you want to do it. After pawn takes, if pawn takes back, you're looking at this position, you feel you've achieved a lot as white, and in comes the move knight takes e4. Highly thematic, and if you have seen this game, if you play this position with white, that's why you see all these top players drop the bishop back. It's because of this move. If the rook captures, there is d5, and black is going to not necessarily win material, although in this case, you might end up a pawn, but it's not even about that. It's about getting the light square bishop and the isolated pawn for white that gets left behind. And yes, even bishop takes f7 is a great position for black because you're not up material. However, you have bishop to f5. The light squares are dominated, and black even has the open f file. So that's why you see strong players play this mysterious bishop b3. You want to get out of the way of d5, and it's very important to play bishop b3 early. And in this case, c6 has been played, and now we see d4, where, of course, there's no trick involving d5.
This is sort of very similar to the game we just saw with Artemiev here. Lots of trades in the center here. Knight takes e5, takes, takes, bishop e3.
Yeah, if we put the kind of the same idea on the board, remember the knight was on g3, so a few more moves were played, but let's say that knight takes e5 happens. We could take, for example, and take on e4, and this makes good sense for black. That's why you play the move d5. You want to immediately challenge the center, and black's not looking for a game where, for example, white plays d4, and black plays like queen e7. This is not the kind of game you want to play.
It's good to have that knight on f5 too, as well, with the rook on the e file, obviously with queen e7, and ef will be very annoying to face. And you have some type of kingside attack. Also, e5 pawn to be lit up. So d5 on the board. Magnus is contemplating: do I play de, which isn't usually the greatest, but it's very playable. And knight takes e5, liquidating too as well. You even have, I guess, you could play knight g3, and Magnus with the walk away. I mean,
the opposite.
Sorry, Magnus. The opposite. Hans with the move. That's funny. You got Magnus in his hands here. I love the psychological play. Hans just walking around, like pacing.
That is definitely a psychological play, by the way, because standing up and walking around during a rapid game is not usually something you see players do. It's very common in classical chess, but
and if you notice how he does it, he didn't do it to anyone else. You know, I'm playing Magnus here. Let me like do it for the memes and the content.
That's right. And we see the move d5 has given Magnus pause because I think perhaps he's not used to it this early and this direct. The move that maybe people are wondering about is actually e takes on d5. And it's important to point out that after e takes d5 here, if black just takes his pawn back, you're losing a key central pawn. So the whole point is before you recapture, you actually slide this pawn forward, hitting the knight on f3. And once this knight moves, whether it's to e5 or d2, it doesn't matter. You get the idea. You capture back on d5. And yes, this pawn formation is a big improvement, and actually black would have a slight advantage here. So Magnus has to make sure that he maintains the edge. Knight g3 can definitely be played, and almost every variation that we were just looking at for black, you could kind of play the same variation for white there. So we could see knight g3, and I think at this point, taking on e5 is unlikely. So if not knight g3, bishop to g5. Look at the difference in the position. Right? Why has Magnus gone for bishop g5? We have h3 for white, but we do not have h6 for black. So this is standing out to Magnus as a bit of a difference. He's saying, hang on a sec. d5 looks early to me. Let me play bishop g5, pinning the knight, and now taking away all the sting out of knight takes e4. If pawn takes on e4, then the knight can take on e5.
I mean, this is just a clear, move saying, I want to play for a win. There's so many ways that you can capture in the center. ED, knight takes e5, d takes e5. But he's saying, I'm going to play bishop g5 and let you take. In fact, lots of times they say to take is a mistake, right? To take is a mistake, meaning before you capture, you should be asking, is it better for me or better for them? And obviously you have to do that with calculation. But bishop g5 is saying, now you take, or are you going to blink first type of idea here, where bishop g5 is playing for a win, make you think. And now, Magnus, sip of the water, let me walk around. Your move, big fella, bishop g5, I'm playing for a win.
That's right. And obviously the players always looking to compete with one another on and off the board. So Magnus says, oh, you're going to stand up after
you want to stand up?
Move?
Big
you
fella,
thought that was a good move? How about this? I'm standing up now.
Don't make me take my jacket off. Oh, it's already off.
He said, I'm walking around now. Look who's walking. And he sat back down. He had no reason to get up. That's pure mind games.
All mind games. It's on the board and off the board. I mean, we just need to get them some. We need to probably send them a pair of gloves. I think, come on, we should just send them each a pair of gloves signed by both of us to let them know, hey, it's about that time, fellas. It's about that time.
He knows, by the way, when Magnus took off his jacket early on, the chat probably didn't realize this, but obviously you and I recognized that was 1 point for Magnus, 1-0. And then when Hans stood up, he was equaling it 1-1. Now 1-1. 2-1 for Magnus. He got the stand up in, so we're obviously commentating on what's happening on the board, but the chat has to pay attention to the battle taking place off the board currently in Magnus's favor, 2-1.
I mean, listen, we're getting everything we want to hear. We want chess, we want the fighting, we want the psychology, we want the stares, we want the jackets off, we want the hands raised, the fist up. We're getting all of that here every time that they play. So pretty awesome. We get to see that here. Bishop g5, though, impressed by this move. Of course, Magnus is doing Magnus things. Definitely love the bishop g5 move. It puts him in a think tank. It makes him, yes, there's more than, they're capturing here and liquidating the center. I don't want to do any of that. Bishop g5 not only develops a piece, but makes you think and puts the ball back in your court. Are you going to take or not to take? That is the question.
There we go. We have the official mind games.
Mind games.
2-1. We will be tracking that. That's an official metric now, by the way.
Official, 100%.
And it looked to me like Hans was reaching for the H pawn, considering the move H6, which would obviously prompt bishop captures on F6. And I wonder if that is some sort of a temporary pawn sacrifice, or certainly a potential sacrifice of the D pawn, because if the bishop captures on F6, the queen would recapture it. And yes, that D pawn would be hanging. So it looks like Hans is considering that. And that is, by the way, the best move in the position. Other than the move H6, the only other move that seems like it's a possibility is to capture one of these pawns in the center, but the e-pawn is now hanging, and it's a much worse position due to the pin. So h6 feels like the move that Hans is going to play.
It's on the board. h6 is on the board. Slight hesitation there. Always good to just a slight hezzy, and then bishop takes f6.
Yeah, there's no move other than bishop takes knight here that really makes any sense at all. So, of course, it's played in the position. And now the question, are you going to take this pawn on d5? It could be a full sacrifice, take it right away. You could also decide to exchange on e5. But remember, a variation here is if white captures on e5, thinking knight takes e5, I'll take on e5 with the knight. Just remember, after knight takes e5, the queen does not take back on e5, but rather bishop takes on f2 check, that long-range bishop. That's the pressure that the position has, and then you take on e1, and now black would be completely winning. So, of course, we're not going to see that capture, and instead, e takes d5, e takes d4, and I'm expecting either c takes d4 or knight takes d4 here before we learn whether Magnus is going to capture that d-pawn.
It's a great question here. So now the bishop on a7 is always a nuisance. So something like c takes d4 is appealing, but I don't like the iso pawn. I used to love iso pawns, but I try to stay away from them as you get stronger. It's scary. It's the plans are quite simple for the player playing against the isolated pawn, and you need to be ready. So c takes d4. Knight takes d4 obviously is a move, but it keeps that bishop very strong there. I think on cd, I can eventually play something like knight e5, or even bring the knight around to e3, which is the d5 pawn if he chooses to do that. Only thing I don't like is obviously the strong knight coming into f4. That's what happens, generally speaking, when you do get rid of the light square bishop or the dark square bishop from white side. Then the f4 square becomes very appealing for black. So lots of things to think about.
Yeah, and it's important to note that if the pawn takes back after maybe c takes d4, remember, there is knight e3 as a move next to maybe try to capture on d5 with the knight, which would be a little better. I think that Hans has gone for the right idea here of temporarily offering a pawn sacrifice in order to play, bishop e6, rook d8, and knight h4 or knight f4 really quick. So I think this is the right plan for black. While it may be a temporary sacrifice, the activity and the compensation that the black pieces get is tremendous as compensation. So let's jump to the bird's eye view. This game is obviously in progress, but let's get the lay of the land of some of the other matchups here. First wanted to show this position because honestly, the matchup of Goryachkina against Mugunzel, have you ever seen something like that? Look at the position in the top left of your screen. Black is moving like every single pawn here. I mean, this looks like a challenge or something. What on earth is that position?
Yeah, and I was going to say h3. I thought it was a transmission error, but h4, of course. Listen, guys, sack first, think later is what Grandfather Tal says for all of my my brethren out there that love to play aggressive chess. h4 was the first move that we play here. After hg, it's going to be hg, knight f5, and then g4. I mean, literally just pushing everything just to get in there to try to mate. That's a beautiful move, h4. Even stuff like knight h7 comes out to mind, but there's a bishop e6 there. So very fun game. I don't know how they got this opening. I don't know what happened in that game. Like, what is that?
Completely crazy.
Very fun.
Completely crazy in that one. And as the chat is well pointing out, Artemiev is already down 10 minutes. So is it fair to say that Artemiev's up on time compared to usual?
Yeah. I mean, usual stuff. Artemiev down, He's like a Grisha getting away, different type of Grisha. Gets stronger as the time gets lower.
All right, and we see the Irdomush and Arjun game is actually not maybe as exciting as you might have expected. An early trade of queens has sort of taken the air out of that position. But in Magnus's game, I feel that we have to make another appearance here because we've actually seen a full sacrifice of the pawn by Hans Niemann. And now it's become quite clear what's going on. I thought maybe, and we'll just back up for a second, I thought that perhaps black would capture on d5. And just to give an example of what that might look like, if the bishop captured on d5, we might see something like rook d8 and knight e3, knight f4. And it feels like there's quite a lot of pressure here, as well as on h3 with bishop takes h3 and queen g6 in the position. So that's what I was expecting. Instead, we did see a sacrifice, but it's with knight f4 first, and that allowed d takes on c6. Now the bishop is actually much safer, already back on b3, and after b takes c6, knight to g3, and now Hans is down a pawn. Of course, this is completely intentional. You wanted to sacrifice this, but I'm not seeing as much compensation as in the other position because black's missing a tempo on the bishop, and the knight has already reached g3, so this is not as clear-cut as the other variation, in my opinion.
I agree. It's not as clear cut, but we do have a clear plan, I should say. Is you just got to go for mate, and there's nothing else to do here because I am down this pawn. I mean, even look at my pawn structure with pawns on a5 and c6, having 3 pawn islands too as well, down a pawn. Not the greatest here. So obviously I do have the bishop pair with the bishop on a7, bishop on c8, aiming at the king, but it's nothing yet. The queen on d1 defends everything, especially the knight on f3 being usually a small piece to use this advantage of like the queen on f6 and knight on f4. Sometimes you have sacrifices with knight takes h3, but not really possible with the queen on d1 still. Also with the bishop being blocked on a7, it's hard to create something. So, I mean, even it's risky, but it makes sense. A g5, g4 is something to look out for from black side, trying to create something because you need to do something in this case. d4 is kind of loose because the knight on f3. It's obviously defended now, but if we get g5, g4 in, then we're hitting d4. So I like the pawn sacrifice, but it needs to go now. Bishop b6.
All right, we see. Yeah, I was going to say at some point you need development. Remember, white is also thinking of the move knight to e5. Magnus did stand up and walk around, so an official count was kept 3-1 in the mind games.
3-1.
Bishop e6, the last move. There are a lot of tempi that can be won here. The first one that I'm looking at is, I mean, the knight can jump into the center of the board, knight to e5. If you capture on e6 here, if the knight captures back and black plays rook d8, I think it becomes very difficult to defend the d-pawn. One thing that white might want to do is develop the queen, but just as an example, if you play queen to d2, you're walking into a very well-known tactic. Just briefly, I'll show knight takes h3. So if you play queen d2, knight takes h3 is there. This is really common. I actually mentioned this earlier in our broadcast, I think yesterday, when the queen is on f6 or f3 for white, attacking and looking at a knight there. As soon as that knight is not defended, you always have these ideas of sacking on h3 because it takes away the only support that knight has. So as soon as a piece is not supporting that knight, knight takes h3 becomes an idea. So you can't play queen d2 easily, and bishop e6 is the move that's played by Hans. I think the decision now is probably not going to be bishop takes, but rather maybe rook c1 with the tempo on the c-pawn, knight e5 with a similar tempo. Those are the moves that Magnus is going to be considering, and probably the most direct, James, is knight to e4, and if the queen goes to g6, amazingly, knight h4 kind of temporarily almost traps the queen. If you notice, black would never want to do a queen trade on h5, so this would actually force queen h7, which does not look like where that queen wants to go.
And there it is. 94 is on the board, attacking the queen. Nice tempo there. Queen will move away. Again, queen g6, knight h4, defending the mate, hitting the queen, queen h7, and bishop c2. Ugh, that might be scary.
Yeah, I do not like the look of queen g6, queen h7. And what that means is that would you ever put the queen on the e file here? Not very likely. So probably the only square that the queen really has to move to is d8. You could play queen f5. That is possible as well. But it's almost looking like queen d8 could be the best move here. And that just helps to remove the queen from the king side and make Magnus's position a little bit safer.
Magnus have a little bit of time too as well. Seems to be his game having an extra pawn. The momentum, aka initiative, which is time and activity, seems to be in Magnus's favor here, especially if he keeps up the attacking. Chances here are obviously making threats. 94 hits the queen. Queen moves away, we attack it again, and then bishop c2 could follow too as well. Queen d8, yeah, that's not appealing at all, actually. Or queen d7.
Yep. Let's go and check out another game, Mamedyarov against Abdusattorov. I want to say that the other games, Artemiev, Dominguez, and Yez against Arjun, that's board 2 and board 3, which really matter for the standings, are very, very equal, is what it looks like. Maybe a slight edge for Yez, but nothing meaningful from what I can see. So a lot of very, very equal games. This one is yet another one. We see Mamedyarov moving up in the standings. He has a great position here with nice pressure. Rook to e1, rook to e7. However, if we see the move bishop b7, which I think is definitely possible here, it would liquidate. And while I prefer white, I'm not sure that it's a winning advantage. So James, on every board, it feels like it's a super equal position. But Magnus against Hans, Magnus is starting to pull away with that slight advantage due to the pawn sacrifice. So chances for the winner of Magnus and Hans to really jump ahead in the event.
And yeah, of course, a lot of tension there, guys. A lot of tension. Magnus is on the attack, as it is Hans's move. 94 attacks his queen. He's figuring out where to go. As we left, maybe 2 minutes or so ago, it feels like. But his time is still ticking. And he makes a move. It looks like queen d8, or did he go e7? He went to d8. He went back to the
all
house.
The way back. Yep. Looks like he went all the way back to d8, which I think, to his credit, is the best move in the position there. Queen to d8 hits d4. And I think at this point, rook c1 to me is a very tempting move because it's the only piece I haven't really developed. Queen d2 is another move that's playable now that we don't have to worry about knight takes on h3. If you want, you can continue with knight e5, but why would you consider a move like knight e5 with that d-pawn hanging? So I think that white just maintains the solid d-pawn. You want to avoid probably capturing on e6 because it simply brings the knight to attack your own pawn, which is why I'm looking for moves other than that, which is why rook c1 and queen d2 are the ones that come to mind here.
Definitely love a fan. I'm a big fan of development, especially as you like to attack or just do anything in chess, really, but especially as attacking players. Rook c1, just get the pieces into the game. Good stuff will happen when you develop those pieces. So rook c1 is also with tempo, figuring out what he will do next. It is possible to play bishop b3, queen b3, and rook b8, something like that. But it helps me develop too as well. Rook c1 just seems very easy to play. Get a piece in the game, up time, have the extra pawn, looking to convert.
Yeah, if in this position, it looks like Magnus is very close to a move there just by the camera. Knight c5 is also a possibility, but what I don't really like about knight c5 is that it seems to line up for a potential knight d3 in the future, hitting the rook and hitting that c-pawn. So rook c1 I like a little bit more. Maybe now the idea is knight c5, and you can take with the rook. So I will say that whatever pawn sacrifice Hans has gone for, clearly, I think it's now fair to say that it's probably backfired. At best, it seems like maybe Hans can fight for equality, but in terms of generating pressure against the king, I don't think that we're seeing that here, and very likely it's going to be queen takes b3, and it is, and now rook to b8 played by Hans, trying to take that tempo, but I would imagine now either queen c2 to me feels very natural because it covers knight d3, queen c3 hitting the pawn. Okay, it walks into a potential knight e2, knight d5. Like, I really don't want my queen on a dark square, so my instinct is that queen c2 keeps everything defended, but honestly, queen c3 does hit all of the black pawns in the position and defends the critical d-pawn.
Yeah, it's a choice of apples and oranges here. Queen c2, queen c3. Queen c3 does hit c6 and a5, but runs into a potential knight d5 at some point. The knight is annoying on f4, so I would love for that knight to move around, but I don't want to give it away as a tempo. Knight d5 is with tempo. Queen c2, very nice. Gets out of the way, no tempo of knight d5. Hits c6. Doesn't really aim towards the king side. I can't play knight g5 or f6. Here we go. Where did he go?
And that looks like c3.
E3.
E3 all the way over. So he stayed on the third rank, but an important move because if you play knight d5, you're really giving up all attacks on the d-pawn. So knight e6 is being given a blue arrow here because it is a must-play move, and I certainly expect that this will be played by Hans in short notice, and yes, it is. Knight to e6 on the board, attacking d4. If you play, for example, pawn to b3 to deal with the b pawn, then what's going to happen is black's going to probably happily capture on d4. My best guess for this position in terms of the direction that we're going, James, is I'm guessing that black is going to capture on d4, probably with the knight, and Magnus is going to recapture, lose that pawn, but we're going to get a knight against bishop position with a shattered pawn structure for black. Not anything that I would say is completely winning, but I think that Magnus enjoys that position. He thinks he has a chance to outplay his opponent slowly but surely from a positional standpoint.
Definitely love the thing we pointed out about knight versus bishop here is, yeah, you just get an imbalance where you can play for more than a draw. If it was a same color bishops, same pawns, or even up a pawn, it's harder to do that. But having the opposite color or bishop, or even an imbalance with knight versus bishop, seems to be the route here. We also have c6 at the end. So now combination, knight takes d4, knight takes, if queen takes, obviously takes and takes on c6. But if bishop takes, okay, yeah, you're hitting my queen. Maybe I will go queen d2 there, or d3, getting the queen out of the way. c6 still kind of weak, but we do have the imbalance of knight versus bishop to play for a win. We also have sort of, maybe not queenside majority, not just yet. We have to take the c-pawn to be able to do that. But queenside majority is something we could even shoot for with the c-pawn being weak and piling up on this pawn later in the future. Queen d3, rook c2, and doubling the rooks on the c-file at some point too as well. So Magnus has some chances, but not winning.
Okay, now
A4.
the move a4, this is an attempt by Hans to effectively, if he's allowed to just capture and then maybe take a pawn here, he's feeling like his chances are a little bit better to perhaps hold a draw. I'm not sure if that's the truth or not, but that is the idea behind a4. He's recognizing that the a pawn and the c pawn are just going to be targets, so he'd love to exchange that a pawn off and make the position easier to manage. But Magnus does not seem too disturbed by this move. Rook takes c6. That pawn has been hanging for a while. It may be time to simply capture it, or rook c4 defends the d pawn temporarily. And although a takes b3 gets to happen, black no longer is guaranteed to win this d pawn, and the struggle once again continues.
Yeah, a4 is a nice move because it does give you the doubled a pawns if you choose to take, saying, okay, now I have to deal with only doubled a pawns rather than a healthy pawn structure of a and b. Quick glance up at Magnus to see what he's calculating here, obviously as a human, and we do this a lot in your games. You sit there and you kind of glance at your opponent, see what they're doing, what are they thinking about, how are their emotions, how are they looking, how do you feel about this move I just played? A4.
Yeah, I think when I was a kid playing chess, I was never one to look at my opponents, but I always felt that my opponent was looking at my eyes to see where on the board I was calculating. And so I would start intentionally looking at the wrong side of the board. The mind game started as kids.
That is great. I would do the same thing. Rook takes c6 on the board. He took it very fast and with some power there as he hit the clock. Snatching the pawn. Sometimes, it's another intimidating factor is just like mind games. It's actually moving fast and taking pieces hard while hitting the clock. I've seen that. And it just kind of intimidates you. Like, whoa, he played that move hard. It's like the strength of how you play the move says a lot too. Of like, oh, wow, It's a great move. It could be a complete blunder. But because you did it with power and you hit the clock hard, it's...
Well, Yasser Seirawan, Yasser always talks about Garry Kasparov screwing the piece into the board. Like when he does that, you know that he's feeling real confident. But on the board here, we're going to see some simplifications. However, it cannot be forgotten that at the end of all of this, knight takes f3 with a check. The queen needs to move. However, at the end of all of this is going to be an extra pawn for Magnus. The problem is, from White's perspective, that pawn is a very, very easy target. So advantage to Magnus, there is no doubt about it. Knight against bishop and an extra pawn for White. It remains to be seen, though, whether that pawn will be converted into something. But with the time situation the way it is, an advantage for Magnus, with the extra pawn on the board, it has to be said that Magnus is truly the only one with realistic winning chances in this one.
Normal day in the office for Magnus, right? Trying to milk that extra pawn. It's going to take a while. You also have, of course, with this aggressive rook lift on d6, the pieces are very active. I have an extra pawn. And don't forget, we still have some attacking chances. I mean, you can even see wild things happening. Like, of course, we have a very active rook on d6, but we can get the other one on d1. Imagine that rook coming to d5. And then you're looking for sacrifices on the queen side or on the king side at some point. Obviously, maybe a check on a1, king h2. And then something like rook h6 is a scary move to start calculating because it's possible, right? So it is stuff to watch out for. Also, while having the extra pawn, Magnus is looking very good right now.
Yeah, one of the things that I think White wants to achieve is, slowly playing g3, king g2, just to get off of the diagonal there, which would make a lot of sense. Rook to e8, which is actually an interesting move. First of all, using the f8 rook to do the same thing, I think he was feeling that the f7 pawn would need some support. Rook d7 as the next move. You can see that's why Hans used the rook from b8 to go to e8. The knight can be attacked on the next move, something like queen to e5. But again, it's very difficult to just double rooks on the b file and go after the b pawn because you have to worry about your king side as well. I really expect that g3 and king g2 will be played. If White needs to defend this b pawn, rook to d3 is always there. So a very pleasant position for Magnus, and also one without any weaknesses. And that's why it's slowly developing into a better and better position. And after bishop to b8, I am almost certain we're going to see g3 played by Magnus in short order. And there it is, making sure that that escape square is not covered. Dark squared bishop, you want to have a light square for your king. King g2, h4, h5. These moves are all slow, improving moves that Magnus can play in the position. And the knight on e4 does not have to go anywhere because of something. I know it looks weird, but rook d4. It defends the knight, and then you can play rook c4, and everything kind of protects something else. The knight on e4 can remain on its amazingly strong post.
Rook d4 and then f5. Obviously, that's a risky move with the rook on the 7th rank, but definitely something that he could be considering, trying to kick the knight away. Wait, is he standing up? I feel like he was just standing up there. But that was the camera
That was
angle.
Artemiev, and it's a good sequitur to announce that Artemiev and Dominguez on board 2 have drawn their game. Artemiev had the classic 10 seconds versus 10 minutes yet again, but that was a draw in that one.
Okay, that puts him at 8.5 now. And 8 for Dominguez.
Exactly. Artemiev moving further up. Knight to d6 played. So perhaps he didn't like f5. I'm not sure. f5 did not look that scary because queen e1 just took a step forward. But knight d6 played, and Magnus is increasing the pressure. I really can't imagine that this knight does not get captured. I would be shocked. And we'll see if this position is one that you can actually play for a win. That extra pawn is very meaningful. A rook endgame could still be winning. I think that Magnus has amazing practical chances here, and you have to take that knight, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous how strong that knight is, so he absolutely gets rid of it. Then we got the double rook lift here. Interesting. Like, these are such active rooks. When do you ever double your rooks and then bring them that close? So definitely a strange rook lift here. But the king is very safe as the back rank is covered to lift for the king. King can go to g2. And now we're looking to kind of push, even if we push the b pawn, but also put 2 rooks on the 7th rank, which gives us lots of threats, lots of fun. Rook to b8, stopping it for now.
Now, this position is one where this is the definition of risk-free. King g2, h4, h5, rook d3 if needed to watch over that b pawn. This is a position that Magnus can make the slow, improving moves, and Hans has that time, approaching a minute, getting lower and lower. So while I don't see any clear path to a victory, there are a lot of useful moves for White, and Black doesn't really have the luxury of making the exact same moves in his position. So I think this is, from a practical perspective, a really good position for White.
And we also have to call out that Goryachkina has won her game and is currently in the sole lead with 1 round to go. Goryachkina is on a tear.
Yeah, we also can remember that was the game where Black had about 9 pawn moves in the first 10 moves of the game. So a very expected victory once I saw that position. And Goryachkina won a couple games in a row going into that final round, setting herself up to become the women's world rapid champion, pending a good final round result.
Very, very careful pushing your pawns up, guys. So many times. That was a tough game for her opponent, but congratulations. Goryachkina is in a good spot here, but has to keep up the pace. Speaking of pace here, Hans needs to do the same if he wants to stay in this game. Down time, down to seconds.
He's definitely getting outplayed little by little here. Rook, I was going to say rook b8, queen e4 has been played, and that is definitely the best move in the position. Now, Magnus has a very tempting option here, which is, let's just say, to trade everything. Now, the one pawn out here is going to provide great winning chances, and the reason that I suggest just trading everything is because the white rook is not in front of the pawn. The white rook will actually be beside the pawn, and what happens is you're able to bring your king over because the rook supports the pawn laterally. So I do think that some form of rook takes f8 and king f3 with rook back to d3 is going to be very, very difficult. From a practical perspective, I think the winning chances in this rook endgame are very high.
You just have a clear plan as we see it happening now. You bring the king up, slight grimace on Hans's face here, understanding I need to stay around this pawn. As they say, what is it, my system? Aaron Nimzovich is like, keep the pass pawn under lock and key, rook to b4, right in front of the b pawn now, trying to take it. Of course, as you mentioned, rook takes f8, rook back to d3, bring the king around via c3. You just got a game. And now with seconds too, you're having to defend this. Maybe we can, what do you think, chat? We calling this a Magnus win, up a pawn, easy. Right. It's obviously playing for two positions.
I think it is.
Magnus win.
I really think it is. The rook cuts the king off. Take note of that. Yes. So the king cannot cross. Meanwhile, the white king can walk over. If there's a mechanism to try to draw here, Hans also has to find it with 20 seconds on his clock. It really feels like white's plan is clear cut. There's no crossing the d file. The king and the pawn are just going to sort of march up the board here.
Yeah, and as you mentioned here, the rook is cutting off the king from any type of way of getting into this action of the pass b pawn. King c3, king c4 type ideas. You can even try to zigzag and shoulder, and there's the check.
Just to show or to mention what Hans is trying to do in defense, he's saying that when the king joins the pawn, I'll give you a check, and if you try to walk up the board, I'll keep checking you. If the king goes to b2, then I'll play rook b8, and you can't push the pawn without your king beside it. And that's why Magnus has played rook d4. Now we're going to see b4, and then the king's going to inch up the board. And it feels like a pattern that you can pretty comfortably repeat all the way up the board. Meanwhile, on the king side, first of all, the rook is nowhere near the pawns in order to attack them, but the principle of only defending one pawn comes in. And if white plays, for example, f4, h4, all you then need to do is defend the g-pawn once with the rook, and you're completely safe on that side of the board from any king invasion or any rook attacks.
Yeah, and it's good. As you see here, this game was all from an endgame where we got the pawn. We got that extra pawn, grind everything down, go to an endgame, win theoretically one endgame at this point. So very good choice. It was nothing more than a masterpiece from Magnus here as we got that extra pawn, and now we're looking to convert, which seems to be quite easy with the plan that we have. It does take some time, and also Hans is down time.
And Mamedyarov has won against Nodirbek, a very notable result that just came in. Wesley So has also beat Ray Robson. So some results are starting to come in on the top boards, but obviously we're fixated on the top board, Magnus Carlsen against Hans, although it appears that we are now seeing a full conversion here in a totally winning endgame now.
So the Harper now is obviously still advancing. How do we get this b5 up without being checked? That's the next move. So yeah, okay, yeah. Repeat the process. It's hard to get this this pawn to b5 now. King c4. There's check. King b5 check. King there check check. Yeah, he just checks me. Wait. There's this idea, right, with the rook defending the pawn that we zigzag the king up via checks and then come back to like an a6 or b6 and then push b5. It's like a weird, Dvoretzky page 194, something different in here. It's something.
Yeah, the
around those
reality,
lines.
the rook can go to f4 comfortably. It's going to tie the king down. And now what Magnus is going to do is bring the king up all the way, because this pawn's defended, this pawn's defended. There's no weaknesses,
Right.
no targets for Hans with the king or the rook. So the king should zigzag all the way up. And you're starting to see the posture. Magnus is feeling very confident here. He knows the technique. Once the king goes up and the pawn joins, it should be a completely winning endgame, because you can then use that rook to build what we call a bridge. And so perhaps we'll see the attempt of rook f3, but I don't believe it's going to be enough.
Very nice play here. Walking the king up. Pushing the pawn. Beautiful.
I think rook to e4 is the last attempt here. And so that's going to prompt Magnus to move out of the way of his own pawn, but nothing is close to happening. The king is going to keep zigzagging. King b7, making sure the pawn is close enough that in one move it can join the kings for safety. Once the pawn gets to b6, you'll see the exact same idea. The king will move out and then over to b8. The pawn will reach b7. We repeat that pattern all the way up the board. There's absolutely no targets. And then the white rook is looking to shift, for example, to a4 to shield the white king on the a file. And then the pawn will make it all the way up the board.
Should be a resignation soon here. You can see it in his face here. Hans understands, okay, yeah, this one's over. Just gathering himself before resignation.
Yeah, the king is also tied to the pawn on f5, so it can't really participate, and just white king will waltz out, and the rook is actually stationed already to play rook b4. So king c6, king b5, rook b4. The bridge is already ready, and this is absolutely resignable. And I think it's obviously set in and been known for a while for these two, but that's the resignation. And what was kind of a one-sided affair after that early sacrifice in the opening. A win for Magnus Carlsen. He moves to 9 points, defeating Hans Niemann on the top board.
Magnus with the win, and the chat goes crazy, as this was obviously what we wanted to see. We all were waiting for this matchup, and Magnus wins in vintage Magnus style, winning in an in-game there. It seemed very clean, actually, from the opening. Nothing crazy, had no real chances, actually, from Hans. So great play, we should say, from Magnus with a big win.
And straight to the game with the action here. There is actually a rook on the board on a5. The live transmission is much like the Hans game against Artemiev, where there was a rook completely missing, but Yez is winning this position. There is no doubt about it. Up a couple of pawns here, and crucially, the presence of that pawn on a4 means that it's not just the same split pawn endgame. If the chat remembers, the F and H pawns is actually a draw that we've seen now multiple times in this tournament, but the A pawns on the board means that it is 100% winning.
I can't see rook 3 versus rook 1. Dang, how this happened?
This should be a win for Erdomush, and Yu Yang Yi against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, I think also is in Yu Yang Yi's favor with the white pieces. So some results about to trickle in on these top boards, but this is the most critical game that's in progress at the moment. and we can see the position here on the board. If these pawns were not on the board, then we could say that this position is not so clear, right? We've seen that draw with these two F and H pawns before. However, white plays A5 and just keeps that pawn. It feels like you can play rook D7, advance these pawns, and eventually earn a victory because you can sacrifice the A pawn, and black doesn't have time to capture it because of the danger of the F and H pawns.
And taking down Arjun is, clearly a huge feat. He's playing out of his mind this tournament, or almost is. Incredible to see the kid play.
And you cannot use the same drawing technique against these two pawns with these pawns here. It's just not possible because the presence of those pawns means white can abandon certain ideas and then capture the A pawn. So this should be a win. Look at this move, inviting rook C5. You might think it's a blunder with the fork and losing the A pawn, but in comes F5. You've got H7 and rook D7 coming next. This is 100% over. Probably only a couple more moves needed to get the final result in. H7 forces king G7. And then after rook D7, king H8, king G6, I think we have a forced checkmate on the board. So let's see the final moments here. This game is about to end. I think H7 was a more direct victory, but this is very, very easy with H7 and rook A8. Beautiful technique. And Erdomush wins against Erigaisi and is on 8.5 points in the
8.5
Rapid Championship. 8.5.
He's going crazy, bro. He's going crazy. 8.5 is ridiculous in this field. He came to play.
And we're catching the final moments, just the pieces being reset, and what looks like a win for Humpy Conero over Lei Ting Jie. This is a huge result in the women's section. Remember, there is only one more round happening in that one, so absolutely critical over there.
Yeah, everything is shaking up in the standings on that side there. Koryushkina at the top over there. And in this game, see, okay, we got the board up. DGT relay. Queen G7 check. Trade in game. Black up 1 pawn.
1 pawn, but I'm not sure that this is actually winning because this 1 pawn advantage is very difficult to overcome. If the rook moves to D4, for example, white can play rook A5, and there's no such move as C4. So actually, this looks a bit difficult to play. White can maybe play even rook A8 and just sit there and wait in the position. I don't think that the black king will be able to join. I don't think the rook is able to move without losing the A pawn. Even rook D4, rook E4, you can just sit there and do nothing because there's no threat of pushing C4.
Also, look at the king on G7. It's hard to get anything going with pawns on H5 and E5. Very difficult. I have to run my king around the long side of the board, which is now, liable to many checks, and F7 being weak too. In fact, sort of a backward pawn. Hard to create anything if I can only use my king.
We see rook A6 moved, but hovered and let go back on A7. You can do that in chess. Of course, it means he's touched the rook, so he has to move it, but he can still decide on the location.
Touch move. Yeah, probably repeat. They said repeat what?
King E7 shows that he's still trying to win.
Hard
but
to get
after rook
around.
A7, if the rook comes
Right.
back to D7, you are giving up the A pawn here. That's not something you want to do, so it's very difficult to make any progress here.
Yeah, with the king. You can try to walk the king out. You're giving up F7, which is very risky, but he may be going for that. Whoa, that check was terrible. Apparently that's winning. So king D7 check, king C6 you take. Is that winning? Apparently, I guess it is. I guess that's what they're saying. That's crazy, man. Like the C pawn must be super strong or something.
Yeah, king C6, rook takes F7, and the C pawn all of a sudden goes. Remember, if the rook tries to get behind the pawn, Black can also play rook d7 to c7. There's so many ways to cover the c file, and meanwhile the king is absolutely cut off on the d file.
That is a rare case. Usually it's never like that. That's like a rarity here. We're like just pay that. I guess because the center's blocked, the center being blocked like that with the pawns, and then us having the d file too. It's incredible, actually. King's cut off. He goes rook back. You can go rook d7. Rook check. We block and push.
At the moment, rook
That's
d7.
crazy.
If you take, the king just comes over and takes the pawn. So that one doesn't quite work. If the pawn was one step further, then that would be a great idea. For now, rook to c8, and it looks like the king can honestly just kind of waltz straight on in. King e4, king to d3.
In game. He's looking to push there. And there's no, I mean, it's crazy how the pawns restrict the king on e6 and h6 there. F5,
rook takes a3, a threat. f5 just cannot happen. Rook d4, along with many other moves, are possible there. Now, this is the one where I think you have to play king e4. It's the only move that makes sense. And the rook is likely to go back to c8 here. Although we could see rook d6. Rook d6 tried. And now there's an idea where white captures on e6. White plays rook back to c6, sacks the rook for the pawn, and then tries to win with these two pawns. But, you know, black has many moves here. For example, a3 is hanging, and then maybe the f pawn would be hanging after rook f3 as well.
Wait, was rook d5 an option? No, he just had rook c6. Well, maybe. I don't know. Rook d5. My idea is rook c5, but yeah, I just don't want him to go. Wait, he's reaching for the rook. He goes to f3, taking with check.
This looks like the most logical continuation, making sure that those pawns do not stay connected at all. And will we take on a3 now? That's the question after king g4. The other option is to play rook f5. It felt to me like rook f5, capturing e5, capturing h5 made some sense, but it's very logical to take a3 because now you have two passed pawns.
The eval bar didn't like that too much, I guess, because giving up some chances to
the eval bar is going up and down every single move.
Every move, reps, bro. Reps from the eval bar here. Apparently that was not the move. I mean,
h6, rook a1, by the way. Hanging the entire rook there. You hang the entire rook because of h7 and h8. You cannot stop the pawn when the rook's on a3. So rook a1 played very quickly in order to catch that pawn. But it feels like at this point, the king can join rook c7, rook a7, and try to take the a pawn.
Oh, and the king is inside the box of the c pawn. That makes a lot of sense here. A lot going on. Wow, that is incredible. Nice save from Yengi.
This is looking much more like a draw here, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, with only 7 points at the moment, really needed a win out of this one. h7 played, of course, to distract the rook.
Do check first or get behind the pawn.
One additional wrinkle is that rook a5 and rook h5 is available there. So that changes a few things, because then white queens and has queen a8 takes on a4 in order to fully secure the draw. So rook h1, I don't believe is working, which is why we see rook g1 check first. But that allows the white king to actually make it back towards the pawn, king f3, which is very, very important. This move, I'm surprised there's no blue arrow, is 100% necessary in the position.
Yeah, we had to check. Stop that rook blocking idea. Then we're going to bring our rook to the H file and end up sacrificing. Maybe king. Oh. Hesitation. 17 seconds. Got to move.
It's down to less than 10 seconds.
King F5.
Incorrect move, king F5. King D6
Wow,
from Maxime. King
crazy.
D6,
Winning.
completely
D6.
correct. And why does this matter? If you take this pawn, then rook C4, there's also rook C7.
Takes push. Oh my goodness. That's why it's wow. King D6. What a move. Now you could take and bring the rook around. Crazy. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. Ooh, wait, did he flag? No, he
Second on
didn't.
the clock, he made that move.
1 second on the clock.
King G6. It's barely staying on the square. The move C2 looks like it wins the game here.
C2 check and you run the king anywhere, really. C2. Rook A6, king C7. Rook takes, queen, check, takes. Yeah.
Now, it's very delicate to escape these checks here.
There it is. It's on the board. King C7.
King
We're
C7.
queening.
Making sure there's no way the rook gets behind the C pawn. And the white rook finds itself useless to prevent the C pawn from queening. Meanwhile, the black rook doing exactly what it needs to do.
Resignation. He's about to flag here. There it is. Whoa.
King
MVL.
F3 not played by Yu Yang Yi. And a really critical blunder there with King F5. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave moves to 8 points and at least keeps his contention alive, grabbing the full point there, James.
MVL gets it done. Of course, the time was an issue. When you have time pressure, I mean, it's just tough to play these in games very accurately. Classical game, 30, 40, 50 minutes on the clock, much easier to do. MVL with a big win there. Take a look at this standing, or the section pairings here. What happened? We'll look at the standings in a minute. Magnus with a big win over Hans there. We watched that one. We really didn't have any trouble that whole game there. Then we saw Artemiev and Lanier with a draw, and then some more wins all the way down. Only draw was Artemiev. Ardomos beating Argent. That's crazy. Magnus with 9. Looks like he's going to face Ardomos. Wow, that's probably exactly what's going to happen because he already played Artemiev. Been a lot of 8s down there with still 2 rounds to go. That's a lot that can happen in the standings. Big shakeups there. Even someone down there like Shaq and Madirov all the way down there still put up some big numbers in these last 2 rounds. Goryushkina winning, putting her in sole lead right now. Humpy from India beating Lei Ting J. That puts her right at the top 2 as well. Katerina loses to Zhu Janir here. The Mazichuk sisters did not do what they came to do. One with the draw, one with the win. And then Stefana and Tanetta actually loses as well. So 8 at the top. 8s looking great. The great 8s. Anything can happen with 1 round left. This is where everything comes down to the wire, to the line. If you're on the other side of the page, unfortunately, it's not there for you. But if you're on that first side, I mean, there's a lot of ifs, ands, and what happens, what if that, what if this, what if that. We're going to see that. We're going to spend a lot of time on the women's section here as this is their final round. We will have a champion in the women's section after this next round. So we're going to take ourselves a break. Make sure you guys just, calm down, get ready, because we definitely have some big games up coming ahead after the break.
Sadly, I cannot beat anybody like this anymore.
I don't use it anymore. Nobody's going to fall into it.
Maybe the trap that I learned was not that big of a trap.
Honestly, it worked like a pretty long time. I was like, guys, maybe we should start picking up on what's happening here,
Yeah, I know this one. I remember this because it's so vivid. I was playing my first inter-school tournament and a friend of mine who was a very good player told me that if your opponent repeats the Petrov, at that point I didn't know it's Petrov, but if he takes this, you can put your queen here knight goes back, and you give a check and you win the queen. This was the first trap that I learned, and for years I was of the opinion that knight f3, knight f6, knight takes pawn. You have to play d6. Knight e4 is a mistake. But turns out the modern engines now have say that this is playable after queen e2, queen e7, queen e4, d6, d4, takes. This position is actually not so bad for black. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, Harika played it in one of her games in classical chess. So yeah, maybe the trap that I learned was not that big of a trap.
Hi, I'm Carissa, and this is the first chess trap that I ever learned. I'm gonna explain to you guys today Scholar's Mate. So we start with e4, black, play e5. Flip e4 is to get this bishop out. So bishop goes to c4. Let's say black plays like knight c6. Now white can go queen h5. Now maybe black's like, oh, that queen's so far out there. Like, let me get a bite of it. Plays like knight f6 to attack the queen. Then you could take on f7, and that's checkmate. Yeah, I won like a bunch of games like this when I was in first grade at my elementary school chess club.
How long did the trap work for you?
Honestly, it worked like a pretty long time. I was like, guys, maybe we should start picking up on what's happening here, you know? But it gave me a huge boost of confidence in my chess club. And then I won the prize for like best first grader. So, I know.
What was the best prize that you ever won doing Scholar's Mate? Have you ever Scholar's Mated someone to like win the tournament?
Oh, no. I feel like, once you're past like 200, you stop falling for Scholar's Mate.
Yeah, when I was a kid in the year 2000, like basically if you're born before 2000, you're like a normal person, and if you're born after 2000, like I don't even understand how that's possible. I'm born in 95. So when I was a kid, I learned this trap. I would start with pawn to e4, and they would respond the symmetrical, e5, most normal way. I would develop my knight, attacking the pawn. They would develop their queen's knight to c6, defending the pawn, the most common chess position like forever, literally, since the inception of chess. And then here I would develop my bishop, and I'm just like ready for some development of one of these two pieces. This is also known as the Italian game. When I was 7, I don't think I knew that. And then my opponents would develop their second knight, which is what you're supposed to do, also conveniently attacking the pawn. Then I would be like, they're so stupid, they fell for my trap. Knight to g5. What I didn't know, ignorance is bliss when you're 7 years old. All of this has been studied up the ass. Like there's just dozens and dozens of moves you can memorize here, but not when you're a 7-year-old who's rated 700. You attack this pawn, and they block it, and so you take, and they're supposed to move their knight here. They can also play pawn to b5. There's all sorts of moves, but most people just take the pawn back. And they think that's the end of the story, but you actually sacrifice your knight. This is called the fried liver trap. They take with the king. Now you attack the king and the knight at the same time with your queen. And the best move for them is to bravely walk the king into the center of the board. White is still doing well here. You keep pressuring this knight and you keep attacking. But a lot of people would fall for this trap. In my very first tournament, I won my very first game like this. My opponent walked the king to safety, only to discover that the king is not safe at all. And I probably beat that child, and they never wanted to play chess again. Good, chess is cruel. Sadly, I cannot beat anybody like this anymore, but that's the fried liver trap.
Hi, my name is Tawny, and this is the first trap I ever learned. I'm going to teach you. So, as black, when I was younger, I used to play the Owens defense. This is b6, bishop b7, early fianchetto. White would take the center, and the bishop would go to b7, bishop goes to d3. Sometimes the knight can go to c3. And many people here would actually go f5. Idea to attack the pawn in the center, and then if the pawn takes, then there's bishop takes g2. But watch out, because of queen h5, and then because of the king is checked, right? And black was trying to trap the rook. Now we have to defend. The pawn keeps taking. You can't take back because this will be checkmate. It's like double checkmate. And so basically now black would be losing because the knight will come out. And then there's this really, really nice move here. Pawn takes h7. And it might seem that you go g7. Now the knight takes the queen. And then you promote to another queen here. But this wouldn't be as efficient as if, I'll go back to the original position, if you take on h7, and then after knight takes, you go bishop g6 and check. So really, really cool trap.
It's a sick trap. I never,
Yeah.
like, you're the first one to explain that trap.
I mean, I don't know.
My name is Jules Gambit, and I'm going to teach you the first chess trap I ever learned the hard way. This was during my first tournament back as an adult. I was playing a classical game. I thought I was very, very clever. So it was, I believe it was black move here, here, and then I got hit by the, the very fun. And what was going through my head, I was like, wait, but this is the Rosalimo, like, this is theory, And it was not. I ended up having to lose my bishop.
So white goes d4. This is actually a bad trap because it just gets worse if white doesn't fall into it. So you give up a pawn, you place the bishop here. Okay, white makes a developing move. You give up another pawn, and you give up a knight as well. So white, like the hope is that white takes here, just pads here and takes here. And now the point is you take here, white takes here, and you take the queen. And the funny thing is, even after the trap, okay, black is of course winning, but it's not as easily winning.
Really? Why is it not as easily winning?
Because for the queen, white still has two pieces, and at an amateur level, I think that can still save a lot of games.
Hi, I'm Divya Deshmukh, and I'm going to teach you the second trap I ever learned. The first one is queen f1 mate, so I'm not teaching you that. So it goes with e4, c5, d4, cd4, c3. You take, I think, yeah, knight c3, knight c6, knight f3, d6, bishop c4, knight f6, e5, knight e5, takes. I've won like a million games with this. And now you take bishop f7. This is the trap. So king f7 and queen d8. Queen up. I don't use it anymore. Nobody's going to fall into it.
Welcome back, guys, to the FIDE World Rapid Championship. It's time to crown our women's champion. I am FIDE Master James Cantor III here, joined by Grandmaster Amon Hamilton. We got to look at some pairings. Ambo, hey, it's time. We're going to crown the women's champion today. And, of course, the guys have another round.
That's right. Yeah, we have the, first of all, the pairings in the open section. Not the final round, but the penultimate round. And very important, Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces in the lead right now is playing Erdomush, the youngster who has been performing exceptionally well. Artemiev, who has been leading for so long in the event, is on board 2 against Sindarov. MVL against Wesley. Hans is playing Mamedyarov. Shimanov against Lenier at 8 points. And we do have Jan Nepomniachtchi, who has won a couple games in a row and brought himself back up into the top 6, but truly at 7.5 points, does not have any chance at the gold medal contention, as Magnus has 9 points and will surely look to increase that.
Absolutely. Even the draw keeps him up there at the top here. Goryachkina looking to take it all, basically, with a win here. We have 3 players with 8. That is Goryachkina, Humpy, and Zujinir. A win there is saying, I'm at the top, come and get me. It could be tiebreaks. Tiebreaks are possible. Then we have to look at our tiebreak format again, once again, all the way down. Then we have some other players here that can just get 8, but 9 is where it's at. Even 8.5 could do it, but a win is going to send someone over to the top.
Yeah, it's actually, it's really interesting how the pairings in the women's section have kind of taken shape for this very final round. Obviously, Zhu Jin'er against Tan Zhongyi, very familiar and friendly with one another, both being from China. But yeah, what I mean about the pairings is that the 3 players who have a chance at first place are not playing one another. There's no pairings, no matchups. And I'm trying to think, but I don't think that they've all played each other already. So it's a bit of a unique situation. You'd almost always expect them to play one another. So I'm just not sure. Have they all played one another, or is this just a funky last round pairing?
Yeah, just got word that they have all played each other. Like, yep, they all played each other. Nothing we can do about it. So, but it is definitely how it goes here, especially when players have the same score. You just got to pair them with somebody else. That's what's happening here. So maybe someone has a quote unquote easier pairing, but at the end of the day, if I'm that easier pairing, you might want to don't underestimate them. Right. At the same time, this is the last round for the women here, so someone will be crowned the champion. We're just gonna always just it locked in. I mean, she never. I don't think she has another expression. In fact, always it's just you love to see it. She comes to play her best chess here, and it's showing still today. Will she win this final game? Who knows? But we will see. The black pieces don't want to really take any risk here, but we want to take what we can and go from there.
Yeah. Also, want to mention that Atalik on the screen right here on the left side. Atalik is actually also, much as I was talking about Lenier in the open section, also one of the older participants in the event. So a really, really strong performance to end the event on the top board. And even though we've been talking about 3 of the ladies that have a chance to win the event, as they are leading with 8 points, obviously, because of this unique situation where all of the players with 8 points are playing players that have 7.5 points, it means technically, James, they can all lose. And if they all lose, it's possible for some of the underdogs in these pairings to actually win and then put themselves in that first place position. So it truly is a situation where there are 6 players that are truly in contention for first place in the event.
It's like a situation where literally anything can happen, and it is possible for a tiebreak, and even Armageddon is possible too. So we'll see here if ladies are going to fight and duke it out here in the final round. Nerves are heavy, but chess needs to be played. Got to control yourself, stay calm. What got you this far? We got to do it one more time. Game's about to start. Chad, do we have any predictions? Anyone going to take it clean? Do you think we're going to have a clean one here? Or do we have some tie breaks? Everyone loves some tie breaks, but who knows?
Yeah, the World Rapid Championship for the Open is going to be decided next round. There are 2 more, but our focus is going to be on the women's section here to start things off, because we are ultimately going to learn who is the champion as the action gets underway. Top boards in both sections, and we see knight f3 and d5 here as we go to the bird's eye view, James, and a lot of important results still to come.
And then here we go. We have a knight f3, d5, c5 type of idea. This is sort of Kali-ish, actually. It's a fun opening play in all kind of controls. a6, that is a rare line that is really annoying to Kali players, actually. Yeah, I agree. Just get up with standard development, knight to c6. Sometimes you even go f6 and e5 to shut down that bishop. Let's see what line she actually chooses. And we still have the Magnus game up at the lower left, too, as well, to see. Got a classic Roy Lopez.
Yeah, we have all of the matchups underway, notably bottom middle of our screen. MVL against Wesley So has gone into that Berlin endgame, which we know is
we're not going
very,
over there.
very drawish.
Yeah, we're not going over there. Don't even like that. That game.
Also, Shimanov Dominguez. What about that one, James? Does the exchange Slav interest you?
You know what? Let me think about that. It's going to be a hard no.
So James is vetoing the exchange Slav of Shimanov Dominguez, vetoing the Berlin endgame of MVL and Wesley So. And what else do we have here?
Yeah, those games we won't go look at all unless there's a win. Other than that, yeah, Neiman Shack there. Okay. Zoo and Tan. A lot of pieces developed in that game already.
One of the things that's worth noting about the women's section is that because none of the leaders are playing each other, what we actually have is a situation where you start to actually pay attention to the pairings, and some of them are more favorable than others, right? Tan Zhongyi is by far the toughest pairing for Zhu Jin'er, right? Zhu Jin'er is one of the leaders, but Tan Zhongyi, 2,500, significantly higher rated than the 2,300 Savitha or Atalik on boards 2 and 1, respectively. So definitely a situation where I think that Zhu Jin'er kind of got the, you could say the short end of the stick a little bit on this pairing, but obviously you just got to take whatever pairing shows up in front of you.
And of course, Zhu is much earned playing Tan Zhongyi too as well, because Zhu's just been tearing through the field. I mean, she didn't lose a game. Just incredible play, going off at the top of the leaderboard for a long time, and now she's playing Tan Zhongyi. So well deserved in a way. You're like, oh, you're winning. You know what? Give them the best you got. It's kind of the thing here, and yeah, it's a compliment in a way, but also you do have to fight like you've never fought before here in the final round to really try to take this thing.
All right, well, let's focus on the women's section right here. Reading the chat, obviously everyone wants to see Magnus, but we have to respect Magnus's wishes. I think he made it clear he doesn't want the camera on him. We all saw that clip. And so, we just have to respect that here this round and focus on the women's section. So we'll go ahead and do that and start with Ekaterina Atalik against Goryachkina. Let's have a look at this position because it's a very interesting way to start the game. B3 and bishop B2, right? This is definitely not a top opening. And then immediately with knight e5, what do you make of this, James? Because, we could see development. Knight d2, bishop d3, castles, but an ultra direct knight e5 into the center of the board. The intentions are known. Do you think that Atalik is just absolutely going for it here? Are we going to see a potential f4 to support the knight behind it?
I think she is all absolutely going for it. This idea here stops any type of bishop f5. Well, not stops, but bishop g4 is never happening, obviously. A bishop f5 can still be played. Maybe she's going for that to stop a potential bishop d3 because my next plan is moves like a3, bishop d3, knight d2, castle f4, and just go for mate. One of those openings that are very fun to play, especially in faster time controls. You can play them in all, but your plan is very clear. We do want to just go for the kill here. And we do have a capture on d4 first to not allow a dc5. E takes d4, and now let's see what Goryachkina comes up with next.
Yeah, I'll just back up a couple of moves to mention a few things about the opening. Black played the move a6 here, which seems unusual. Why would you move a pawn when you could develop a piece? However, if Black plays knight c6, it is very standard here for White to actually include bishop b5 before bishop b2. And if you play a6 now, this is a position that you can play d3, knight d2, in a very, very solid position for White with targets thanks to these double pawns. So this is something that usually you want to avoid, and a6 has become standard in order to deal with that. d4, and we saw knight e5, and finally capture on d4, followed by bishop to f5. We can see the idea. It's going to be e6, and in my opinion, Goryachkina can be very satisfied with the opening of this game, and that's because the bishop has reached the f5 square. If the bishop was on c8, James, I would say bishop d3, castles, and White has an amazing attack. But as we can see here, this bishop will not earn the d3 square without an exchange. And Black will just play rook to c8, bishop e7, castles. There's great pressure on the c file. And it seems like the bishop is either going to go to e2 or on d3 where it's going to get exchanged. And I really don't see anything wrong with Black's position.
Yeah, you'd love to have, aggressive and fun type positions where you're actually doing a lot of attacking. For instance, the move g4 from White here will be very fun to play. But if we're not able to get the type of attacking chances we're looking for in the Kali here, then none of this is a failed opening. But Black's fine is what we say. Black's just fine. Black's able to consolidate or make trades and play for two results sometimes. So it depends. Knight d2 is on the board, could still play g4, h4. I've seen that happen a lot in these Takali type setups with the bishop on f5. Usually Jobava is too if a bishop's on f4, but bishop's on b2 is a little bit different. But knight d2, Goryachkina's move. How is she going to respond is the question. Bishop e7, bishop d6. I remember bishop d6 and knight e7 around to the other side of the board being an idea. But you still have to be careful.
Yeah, if you played the move, for example, bishop e7 here, just to put a move on the board, and White develops with bishop e2, because I don't really know if bishop d3 is the plan, then you also have to remember taking on e5 and just jumping into the middle of the board. Like Black is doing perfectly fine here with rook to c8, queen c7. There's no danger. The bishop is actually blocked by White's own pawn on e5. So I think that Goryachkina has a lot to be happy with here. And actually, knight takes e5 has been played immediately. I think we're going to see knight e4. Okay, so it's the exact thing that I just showed, except played initially.
With a small tempo difference there, because now g2 could be hanging, as the bishop on f1 can't really move away. So this was not the Kali that Black was looking for, or that White was looking for, in fact. Usually you want that aggressive type of setup where you can sacrifice and do some kingside attacking. Now, Black's just fine. Black's doing well. Whoa, I had a switch up here. Whoa!
Yeah, we're moving over. Covering these leaders here in the women's section. Knight to g4 was played, and Zhu Jiner now has the opportunity to play knight takes d5. You see that blue arrow. Let's take a couple of steps backwards here in this one. The move f4 was played, and that might look strange because you see f4 and you're thinking to yourself, well, hang on a sec. Why am I giving myself a backwards pawn on e3 for no reason at all? But f4 is played, threatening f5, trapping the bishop. The blue arrow indicating bishop g4, the only move not played. Instead, knight to g4. And now let's show knight takes d5 and obviously why this move works. It's very simple, actually. If the pawn takes, you lose the queen behind it. The knight also defends e3, by the way. And if bishop takes on d5, queen takes g4, you have e4, e5 coming with double tempo on the bishops, not to mention f5, f6. So this is a clear mistake in the opening from Tan Zhongyi. And we were just talking about how this might be the most unfavorable pairing, but I'll tell you what, James, it is the most favorable position.
Yeah, favorable, unfavorable pairing. Watch this, right? You know, knight takes d5 on the board is very, very strong here. Highlighting the fact that bishop kind of overloaded in a way. Knight takes d5, bishop takes queen g4. Very, very strong. Scary stuff. Lots of nerves, I believe.
It really is the case, James, that you kind of have to be thinking tactically here, because to be honest, it's not difficult to calculate once you see it, but you need to even see the idea of knight d5 in order for it to work. So absolutely.
4, knight d5.
There you go. What a move.
There it is.
Brilliancy duly awarded here.
So queen b8, I was thinking, and now I guess you do like f5, bishop d5, queen g4. Well, no, f5. There's bishop h2. So you have to be accurate still.
Yeah, let's put a queen move on the board. Perhaps instead of queen b8, queen a5, just to actually hit the knight with the queen as well. The reason that I think that Zhu Jin'er was spending so much time is knight takes d5 is a move that white is looking at thanks to the rook. And it's easy to calculate bishop or pawn takes on d5. The difficulty is actually queen a5. And now there's really only one move that's playable. When you think about it, maybe it's not that difficult because this is a threat and you've got a hanging knight. But to see this all does take some calculation, and Zhu Jin'er did a great job with it. h3 would be the move that needs to be played here. Knight e3 is not possible. And if black takes back on d5, no matter what, we're going to capture on g4.
Beautiful. Beautiful here. As you missed that one. You could see a queen b8 to try to stay on that diagonal. Yeah, it's really only two moves, actually. I mean, okay, you could take the knight. You could play queen c8, but that doesn't make any sense.
So yeah, it appears that in this one, white has a dominant advantage early on. Tan Zhongyi could also go even further wrong here. Queen a5 was just played. h3, a blue arrow, but played immediately by Zhu Jin'er.
So it takes hg4. Yeah, really strong idea here because f5 is going to be even stronger. It's just going to be annoying. f5, f6 is a plan. I mean, look at the pawns. Look great in the center there. One thing to watch out for is, okay, the grab and go type of thing is a2 is hanging, I guess. You know, like if you want to grab a pawn, I guess you can have it. But, you know, not the greatest pawn to be capturing, but it is a pawn.
Maybe let's take a look at the bird's eye view, which will also let us keep an eye on what's happened in the open section. And I mentioned that because we have some results. This is very common. You know, in case you're new to following chess tournaments, near the end of the tournament, a draw, especially a quick draw, is very common in those last rounds. Especially you'll see players with the black pieces a bit more willing, maybe knowing that in the final round, they will hopefully get the white pieces. So the players are looking to secure prize money, placement, and not assuming too much risk. So draws become increasingly popular. And look at this. We didn't want to take a look at Maxime versus Wesley in that Berlin endgame. Canty said no. We didn't want to look at that game between Shimanov and Lenier Dominguez Perez in the exchange Slav. Canty said no. They're already drawn.
Already drawn. It was like, yo, bro, let's just go get some. We done. You know what I mean, right? And he knew it was coming. So the opening choices, super quick draws all around. But big games in Griechkina and, of course, Carlsen, Nardomos.
Yeah, that game is very much in progress. Magnus still fighting. And of course, Erdomush is also enjoying the white pieces, right? So he's not necessarily too interested in just going for a draw. Artemiev and Sindarov also drew their game. So really, because of all these draws here, we're starting to get in a situation where Magnus winning here puts him in a very, very good spot, right? He would be, I think, now officially 1 point clear of the entire field if he wins this game, which all but guarantees that he would become the world rapid champion. So Magnus has a lot of information knowing that these games have completed around him, and that changes things going forward.
I think Magnus understands that too as well. You know, he wants to play his best game here, playing with the black pieces, focus, look for any inaccuracy that we can try to exploit. But you are playing a kid that is very strong, getting better, and also playing, fearlessly. He's made it all the way here to play on board 1 against Magnus here. So he's playing incredible chess, and you cannot underestimate the kid's game. As he's playing really, really good chess today. But Magnus is like, yeah, I'm not gonna just give it up so easy, and I have my own chances too as well. You're going to have to be precise. You're going to have to, win all three formats here. Is in the opening, middle game, in game. You're going to have to beat me everywhere, and on clock too as well. So bishop a6. We're looking for a slight trade there, weakening of the e4 pawn as well.
Yeah, indeed. This looks like there's really only. Let's jump over to the Magnus game in the open section just briefly to take a look. It's really the only one of the only top games that's still going, other than Hans Niemann. Bishop a6, you mentioned, was just played. These guys are still fighting here. Not every game has ended in just an immediate draw, and I think that just looking at the position here, nothing decisive, but I do feel that when Black's playing moves like Bishop a6 and the Rook is taking back, for sure Black is not. I mean, Black just can't be better. Rook to b1 is happening. The quality of the pieces for White is definitely marginally better than the ones in Black's position. White needs to watch out for the e-pawn, which is why Queen c2 was just played, in order to defend e4 and also put pressure on c6 in the event that these pawns in the middle are exchanged. Now, a common move to get rid of a knight on f5, James, is g6. But g6, you also invite knight h6. So it's not clear that Black wants to do that. And for that reason, maybe this knight is a bit more annoying than you might think. However, Queen c7, maybe he's looking to just double rooks on the b file and kind of ignore what's happening over there.
I also like the fact that c4 is a nice square for anyone to grab, really putting something on c4, preferably if I'm Black playing here. Would love to get a knight to c4, hence I did like the move bishop a6 to try to get rid of some of the light squares, or try to gain control over some of the light squares, getting rid of that light square bishop. So now rook takes, we may see knight takes, threatening stuff like knight to c4, which is a very strong knight there on the c4 square. So we'll see.
Yeah, important to fight for that square there. And remember, as you start to potentially recapture on b1, then your e-pawn hangs. So you need to be careful here as White not to rely too much on rook takes b1, for example, and much more important to just exchange first. Or maybe give up the file entirely, but then I don't really understand the move, rook to b1. So I think we're going to see rook takes b6. That would be my guess, unless we see a move like knight g3 just to add more support to the pawn there, because I don't think that we want to exchange. That would hand over the c5 square to Black's pieces. So I think we can leave this one for now. It looks equal. We might get a draw on this board the way that some of the other games have finished, but it certainly won't be as quick. The players are going to play quite some moves and continue fighting as we rejoin the women's section and ultimately take a look at these top boards that are going to decide our champion for 2025. Let's jump right into Zhu Jin'er against Tan Zhongyi, the biggest advantage that we can see on any of the top three boards. And Queen a4 was just played here. Bishop e1 put some pressure on the queen. Queen a4. My first thought here is, does Bishop c2 just win a lot of material? I'm wondering if this queen has enough squares, right? Queen d7 loses the bishop.
Queen b5, I guess, is the only way. A4, there's queen B4, knight E4. Jeez, that's just GG.
Okay.
She cooking. Where did this
No,
come from?
this might be completely over. Queen takes B2. There's just rook B1, and you're winning the knight. And as you pointed out, queen A5 or queen B4, there's definitely going to be not only a knight discovery, but maybe something with F5 as well, hitting the queen. And for example, knight E4 would also hit that bishop. So I actually think it's fair to say after the move bishop C2, by the way, queen B5, A4 is on the board. Black is going to lose the queen or lose a piece here. And that could put Zhu Jin'er in an amazing position to at least contend for tiebreaks for first place, if not win outright.
This is a miniature. 20 moves. 20 moves here, up a piece. Rook B1. I guess she's saying I'm going to get what I can for it, but what else are we getting? Oh, she's going to go get E3. Okay, yep. I see it. She's going to go get E3. But wait, can you even do it? Yeah, I guess you can. I was trying to go rook B3 and be a little greedy here, but rook B1, queen C3 is the move.
Let's put that line on the board. Rook B1, queen C3. We'd love to play rook B3. It's not possible, so rook takes B6. Queen takes on E3. And you can see after bishop F2, queen takes F4. Maybe it's not so simple. Weirdly enough, rook F2 might be the correct move to save the pawn. But if not rook F2, I think perhaps king H1 is a little bit more reasonable to play. So at least the queen doesn't capture on F4. But it's not as clean of a win as you would want here for white. However, it's a full piece, and white has a massive advantage here. And Tan Zhongyi is just honestly playing for tricks at this point and trying to take as many pawns as possible.
She's trying to take as many pawns as possible. Her queen takes E3 is with checks. So at least I get 2 for the piece. Trying to catch a third too, but you just said enough.
Yeah, queen takes E3, I think is the move. The one thing I'm looking at actually is queen takes E3, bishop F2, queen takes F4, G3.
Oh man, that is nasty. Did I just lose another piece? Queen F6,
queen G5.
Queen G5, yep. Rook takes.
We take on D6. Bishop takes G4. Pretty much the only move. The queen is hitting D2. So I believe that you have to play queen. Well, it looks like you have to play queen C1. But then, you know, am I kind of getting ahead of myself? This is completely winning, right, James? Like I'm just want to make sure.
Right? 2 pieces. I gotta be winning, right? I got 2 of them.
I'm just nervous about bishop F3, queen H5 if this knight moves away, and I'm worried about rook E2. I mean, it's 2 pieces. It's crazy. I'm even like having doubts here, but
it's
I think
all on
this
the board.
Is why...
It's all happening right now. It's all happening.
Okay, it's on the board. What a wild position here.
It's all on
Initially,
the board.
I thought bishop F2 was no good because of queen F4. You're losing all your pawns, but G3 makes you think, how is black not completely and 100% dead lost?
Yeah, you got to try that queen G5 idea. Bishop takes G4. She's going for it. It's all happening. Queen G5, rook takes D6, bishop G4, queen C1. There are some slight chances for black still, some scary stuff. For instance, a rook C8 being a move, but it should be just okay for white. I guess we're kind of tangled up. Like, I get it. We are kind of tangled after queen C1 without giving some material back.
And just to give the full context to everyone watching, the reason this is so critical is because paying attention to the other 2 games between Savita and Humpy Koneru, as well as Atilik and Goryachkina, you can see, first of all, the evaluation is not in Humpy's favor at all. Even white is slightly better, and Humpy has less than 4 minutes on the clock. Goryachkina in a fairly equal position, also down on the clock. It will be very tough for Goryachkina and Humpy to win with the black pieces from those positions. And Zhu Jin'er, up against the toughest opposition, has the white pieces and is up 2 pieces at the moment. So this truly could be the difference and why Zhu Jin'er is on her way to becoming the women's world Rapid champion.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, she just absolutely started demolishing in this game here. Got one piece, got a second. Now she's looking to convert. And as we see
Yeah,
on
I really
the
like
bird's eye
the-
view here, guys, looking around the board.
I really like the treatment of the game by Zhu Jin'er so far. Meanwhile, it has to be said, Atalik and Savitha are playing really well in their games, holding their higher rated opponents, defending champion Humpy to pretty much no advantage to speak of. Magnus, I'm not saying he's taking control of that game, but I do think the position is definitely in his favor. He's also got a maneuvering position against a younger opponent, which is probably the best place to be rather than an ultra tactical position where you feel that the younger players might even have the edge.
So all about balance there with those. Balance with the time, balance with who you're playing, balance with what you're comfortable with. Too, as well. Games are heating up though. Zhu waiting for a move here. She's thinking about Queen C1. I guess maybe even Knight F3. Weirdly enough, and then moving the bishop out of the way to defend. Thinking of a few things.
That's right. Hans against Mamedyarov is also in progress. It looks to be quite equal, but my tendency is to prefer the position, honestly, that Hans has, just because the c6 and h5 pawns are a little bit weak, and we can maneuver with knight f4 and knight d3. So yeah, I feel that Hans is in a pretty good spot, maybe despite the evaluation, not thinking it's too much, as well as Magnus in a very good position to certainly not lose the game. And if he wins, I think that might not 100% on the spot make him the world rapid champion, but give him incredible chances, because he would be a full point ahead of the entire field. And I'm looking at the position of Humpy Conero in the women's. Maybe we can jump there for just a second. She needs to come away with a victory here, honestly, because it looks like Zhu Jin'er is going to manage exactly that. This is the final round for the women's section. There is still one more to play in the open. So obviously our attention is on finding out who is going to be the world rapid champion in the women's section. Bishop e3 just played. Trying to get this pawn to move, James, because then, there might be a queen takes g6 idea with that long range bishop pinning the f7 pawn.
It's always scary to be able to see that bishop on a2. Sneaky piece, pinning f7. Tension in the center, bishop e3, which hits c5. So maybe we'll see c8. Very playable.
Yeah, rook to c8 was played, perhaps indicating a possibility to play the move c4 and then b3 to really lock that bishop out of the game. Rook to c1 played. And I do think that Humpy is slowly taking control of this position. I do like the move c4. Maybe we could take here first, play c4, try to lock that bishop out.
And I heard that Zhu is low on time, reading chat. Since Zhu is burning clock.
Yeah, this position, it feels like Humpy has maybe some chances later on in the game, but for now, relatively equal. And Humpy is the one with low time. Goryachkina, also not much to speak of there, lower on time with an equal position. So Zhu Jin'er against Tan Zhongyi is really this is the place to be, because there needs to be a decision. I'll say that rook takes d5 here, James, can be considered. I don't think it's the best move. This would be the outcome of that variation. Rook c5, bishop takes. It's opposite bishops, and white only has 2 pawns on the board. Now you really start to doubt yourself playing for a win in this position. Black has how many? 3 pawns plus opposite bishops? I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. So it's definitely a consideration, along with queen c1 that we were talking about, and knight f3 is certainly playable, but hang on, there's queen to h5, and this is why you have to be so careful in this position. King g2, queen h3, and back to h5 would be a draw by repetition.
Yeah, and that's what she does not want. Rook d5, is that on the board?
That's on the board. That's
Okay,
on the
rook d5.
board.
Yes, it shows that one. Yeah, that queen c1 line was just hard to untangle. Even though you're keeping the piece, it's just very hard to untangle. I don't really have the best squares for pieces yet.
This is all completely forcing. I mean, rook c5 makes the most sense. Rook a5 guards a4, but clearly rook a5 is not the best place for that rook, right?
Yeah, for sure. Rook c5, yeah, all played out. Bishop takes a4, and then rook to c7 or pushing or moving the knight. We got the two rooks too as well. Two rooks versus two rooks.
Now, I want to say something about the practical decision that was just made. With low time on the clock, Zhu Jin'er decided to liquidate pieces off the board. And I believe that was probably the smart decision. You have to feel that white cannot reasonably lose this game. And so you'd rather be in a spot where if you make a draw, it's okay, right? You still have a chance to contend for the title in tiebreaks. And if you win, you could win it outright. The position where the queen goes to c1, your king is in danger, genuinely a really tough position to calculate. So that's why I don't mind this decision, especially with low time on the clock.
Yeah, it's about being practical and staying practical. Also, low time. Really don't want to mess this up. Everything's on the line right now. We also have this passed d pawn, which is incredible. Nice to use. We're not down in exchange or anything. Have both rooks, a knight, a bishop, but down 3 pawns. Trying to make it work.
Yeah, under 2 minutes here.
B5, nice move.
B5 played, which is not the move you want to play. The bishop on A4 is not great, but of course, this does keep all the pawns together, so I do understand it from that perspective.
Fast moves. Push! Push that fast pawn.
I was going to say that bishop on A4 is blocking my view of the clock and also blocking Zhu Jin'er's path to actually press the clock.
At the same time, rook d8, it's just slightly attacking the pawn. And what do we have? Where did she go?
Knight to f3. Okay. We are watching the advantage grow little by little. Knight d4, knight c6 is the idea. Get that piece in. There's no way to attack this d pawn just yet. So I'm sure that knight d4 is the intention. If you lose that d pawn, your winning chances really disappear. So you have to be very careful as white not to drop that pawn. You can't play rook d1 to support it. So just make sure you don't allow, for example, rook e5. That might pick the pawn up right away.
Careful, careful. She found some nice tactics here, but now I have to convert with lower time, like 6 minutes or so. It's all about queening this pawn, maybe even getting the bishop around to g3 to help escort the pawn with d6.
A lot of time here for Tan Zhongyi to think about how to continue. Definitely survived the position compared to earlier, I will say. Let's jump to our bird's eye view to keep an eye on the open section as well, especially the top board. Pretty much the only game in progress. Magnus is slightly better. And, you know, we are in the process of finding out who is going to be the Women's World Rapid Champion, potentially decided in that game we were just looking at. But it has to be said, even with a round to spare, Magnus could pretty much all but guarantee himself as the champion in the open section. So as Zhu Jin'er's advantage continues to grow, Magnus also is really outplaying his younger opponent here in a position where the knight on e3 is dominated. So we can just briefly jump in and take a look at this position, James, and really start to understand why the former world champion is able to take this position and slowly maneuver into such a great position. I just want to highlight a couple moves ago here when the move knight g3 was played and finally g6. This was the beginning of the knight being restricted. And fast forward to the current position. And why do we talk about this being so good for black? The knight cannot go to b3. Okay, we cannot play knight f1, knight e3 and go to f5 or d5. So you're seeing so many of these desirable squares covered. Meanwhile, the knight on c5 cannot be attacked by the rook on d5 or b5. So it's completely safe, cannot be challenged by the knight. This is so far a positional masterclass by Magnus Carlsen, as queen c1, I believe that's on the board, right? And that technically that hangs the e-pawn. And I wonder, queen c1, after knight takes e4, are we looking at knight g4 in that position?
Yes, knight g4 was something we definitely were paying attention to, just to figure out, hey, it's there, queen check. You could annoy him. Knight of 6 is coming too, and etc. You better be very, very careful with it. But it's on the board. Knight takes e4, and here we go. Stuff is heating up. Magnus is also up time as well. Here we go.
c5 in order to take away the square. Knight to g4 on its own is not going to win the game, right? Queen h6 is also not even checkmate. So c5 has been played. This takes away the square from the knight, which is quite a big deal. I imagine Magnus can play something like rook d4, but you know what? It is turning a little bit into a tactical battle. Knight to g4. There's ideas of the rook coming down to b7 or b8, and the queen, meanwhile, pressuring on h6. So it's starting to get into a position that I feel that Yez is a bit more comfortable with. Despite the pawn sacrifice, there are suddenly ideas for the white pieces to come alive. Knight c4 can also be played, rook b6, and the a-pawn can be targeted with queen c2 next as well. So I think this one is now becoming a bit more tactical. And again, I want to return to the bird's eye view, because we have to keep an eye on not only this game on board one in the open, but of course the women's section as well, as Zhu Jiner against Tan Zhongyi has changed dramatically.
Oh my goodness.
Tan Zhongyi can actually win this game. 30 seconds for Zhu Jiner. White was up 2 pieces not so long ago. Now up 1 piece, but the d-pawn is not advancing as fast as you'd like. The blue arrow indicating a move with complete equality. And how insane would it be if Tan Zhongyi actually won this game against Zhu Jiner?
That is very likely to be pieces knocked over the board immediately. Just knock all the pieces over and then compose yourself and think about what just happened there. Being up that type of material here, just to squander it, is always some of the worst feelings too as well. Also under a minute here in Zhu.
I want to point out,
will she find a move?
Why is this move so good? I'll just put it on the board for a second just to show. Rook h1 is obviously an idea. Let's say that you save the rook. Rook to h5, and you pick up that pawn, and that's why this is so critical, James. Winning that d-pawn, all of a sudden, it's like, wait, 1, 2, 3. How many pawns does black have for this piece?
Yeah, all of them, in fact. All of them.
And it's on the board.
Rook h2. She, man, way to fight back. Oh, my goodness. Being up 2 pieces to now, like, having to give stuff back is very tough to be in a situation like that. So rook h5 coming back around, as we see. Knight f4 loses material, defending and attacking. Knight c3 saves. There it is.
Yeah,
rook
knight f4 would lose to rook h1. So knight c3, it seems pretty forcing. And the variation that we're likely to see at this point is rook to h1 and rook takes on b1. You see how many only moves are needed to be played. And I'll just put this variation on the board to show what we're looking at here. The reason this is so critical is I think bishop b3 and knight c3, b4. Finally, black wins the critical d-pawn, and I do not believe that white is likely to win after this. Draw all of a sudden becomes the result that you expect. But no, bishop to c2. Tan Zhongyi does not play rook h1. That looked like a forcing line. I'm starting to wonder, are we even playing for more results as black?
Bishop c2 around the g6 idea. Just moving a bishop back into the game, especially knight takes e4 was a thing too as well. But under 20 seconds here for Zhu. She's going to have to move. Only get that 10-second increment. She makes a move, and it is rook c6. Trade him off, she says.
While we're in the midst of this, first of all, rook d5, an incredible move that needs to be played here. I want to point out that Goryachkina is down a pawn in an endgame. Absolutely zero chance of winning for Goryachkina. Meanwhile, Humpy can still win, but it is close to equal in that one. So the winner, if Zhu Jin can win this game, still that would most likely make her the World Rapid Champion, but all pending results. Let's stick with Zhu Jin and Tan Zhongyi right now. It feels like the action is the highest right here.
Here we go. Rook check, king c1. Check again, knight. Wait. Repeat?
Yeah, well, king c1, this is a draw. What an incredible achievement for Tan Zhongyi to make a draw here. She's actually thinking about perhaps playing for more. Rook takes d5 was available, but rook h1, rook h2. I mean, no, this is really an incredible result, all things considered. And you have to take a draw down a piece. I really can't imagine that you would play on here.
Yeah, and there it is. It's a draw. Oh man, head shake from Tan.
Look at that face.
It was like
Tan
incredible. I
Zhongyi.
can't believe it.
She knows she got away with one. This game ending in a draw is a real shocker, which means let's jump immediately to Humpy, who has now taken the lead, according to the engine, in this game. Queen takes a4. Remember, the defending champion, Humpy Carneiro, now has a basically free shot at the title because Goryachkina has no chance to win her game. So Humpy Carneiro can win the entire championship with a win right here.
That'd be incredible. It'd be back-to-back years. Humpy was the winner last year. She wins again this year. And in this fashion, too. It's crazy. It was meant to be, to say the least. Humpy here is very likely to win the game. The bishop is very bad on a2. Also, I have the queenside majority with the 2 pawns. Pieces look a little bit better, but it's still a little complicated. She also has 40 seconds. They're both low on time.
James, we can go to the bird's eye view to get a vantage point on what's happening in the open section, but we definitely can't leave this game with Humpy Carneiro. Could become the women's rapid champion with a victory here. Magnus slowly improving the lead on his board. 2 minutes compared to 30 seconds for his opponent. It's not an absolute 100% championship for Magnus if he wins, but it would be all but guaranteed. He would only need to draw in the next round in order to fully secure it, as Humpy plays again the best move, queen to c6.
Well, guys, chat, what are you thinking? Is Humpy going to take it all? Is she going to take it all once again? Very possible. Big win for India if that happens. Back to back.
Yeah, queen to d3 just played. At some point, I think you want to just play a4. The bishop sneaks in front of the pawn. I think a4, a3 for Humpy is what needs to happen. And there we go. We asked for it. We got it. This is the split screen we've been looking for. Magnus and Erdomush.
There it is.
Savitha against Humpy. The 2 games that could decide World Rapid champions in each section.
Black winning in both games. Humpy, though, dangerously low on time.
Yeah, 24 seconds, not to mention 15 for Erdomush. But the position for Magnus is becoming more dominant, as it looks like that was maybe not... Was that queen c4? I think it was, actually. I was thinking maybe queen takes d4 in that game. But no, it was queen to c4, indicating ideas of queen g8 as well you have to be careful of.
Rook d1, king h2. There's nothing cool. Knight takes f2. Takes.
And Magnus knows, James, because of the results, all the draws on those top boards, Magnus knows how important this result is and the fact that it would put him well above his peers.
He just went for the easy route. I'm up pawns. I'm going to win this in game. I'm going to take another one too as well. A little bit more difficult for Humpy over there on the other side of the screen.
More difficult. I'm not sure I even agree. I think you're just making a pass pawn on the A file. This looks completely winning for Humpy, even with low time. I think that Humpy is poised to become the winner of this event. That outside pass pawn with A4 and A3 for black looks really easy to do. And Magnus Carlsen, I mean, just always showing class when it comes to converting an endgame, a small advantage. This is going to be very likely a win for the black pieces on both sides of the screen here.
Nice. Guys, Magnus looking to close it out. 10 points is going to be beautiful on the standings. Great job. He has 2 pass pawns. Obviously, pushed the other one too as well. Really hard to make the progress for Artemiev. King E4. I do not saw that coming from Savithia on the right there, bringing the bishop back around, check, taking on B2 next, and using the pass pawns as you mentioned. Wow, India did not like that too much, but who cares? Like bishop takes.
Yeah, bishop E5 wins the B2 pawn, so it feels like a great move. However, it does allow both D6 and King B5 to maybe hunt down some of the pawns over there. But I think this is very, very close to winning. Bishop C3 looks like a great move next. In some cases, you can just sacrifice the bishop on C8 for the D pawn if needed.
Everybody a long time except Magnus here. Magnus having that extra pawn. Reminiscent of the last game we just looked at with Hans, actually, in a way.
Yeah, Magnus has won a number of rook end games in this event. This one, with 2 extra pawns, I honestly do not think it will even be a challenge. That's a resignation.
He got up out of there.
And Magnus Carlsen has put himself in an unbelievably strong position. I believe a full point ahead of the competition with a round to spare. Only a draw needed in order to fully secure things. Even with a loss, James, he's still going to be in the tiebreak for first place. But the likelihood of Magnus being with the white pieces next round and securing a draw is all but guaranteed. Whatever number is right before 100%.
That is it. And Magnus, the crowd goes wild. Exactly, Chad. Come on, Chad. Magnus doing Magnus things. Congratulations here. Now, it's still not over. There is one more round left. Things could get weird. But he's going to be fighting for first. If anyone even makes it up there with him.
Okay, let's pay attention here. B2 is the move that Humpy needs to play, and I think we should just go to the full screen here. There's nothing left to analyze. It's an opposite bishop endgame after B2. Bishop takes B2. King D6 is the only move to try, and it has been played. And at this point, there are some key moves that need to be played by black. G4 is the first one. It's not been played. And now I really think the move G4 needed to be included there in order to bring the king in to G5 and H4.
Ooh, push the pawn G4 was, of course, because if it takes twice, you would go King G5 in lots of cases here. Dang.
Humpy does not look like she's going to win this game. In fact, it's looking much less likely now, if not just impossible. I just don't see how you really break through. The move you have to try is G4. Absolutely guaranteed. Black needs to play G4, and then King to G5, King H4, King G3, and you're trying to get your king to attack the G2 pawn, even though you're leaving the G pawn for white to push. That's what needs to be played here.
Let's see. She's looking on that side of the board. Will it happen now? Where the breakthrough will it happen right now? G4, G4, G4.
Zhujiner draw, Goryachkina draw. If Humpy draws, we're going to have a 3-way tie, I believe, for first place in the women's section.
Okay, he's holding. She's like, I can sit here for a little bit. See what happens. Try to run some clock.
Yeah, I really don't think there's any. I'm actually very confused why the white king is not coming closer to the action. I don't see any value in this king being up on d6. So I would definitely want to bring the king back, either closer to the a pawn or closer to the other side of the board. But g4, if we don't play it now, I think the white king just walks back into the action, and there's really no chance to do anything.
I feel like it's already too late now. Yeah, the king's walking the other direction.
Oh, king
here.
e7 is no. There's no chance now.
Yeah, king is in the other direction.
Complete draw.
What a save.
Now, the idea is you're trying to get this g-pawn. The reason that you can never say it's a 100% draw is because you can even go and take on g5 if the bishop kind of secures the pawns with h4 and bishop e3 and the king heads down to b2. That's also perfectly fine. So we can see there's definitely still some possibilities to win here, but I really think that that we're getting close to a draw.
Yeah, especially after that last maneuver and exchange of pawns. We got the double pawns over there. Yeah, nothing left.
Just put your king on h1 because these two pawns will actually just be a draw when they get down to h1 most of the time. So, for example, king g5 here is absolutely fine, and that will be a draw. So huge mischance for Zhu Jin'er, and honestly, maybe an even bigger chance miss for Humpy. There is not going to be a win here. There is going to be a three-way tie. That looks like a draw offered and accepted. And unfortunately, many chances to secure the title from multiple players in this final round for the women, but none successful.
None successful here. I mean, that was crazy with all the psychology and all the nerves there in that last game. I mean, it was very evident. Big fighters like Tan Zhongyi who fought here, and even Sri in this round here, were able to hold off draws here to not let anyone advance. So it will be a tiebreak, which is incredible. Now we have a few players up at the top with the same amount of points. So we got to crown some winners today.
We can jump over to Hans Niemann, who I believe is still in progress and fighting for a result against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov at 8 points. We can bring up the full camera here. It's just a knight remaining, so it will be rook and knight against a rook. Obviously, there are pawns on the board, but very likely, if white wants, probably be able to capture these pawns.
Yeah, and then we're going to have, a theoretical draw. As long as don't blunder anything, easier said than done. But the time should be enough. Just checks and checks and checks. Long side checks, short side checks. Pretty easy. Don't get mated. Hans will keep trying.
Wow, this looks like it's potentially very close to checkmate.
Yeah,
there might be only 1 or 2 moves on the board. Rook f3 is the only move to not lose the game. The presence of the pawns, by the way, is creating a situation where the king can use a pawn as shelter to avoid a check. So the presence of these pawns is actually worse than just playing normally.
I just realized that. Yeah, king g6, knight f6 first, restricting the king, and then king g6 sets up a really nasty mate there on f7.
You almost have to play rook f3 and then push the pawn.
He pushed the pawn.
He decides to push first. I don't think it's the same.
Wait, king g6. Hold on. King g6 and knight f6.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Same thing.
But the issue is what? Because wouldn't we have gotten this the other way around as well if king g6? I'm trying to understand what the difference would have been.
Exactly. He got mated. Incredible.
Yep.
Hans with the win. Oh my goodness.
A win for Hans Niemann in what shouldn't have been a win, and the smile tells you all you need to know. But that was a really difficult position to defend. It was not clear to me at all and Mamajarov actually loses a game that should have been a draw, Hans moves up to 9 points, which is, yeah, I'm sure he's very grateful for that. That means a lot for his standing going into the final round.
Oh man, I mean, incredible here, guys. Look at the top, especially in the women's system. Now we've got some tie break stuff to handle and settle here. 8.5 at the top. Of course, everyone else, that's it. You know, 8, 7.5 looks great. You've made it.
Probably the only thing that matters are the top 3 with 8.5. If my understanding is correct, I've just learned probably the most shocking news ever, which is that only the top 2 women play a tiebreak.
That's
and
crazy.
The top 2 is determined on a computer tiebreak. That's shockingly unbelievable to me, to be tied for first and only the top 2 actually compete. But this is what I'm being told. I actually can't believe that I'm even saying that. To tie for first with 8.5 and be sort of eliminated from tiebreak contention, I guess these were the rules in place going in. I just don't know why the tiebreak wouldn't be the exact same as the open section, but obviously if this is actually what happens, James, I mean, that you could just look at that and feel the injustice.
Yeah, I mean, it's like why I did all this work. I'm here at the top. I should be entitled to that. You know, really, that's how it should be. You know, if that's the case, take a quick draw earlier, or like be out of there, or like a lot of other things that you would go with. It's really annoying. So at the end of the day, though, we're gonna see if that is correct, guys. If everything's good to go, but we do got a tie break, hopefully more, but we will see. Guys, chat, I know you routed up. We're good to see chat. Explain it and talk to yourselves in the chat nicely, though, nicely. But we will be back with more after the break.
Yeah, I remember this game.
Usually there would be a lot of disagreements.
I just can't hide my emotion. I want to laugh. I'm so happy that I had this experience in my life.
It was a fun moment, and I thought, I'll just go with the flow.
But I didn't trip on anything. I just tripped.
Okay, I'm not gonna sit through the whole thing. Yeah, so the fun part about this is that Oral-B and Pimplotion, they got word of the fact that I'd been to one of their shows and I was a fan. So they invited me to sing a verse on their new song, which I thought it was quite funny. It was quite well made. Others were generally sent in their own verses for this song, but I would not be able to do that, at least in times before, you had AI tools with that. But then they wanted to make a music video. I didn't have time for that. So this was filmed by my brother-in-law, Matthias, from St. Petersburg when I was there for the World Rapid and Blitz. So, that's a bit funny. And I was just trying to, I don't know, look cool, I suppose, which I don't really. I'm just standing there in a winter jacket, looking like an idiot.
If there's many draws in Classical, we always get a lot of Armageddon. There were also many days with lots of decisive games in Classical. Super exciting to see. And today, I think this is the peak.
It was last year in the Norway Chess, the final round against Lei Tingjie. We know each other for many years, so I tried, just some, chatting, just to have fun. Everything's good. I think we did many like this with Lei, in the game, after game. So I feel it's just naturally, before the game.
Super exciting to see. And today, I think this is the peak.
Yeah, actually, now I remember what happened because she told me some jokes. And when we sit there and we know and what she talked to me, and we just can't, hide our emotion because she talked some like really really funny jokes some on the rest day, and when I saw her face and I just think about that jokes and I just can't become like a normal person.
It's a really old photo. The reason that this happened, this photo shoot, I think it was a New Yorker piece, was because I was the youngest player to beat a Grandmaster at the time in the United States. I had beaten this Grandmaster by the name of Alexander Wojtkiewicz. I think this was in the year 2000. And so we had this shoot with my coach, with Bruce Pandolfini, who was my coach for several years. This was a photo shoot that was done in the rain, which wasn't, obviously that was an accident, but it was very uncomfortable for me and I was not happy as a kid. The whole time I was miserable. I actually remember just being really miserable during this photo shoot. But yeah, Bruce was a great coach. He was also portrayed in a movie, very famous chess movie, Searching for Bobby Fischer. So yeah, a lot of memories from this one. The recreation was in 2015. So in 2015, I moved back to the US. I would visit New York like quite a few times every year. And in 2015, we decided to recreate the photo. I just don't remember like where the idea came from. And it was done again in Washington Square Park. Like if you're a chess player from New York, or even if you've just visited New York, then you probably know about Washington Square Park. It's where all the chess hustlers have traditionally played, either that or Union Square Park.
I don't remember that much, but yeah, that was a fantastic honor, of course. And I remember like being just so nervous with all these people looking, and I had all these thoughts in my head of what I was gonna do once I got up to the ball, and then I just like made a simple pass because I didn't risk doing anything fancy. So that was fun. I've been to a few Real Madrid games. Like I did the honorary kickoff in the game in 2014 when I won the World Championship as well, and they were always taking fantastic care of me. So I'm really appreciative of that.
It was the best of the times. It was the worst of times. I think this famous quote of Charles Dickens is a very precise one to describe my story. It was the time of the decision.
Okay, yeah, this was the TED Talk I had in 2018 in Spain, and I was invited to tell people about my story. When in the end of 2017, I refused to go to the World Championships, which were held in Saudi Arabia, just because I thought that it's not the appropriate place to hold the World Championships for women, because now the situation improved a bit, but back then the situation was even worse, and women's rights were totally violated. And you know that the rules were like that. Besides being dressed in a specific way, women also had to be accompanied by if they wanted to go somewhere out. And I thought that this is wrong. And I refused to go, but at that time I was the reigning champion in both of these disciplines, in rapid and in blitz. So for me it was a difficult moment because, not going immediately meant that I am losing my titles. And also from financial point of view, it was difficult because the prize fund was very high, the highest actually in the history, which they had in Saudi Arabia. In this TED Talk, I spoke about my story, why I took this decision, how it was, and everything about it.
Wait, what?
B5! What? Rook B5? There was Rook B5? Where was that Rook B5?
Oh.
Where's that Rook B5?
All right, so now it's going to be a draw.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember this game. That's why when you showed the video, I was able to say it's a mouse sleep. I think this match was like, I started off very well. I was leading in the first few games, and Lahno is quite a strong bridge player. I was pretty happy to have a very controlled games, but then I think this game actually disappointed me. Like I was completely winning out of the opening. There are several opportunities where I missed. And then it was about slip and I lost the game. But I think even after that, I had a very good chance. Like I was leading in most of the games, but especially in the bullet, she kind of played too good. Like she clearly outplayed me.
Going to claim the 3-fault, because if she has the intention of playing rook h7 again, then she's just going to write that move down on her score sheet and call the arbiter. And when the arbiter checks everything, yes, it will be the claim will be approved. Oh, she's claiming it now.
And we have handshake. It is a draw. History repeats and legend regains in Chongqing as Zhu Wenjun becomes women's world champion for an astonishing 5th time.
Yeah, I was check if it's 3 times repetition. I think it was, but I'm not so good at it. So I was check maybe like 3 or 4 times, make sure it's draw. Then I was post the clock and I tried to offer the draw to the arbiter.
Yes. I mean, this tournament means a lot for me. Also, I learned some from my opponent. I feel she is really has some fighting experience and plays nice.
She says something, maybe I just think about something funny during the game. I just can't hide my emotion. I want to laugh and yeah, something
It's difficult to hold in.
Yeah, I think she's better than me, kind of this stuff, because maybe after interview and she will ha, something like that.
Jeg kan godt skjønne at dette noe som jeg blir interessert I. Når jeg spiller mot verdensmester. Jeg tror at det blir vanskelig mot Kasparov. Men Karpov har en sjanse mot.
It's a sensation that Magnus managed to beat the former world champion Karpov.
Yeah. Remember this? Of course, great memories from Iceland and those hot swimming pools they have there. This is from the Reykjavik Rapid and Blitz tournament. I don't remember what it was called, but I was losing a lot of games on that day, and I felt like I was just not on the same level as those guys, so that was a bit frustrating.
Vachier, after every game there is a recap.
Your recap.
So, if it's like a 130 moves game.
You can do a 6-hour recap. I have no problem.
Yeah, it was. It was a great period, and I'm so happy that I had this experience in my life, commentating the World Championship match between Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi together with the legendary Vachier, and we had really a lot of fun moments and a fun time in Dubai. And this was the longest game of the whole match. There was the time that we were counting. Okay, it's coming closer to 50 moves, and if the piece any piece move during the 50 moves and there are no captures, then the draw is fixed. And I was like, Magnus, play e4, play e4, play e4, and Vachier was like, no, don't touch anything. And then he played, and Vachier was like, oh my god, the game will continue. But yeah, it was the highlight of the match, this game 6, and Magnus won, and I think it decided the fate of the match after that.
There's $20,000 of prize money. What are you going to do with it? Do you have any idea?
Oh, no idea, because I don't care about it.
When you get it, you'll think about it.
Yeah, because generally for me, like chess prize, I don't care about too much because I enjoy playing chess is much important. And also as a top players, if you think about the money too much, you can't perform well. So I think when I say I don't care about it, it's not like I want to show something. I think at that moment, I just
want to think about it. I qualify from the candidates from the Grand Swiss, so it's not like emotional about the prize or money, something like that.
Yeah, this is a very recent video. So it's from a few months ago, from Paris. It shows a number of us analyzing a new starting position, and like we would get a new starting position every round, and then the players who have the white pieces or the black pieces would kind of team up because we're trying to figure out what's best from our point of view, either on the white side or the black side, and we would all sit around a board and discuss for only 10 minutes. Usually there would be a lot of disagreements, and almost never was there a consensus. Like, I can't even think of, like, maybe most people would at some point decide on something, but then there would always be like someone who does something differently, or you would like look at the board and think, what were we thinking? Like, or what was this guy telling me? Like, why did I trust him?
Okay, this music is really annoying. Yeah, so I guess that's 1 through 5 in the world, which is kind of unusual. The freestyle tournaments this year have been fantastic, and it is really interesting, even though I'm not going to entirely understand a position in a few minutes, and they're not either. You can sort of get like a glimpse into the mind of some very, very strong and creative players. So it's definitely one of the fun parts of these tournaments.
I think we finally see a draw of a smile from Jan.
Who's gonna offer? Are they both waiting for the other person to offer the draw? What's happening here?
Yeah, and both players laughing.
Yeah, there it is.
So first, I was offered a draw, but declined with the rook against rook. So I was kind of, I think it's funny that just declined in such position.
Yeah, this was the very recent World Rapid title in 2024 in New York. Yeah, this is one of the most memorable world title for me because, the whole year I have been suffering a lot in a classical tournaments, and I dropped down a lot of rating points as well. I think I started dropping down from the last year Norway's chess event. Yeah, this tournament again really helped me to come back. So this world title gave me the, that motivation to work towards chess. And this year I already managed to do well in both the Grand Prix. I won the Pune Grand Prix, and also I was second in Monaco Grand Prix as well. Winning the second world title is definitely a special moment for me.
Yeah, I remember that very well, of course. It was a fun moment, and I thought, I'll just go with the flow. If I end up in the pool, then worse things could happen, and it was fun for sure. It was a great experience for me. The first World Championship match. I didn't really know what to expect, and I think everything else certainly was like that sort of experience, coming through the candidates with everything that happened there, and then winning the World Championship match was very special. That was an amazing experience, and it was hard to sort of replicate that in future matches.
In the playing hall, I think as he gets up to leave.
Whoa. What happened?
Slow-mo. Off the platform, almost took out one of our cameras.
I did trip. I mean, I don't know if there was any other angle where people could see, but I didn't trip on anything. I just tripped. Mm-hmm. And there was like the stage, like a platform, and then there was the camera. So I basically stumbled off the platform and then kind of bumped into the camera. Luckily not enough that I like damaged it or knocked it over, because I know they're expensive. And I didn't get hurt or anything, so. This is the five times like the Women's World Champion closing ceremony, and I enjoy with this trophy, and also this moment when I become the champion. I think it's a very
when you win some tournament, this closing ceremony in this moment is very important and very memorable. Like all you work so hard for, like off the board and also in the tournament, and in that final moment in this closing ceremony, all the feelings in that moment.
A draw. It's a sensation.
Yeah, that was a great moment, of course. Special game for me for sure. Very difficult to prepare against Kasparov because he felt like he sort of played everything and kind of invented all the best modern openings, or at least practitioned them. Yeah, I was just trying to play a solid normal game, and then at some point I managed to outcalculate him. Like, he missed a little trick, and yeah, after that I just played a little bit too cautiously at one point, but I was obviously happy with the draw.
Okay. I'm a trendsetter. Ay, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a trendsetter. Okay. Let go. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Counting on my wins, so I can't play it safe. Trying to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it better? I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Hey, look, they keep calling me, could you ride this beat? Look, probably. Okay, it ain't no problem. See, I can mold this thing like pottery. Better, I'ma bet on myself. And before the top, and I don't need your help. We set the tempo, we run this thing as simple. Let's go. Boy, I'm locked in. Know your place, I'm top 10. And all my haters watching, so you know I keep on clocking. Let's go. Time, my whole style of go. Mine, take my place, I hold mine. Run up, then it's go time. It's show time. Whoa. Yeah, they know I'm the one that set the trends, dog. Tell them tenfold, I'm gonna change the tempo. Okay. Tell them I can't play it safe. Got more wins on the way. Gotta show them how to do it. Man, my team making plays. Okay, your team better play off. Sleeping on me, wake up. Too easy just to lay off. Okay, tell me who you know can do it better. I know, they know, we know I'm a trendsetter. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Counting on my wins, so I can't play it safe. Trying to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it better? I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Hey, look, told them I would elevate, now watch me go up. Critics acting up confused, they can watch me blow up. Knew I had it in the bag, I just had to show up. Shawty blowing never sad, got no plans to slow up. Okay, mama said I'd make it, and I know that she ain't never lie. Said they need a double, still they lost, cause they ain't hit my line. Whoa, it's my time on the dot, gotta shine, let them watch, cause we gaming for the top, this a bop, whoa. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Counting on my wins, so I can't play it safe. Trying to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it better? I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Hey, look. Did it stir? I can't play it safe. Yeah, out the way. Yeah.
BBS on my wrist, on my neck. Baby, what is next? Rolling on me, feel it protect. Screaming, we the best. I got dough, give me respect. Baby, what is next? Tell me what is next. I got BBS on my wrist, on my neck. Baby, what is next? Rolling on me, feel it protect. Screaming, we the best. I got dough, give me respect. Baby, what is next? Tell me what is next. I got
What's going on, guys? We are back. It is time to decide our World Rapid Chess Champions. We have tiebreaks, and we have another round in the open section. I'm FIDE Master James Canty III here, joined by Grandmaster Armand Hamilton, and we got games, Armand. We have some tiebreaks, and we got one more round.
That's right. The open section has entered its final round. Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen on 10 points is 1 full point clear of the entire field, and he's playing Anish Giri. And the irony of it all is, well, James, he only needs a draw. If you had to pick someone in the whole competition, well, Magnus against Giri on board number 1. We have Artemiev and Hans Niemann on 9 points, playing on boards 2 and 3 respectively. If they draw or win their games, a phenomenal chance of being on the podium as well. But we will be splitting our attention between the tiebreaker and that Magnus match to potentially clinch the World Rapid Championship.
If I had to pick one, yeah, Gary's going to be my boy for that one. Like, yeah, come on, Gary, you know what this is. You let me off easy, boy. Let's do it, boss. Come on. And then we got Goryachkina versus Zhu there. Yeah, that one's going to be a battle. I mean, Zhu's very nice with the tactics, too. And then Goryachkina, she's just not good with everything. Very positional sense, I think, too. But last round here. Predictions, chat. What do you think is going to happen? Always want to hear from you guys. We're going to leave it up so you guys can see both the games. And we can see everything all at once.
And, I don't really have the... don't really have the strength nor desire to talk about it throughout the round. So I'll just say it is confirmed that Humpy has been, let's say, eliminated from the first place contention. So that is the case, that the FIDE rules for the women's section are only the top 2 in the event of maybe 3 or more players tie for first at the end. Only the top 2 actually contend for a potential tiebreak, which is why, despite having the same score as these ladies on your screen, Humpy Koneru is not part of this tiebreak format. So, Goryachkina and Zhu Jiner, which I'll say doesn't make any sense to me, are the 2 that have a chance for first place.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty annoying. Obviously, chat, you can say what you like in chat here. We are... what does it say? You're safe here, right? That's the meme, or whatever. This is a safe house, chat. You can say what you like in chat. We won't tell anyone. But games are starting here.
All right. And our attention will be split between the tiebreak and Magnus's game. And that's because Magnus, with a draw, and it could be a draw that happens quicker than we think, will actually win the entire event. So our eyes will be glued. Now, the important thing to remember about the game on the left side of your screen here, this tiebreak, is it is 3+2. We've been covering rapid, right? These games have taken quite a while to develop, but this is Blitz. 3+2 is much faster as a time control. And so let's see what happens now as both games are underway.
Italian game in the first one with Goryachkina and Zhu. And then we got Magnus and Anish Giri with Sicilian. He's comfortable. I've learned one thing about Magnus. He does like the C3 Sicilian type stuff, especially when he wants a draw. He will go for that. So he's comfortable with the draw. Not to say that he just wants one, but he's comfortable with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he could have chosen E5, but chose the Sicilian, slightly more combative, that's for sure. And Magnus definitely choosing the C3 Sicilian on purpose. He's not trying to take too much risk. I think that much is clear. He doesn't need to overpress for a win here. A draw is perfectly sufficient. And meanwhile, Goryachkina and Zhu Jiner the reason that this game is so important is it's also a 2-game mini match. So if we have 2 draws or perhaps a win apiece, then the tie will be settled by the Armageddon format with bidding. And should we get there, of course, we are going to remind everyone of the format. But for now, just know that there are 2 games that are going to be played 3 minutes, 2-second increment. And the first of those 2 games on the left side of your screen is underway right now.
And pull up chat, see what chat is talking about, because we're excited to watch. There will be some champions be crowned right now. Actually, so okay, yeah, I've experienced in both. I guess these openings more C3 Sicilian than Italian game, but so many ways that you can play.
Indeed, Black has the bishop pair, right? And Goryachkina and Zhu Jin'er, so a slight imbalance, but White, in exchange for that, has phenomenal control over the light squares in the center of the board on c4 and on d5, which you can see this last move, bishop d5.
Sort of a different type of Italian game, I should say, too, which is having this control over the d5 square like this. a4 has been played, usual stuff. Knight's already on e3, a little bit different. Quick eval bar jump there, too. a5. Wow, what a move. a5. Queen a4, I think, is the idea, trying to take a6 pawn.
Exactly right. Yeah, a5 is a nice one there. Meanwhile, Magnus's game is going very much in the direction of, let's say, charted territory. No big advantage here, but this position is thought to be very, very equal.
Let's see. Bishop b7, already great advantage looking like for Goryachkina. She's going to take a6, bring that bishop back around town, push the a pawn. Seems to be very
bishop b7, I think is actually the most significant advantage, right, of the 2 boards. White's just picking up the a6 pawn. Now, the reason that Black does not immediately win the a5 pawn is because the bishop retreats after capturing on a6 to the b5 square and then hits the rook on e8. That's a crucial tempo, and it means that White is going to just be up not just a pawn, but an outside pass pawn as well.
Very strong. She always had a comfortable position and in good time, too. So remember, this is a blitz game here. So blitz on the left, rapid on the right. Sometimes it's crazy how, blitz game determines a rapid championship.
Yeah. I guess they're saying, you know what? If you've played this many rapid games and we still don't have a winner, I think we got to change the format.
We got to change. We got to change the format, guys. Yeah, instead of this rook d8 move is sort of actually from Gary's course, believe it or not. If you guys, and that's why he's like, he hasn't used any time. If you guys are Nodirbek players, from his Nodirbek course that was dropped like 4 years ago, Gary, this rook d8 line is the standard move, because if you go bishop e7 or moving the bishop, there's queen g4 and bishop h6 ideas. So rook d8 puts pressure on d4 first. The idea is now bishop e3. So then when bishop e7 happens, queen g4 doesn't hit the same anymore. So it's the idea here with rook d8, straight out of the Gary Nodirbek course.
There you go. That's some good insight, intending to put pressure on d4 and then maybe continue with that bishop to e7 move, or in fact knight to d5 as well, to just bring a piece into the center. And I do see that Goryachkina has made what I would say is the most logical choice, bishop to b5, getting in the way of the discovered attack from the bishop on d7. Yes, allowing rook takes b5, and this will be played. However, this is all compensation, right? The knight on d4 is looking to capture on f3, and then the h3 pawn is hanging. So I think we'll see the queen stay on the board here with queen to h4, or perhaps queen g5, queen f6. If the queens get traded, it's very clear that white is winning. So obviously, Black has to keep the queens on with only 30 seconds. We see queen h4 definitely looks like the most tempting move.
Dang, that's a scary move too. Oh, but king ran for the hills. She like, I already had this plan. My king is going to tuck and roll over here on e2, and I'm going to go queen is a pawn.
Exactly. For that reason, I was almost wondering if queen f6 would have been good, but then king g2 secures everything. It seems like this white king was always going to make it to the e2 square. I definitely like the decision to play rook e6, rook f6, and try to fight for something, but realistically, Goryachkina has this one under control and well calculated out here.
Yeah, it's crazy how you castle just to be uncastled, but the king is very safe around the wall of pawns. Rook g1 with rook g3 ideas too. And again, this a pawn is unbothered. I mean, you are not stopping that thing.
Let's bring up the full cam here of Goryachkina if we can. I think that the game here, as Magnus is not even in his chair. In fact, nobody's in their chair in that game. Nobody wants to sit down. It seems that this one is going to wrap up
quite soon. Queen c8 with ideas of, well, actually, I wanted queen d8 and then play rook takes g7. And then rook g1. Nasty stuff. Queen f8. Pretty fun. But yeah, Goryachkina should be okay here. Wow. Oh yeah, pawn takes and c4. Bishop b5 check. No worries. Whoever sits loses, Van Pelt says.
All right, we really need this full cam here. There's a lot of action in Goryachkina's game. Here we go.
And there's increment on this one? Or no, there's no increment on this one, right?
Goryachkina has really turned this into a position that I think is now easy to convert because the rooks support this pawn. And yeah, this one is definitely over. And that's a handshake.
Congrats!
That's only game number one. Only game number one.
Big win. Big win. Yeah, I think this is +2. Get that
really nice game there from Goryachkina. Start to finish, there was really no doubt. It was a very commanding victory with bishop b7 picking up the a pawn and never looking back after that. I think the arbiter is explaining, maybe indicating perhaps like a couple minutes break as he looks at his watch. And obviously the ladies will return to play game number 2.
Okay, well now we need a board for this one here. I just see bishop e3, queen f3 did happen on this board with bishop e7. Queen g4, of course, was going to have, obviously you can castle through that, but still following the course. And Gary thinking, contemplating, I don't remember what to do with this. No, of course, ended after bishop e3 with a line here. But yeah, of course, there's pressure on c6, rook a to d1 type ideas, knight e4 around the c5. Having the ISO pawn, as Magnus does, requires me to play more actively. So definitely like rook a to d1, knight e4, even rerouting the bishop back to d3 to try to play some stuff on that way, or rook to c1. But let's see what Giri comes up with.
Yeah, bishop e3 is solid. Everything is nice and defended here. There's the pin on the knight on c6. And also at some point, you can consider capturing on c6. The one thing about Magnus is he's not really known as a player that, there is this thought that you shouldn't play too much for a draw if that's the result that you need, because you end up kind of making worse decisions and maybe compromising some of your, advantage or your position, how you would play it normally. But Magnus, I don't feel that he falls into that trap too often. And we see here a natural liquidation after a6. I assume we're going to see queen takes c6. And while the d pawn is isolated and weak, the c pawn on c6 will also be the exact same.
Yeah. Queen takes rook a c1, knight e4 around the c5. There's bishop f6, so we got to watch out for d4 being hanging. But that c pawn is very ugly. Like, hard to work with that. This is such a big weakness. Magnus immediately hits it. Rook a to c1. Idea of moving the knight next.
Yeah, the c6 pawn is actually not that bad. Basically, the dream for perhaps both sides, certainly for black, would be to trade the bishop for the knight. And that way you could station the black knight on the d5 square, and you would pretty much play on the light squares the entire game. So if you imagine these pieces trade, and of course not pawn takes, but just for the visual, imagine the rook takes back, the knight would sink into the d5 square, king d7, rook b8, and it's very easy to defend c6 with just a rook and a king. Meanwhile, you can go for some plans on the open b file. So I think that that's what Giri is trying to achieve. King d7, knight to d5, and we very likely are going to see the king join the action here. If the knight tries to get into the c5 square, the bishop can always capture.
Rook b8, more of an active choice here. Looking for ideas of knight c4 or knight d5. b2 being a target.
Yeah, b3, knight e4, perhaps rook c2 and rook c1. These are the moves I expect from Magnus's position. Again, knight c4 is an idea, but really I think the knight wants to end up on d5, the king on d7, the rook, if necessary, over to c8. I think Giri's done well in this game. Nothing really in terms of an advantage for either side, but of course that's precisely what Magnus is interested in.
Long game. Double of the rooks. Pleasant position, but equal. I have ISO, you have ISO.
Yeah, my understanding of these games, first of all, of course, we're just in an equal position, but my understanding is that it's quite pleasant for black even. Perhaps a5, a4 can be played, even supporting that with rook a8, knight d5. There's a situation that you can get into where you trade knights and the resulting bishops also favor black, just because this d pawn is weaker and it's on a dark square, and so the bishop and king can attack it in an endgame, whereas the king and bishop would have to defend. So I do think I prefer Giri. Now, I don't think we're worried about maybe not winning this game or not drawing this game as Magnus. I don't think we're at that stage, not even close. But I think that Giri has a very pleasant game. And you mentioned his course. Very good opening theory has got him a fantastic position.
Yeah, I learned the Nodirbek from Giri. I played very, very good Nodirbek. Had like 1 or 2 L's ever OTB. Had some good wins, good draws. It was very, very solid, of course, until Sheverinov's came off. You can combine with now more aggressive play if you like. Knight BD7 very early in the opening. So a lot of stuff to learn. But yeah, this was nice. A very nice choice, I think, for Magnus to play for 2 results. And also, Giri just following what he studied, in fact, to get a good position here against Magnus. Kind of playing for 2 results too as well. But when you're playing Magnus, especially in an in-game, it's obviously much harder. Very hard to play, to be honest.
Yeah, I think the king wants to join the center of the board here. King e2, king d3. Meanwhile, I do think, as weird as it looks, rook a8 with a5, a4 is a nice plan because white wants to play b3 perhaps. It really blunts the rook on the b file, controls a couple squares the knight wants to go to, and if you can trade your a pawn for either of these pawns, then black's position gets a little bit better because that's a weakness, and if you can trade it for one of white's good pawns, part of this pawn island, that would be very beneficial.
King f1, bringing the king closer to the center.
And in case the chat is wondering, I see a few questions. Of course, the second 3+2 tiebreak game is not happening in the background. I don't actually know exactly when that game will start, but I believe it's not a very long break. Nothing like the breaks that we've seen between the actual rounds here. So of course, it will get underway shortly, and Goryachkina is actually back at the board, and I suspect that we will start that second game very soon. And as we know, James, a draw is all that's needed now for Goryachkina with the black pieces.
Very doable, but of course, Zhu is going to try to send everything at her. Aggressive chess. I cannot accept a draw.
All right,
Magnus
we
with a
see
move.
a5. I like a5. That seems like the right plan. And b3 played by Magnus. He wants to play b3 before the pawn gets to a4. I am expecting rook a8 here. you could probably play either bishop a3 or bishop b4, but somehow rook a8 makes a good amount of sense in order to play a4.
Play bishop a3. Nice to attack the rook.
Mm-hmm.
Get him off of the double. Rook to d1. Move coming in.
Yeah, Giri is a pleasant position. There's no doubt that I think it's fair to say, James, that a little bit of the match and tournament situation is coming into play here. This is a relatively unambitious line by Magnus. I don't feel that he's compromised his position too much in order to get this, but objectively, I don't think we would see him play this way in a regular round earlier in the tournament. This would be a bit of a disappointing game with the white pieces for his standards.
Yeah, he's like, I can't go wrong here. And he has not. In fact, can't go wrong, can't allow a lot of aggressive chances or positions with lots of tactics that could really mess up the game for him, or tactical blunders, for instance, in the Artemiev game, which was a highly tactical game. So here, none of that.
Okay, now let's see. It looks like things are about to begin here. Both Zhu Jiner and Alexandra Goryachkina are at the board, which means the action is about to get underway there. It's interesting that they're actually both at the board and the game has not started yet. Seems like if they're both there, there's no one else to wait for, May as well start the game. So I'm actually not sure why the game hasn't started yet.
Breathe, get ready. This could be the final game of the women's Rapid Championship, women's portion of it. Zhu collecting her thoughts and gathering herself, having the white pieces against Goryachkina, who needs only a draw.
Yeah, similar situation here between Goryachkina and Carlsen, both needing only a draw in order to become the World Rapid Champion.
Chad, what do you think is going to happen? Do you think she's got it? I think the arbiter's coming. You can now start your games. Good luck.
Okay.
What she played? B3? That's a flank move, I think. I think she played B3. Yeah, she did.
Yeah.
Nice.
B3 with the tournament on the line. We see B3, the choice of Zhu Jiner, looking to completely switch up, and we see F4 kind of going into a little bit of the bird.
We didn't see this is what we wanted to see today. Sometimes it just takes a lot to bring that side out of you, and we finally getting that side. F4 knight f3. This is going to be a fun game, I believe. But let's see what happens. D3 knight d2, queen e2, e4 type ideas. I mean, you can castle queen side, but she's got to go for it.
Yeah, at this point, you're wondering how white's going to set things up. The bishop on f1 has to make a decision, and it looks like just the modest bishop e2 for the moment. Bishop e7, and I suspect we'll see short castling by white, of course. The question is whether you want to go after this bishop on f5. h3 is an interesting move. Could be to play g4, but could also be simply to play knight h4 and target the bishop. And I also expect d3 and knight d2. And the pawn on h3 does a good job.
Guys, what'd you think it was? Magnus with the win.
A draw. Look at this.
Oh, of course. It's a draw.
A draw, agreed. No one is surprised by the result. Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces is just not going to be denied. He is your 2025 World Rapid Champion, and it definitely means a lot to him. After suffering a defeat earlier, he came back. He won 5 games in a row, James, for an impressive victory. Overall, he was a point ahead of his competitors and only needed a draw, and he was, of course, able to secure that result.
Shocking result at the end there. Really thought Magnus was just going to take it to him and just blow him off the board. I thought Gary was going to play something super aggressive. No, guys, it's a draw. Okay, it's done. Magnus wins. Congratulations to Magnus, 2025 World Rapid Champion. Once again, actually, by the way, I don't know how many that is for him, but he's done it again.
Yeah, maybe in a social media post, he will remind us exactly how many
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
been,
Yeah.
as he likes to do.
Another one. Another one. Very nice.
Let's focus on the match at hand here. Nothing is more impactful than this game right here as part of the mini tiebreak match. F takes e5 has been played, and this means that Zhu Jin'er has declared intentions to try to push something towards the black king, create some kind of intrigue here. Bishop to g4 is aimed against preventing the move f6, which really frees the black pieces, trades just about everything. So I understand bishop g4, but at the end of the day, this is not a good opening, not a good position for white. It's just about whether black can achieve these classic moves like f6 to trade pieces.
And aggressive intentions, castled king side. Going forward, this is a blitz game, so the thinking has to be a lot quicker here. As we see the time kind of trickle down, but sort of the same. Glancing over at the clock, calculating quickly. Play c5.
c5. That defends the pawn. I wonder if f6 is planned as the next move. I don't necessarily think so. The knight can also reposition to c6. I know that seems a little bit strange, but knight on c6 is a lot better than it is on d7 right now. And from c6, we put pressure on e5 and intend to move knight to b4. So far, so good for Goryachkina, who only needs a draw. There's only 1 minute remaining for Zhu Jin'er, and there's a 2-second increment on this game. If white wins this game, we will go to an Armageddon game with bidding for which color the players will play. But for now, we focus on this game because Zhu Jin'er with king h1 is clearly looking to do something on the king side, and it's all out here. It's a must-win game.
And that's the way to do it. If it's a must-win game, you got to give yourself chances by playing certain openings or not accepting the draw, not accepting the easy option or the best move type of thing. You're looking for something that's more practical. And she chose a nice opening here, but Goryachkina was ready for it, I believe. I mean, her position is very nice. All her pieces are developed. Rooks are connected.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, e6 is a little weak. There is still chances, I believe, for anything to kind of happen, but yeah, e6 is slightly weak, easily defendable. Very strong bishop on h7,
Yeah, I do
actually, with
think
the target on e4.
capturing on e4, I don't really care for that move. It seems to weaken the pawns for no reason, and maybe a move like rook a e8 was fine. As you mentioned, Goryachkina did not play the objectively best move, instead went for, well, f5 and all these trades on f6. So I have to say, Jin'er has a reasonable chance in this position. The bishop is not amazing on h7, and perhaps something like rook to e1. You can still try in an endgame here. So I don't mind this position for white.
Yeah, now the question is how to proceed. Just making moves, moving forward. Try to improve.
Well,
as
you just
best
want to
as you
trade.
can.
I
That's
mean,
all you can do.
rook takes
Yeah.
one, get all the pieces off the board. You're just fighting for a draw here as black. 40 seconds ticking down. It was a really easy first game. The e4 pawn is a target, and as long as you're attacking it twice, it's difficult to imagine how white continues to develop, and that's why rook takes f1 was played. Rook to d8, maybe with rook d4 next, and all the pressure on that e4 pawn.
Really strong. Queen f4 and bishop g6 defending the f7 square.
I like the ideas of rook f2 and king h2 because I slowly want to put all my pieces on dark squares. When I'm facing a light squared bishop, that becomes a very smart thing to do. It's not that there's immediate threats or problems with these pieces on light squares, but it's good, a very good habit to start to put things on the opposite color of your opponent's bishop, especially if you're playing knight against bishop.
Now the next plan is, I was thinking rook f2 was nice to be able to get the rook over, I guess, to e2 as well to defend the e4 pawn and do some other things. Space queen e5. Hard to move the knight around because
Okay,
the pawn on
queen
e4 hangs.
d6.
So, ooh, there's a trade.
I think you take this. I'm not that upset because what I'll do is I think it's time to bring the king in. You want the king on e3 here. I think there are great chances in the endgame once you get the king to e3. You can start to kick the rook out with c3, play knight c4. The a pawn is a target. I really like Zhujiner's chances all of a sudden with the king coming to the middle.
King f2, e3, kick, as you said, knight to c4, b5 may be an idea. There it is, b5, trying to stop that idea of knight to c4, taking back with the bishop, so the bishop sits there to be able to snatch off the knight. No more knight c4.
Now the rook can go to e1. Rook e1.
Time is ticking.
Time to use that piece. Only plus 2 seconds, James. It's a lot different than the 10 seconds that they have been playing for 3 days straight.
Here we go. Goryachkina looking for a move. Bishop c2, staying around.
That looks like the best move in the position. Playing rook d3 and then maybe rook back to d4, and the e pawn cannot be defended.
Back. C3 the other way. Bishop d3 check. Oh.
Now in thought here, because you want to take the pawn on c4, but rook takes c5 is there. Well calculated with rook e3 getting out of the pin. Notice how white is not exchanging on b3. You have to keep the pieces on the board. There's still a chance, but it's dwindling here. Rook e2 and rook g3 both go after the g-pawn. I think at this point, it's fair to say that Goryachkina has figured this position out. The only chance is still on the clock. I think with plus 2 second increment, there's still a reasonable chance we see a flag. It is possible. White has a pass pawn.
Very fast. Oh, she has rook takes knight. Rook takes knight and bishop back was a win there. She has it now. Rook takes bishop back. She finds it. There it is. That's
she sees it.
Bring that bishop back and bring it and push. Wait. Oh, she's supposed to bring the king around. Oh my goodness.
And that doesn't matter because she only needs a draw.
Okay. She's good. She's good. Yeah.
She only needs a draw. It wasn't the most accurate. You're right, James. But you know what? A queen is going to appear on the board, and there's absolutely no way that white wins this game. So this will all but guarantee the result. You can check forever here. A draw secures the entire first place.
Oh, she hung the queen.
Goryachkina.
I'm kidding. I'll see if chat was paying attention there.
You gave us all a scare there, James. Alexandra Goryachkina is the 2025 Women's World Rapid Champion. Well-deserved and certainly well-earned in the tiebreak. Was the more dominant player in those 2 blitz games.
Incredible here as we see chat is picking themselves back up. They thought that someone really did hang the queen. Well, no one hung the queen there. That was a draw, and Goryachkina wins. Well, of course, draw, but wins the match there. And now, winner. Very, very good. Congratulations to her, FIDE World Rapid Champion of 2025, alongside Magnus Carlsen as well. Man, that was awesome. Awesome to see. Tie breaks was there. Unfortunate for Humpy, but at the same time, of course, great chess from all of them.
Exactly right. So, now, the situation is determined at the very, very top. We know who our open section World Rapid Champion is in Magnus Carlsen. We know who the Women's World Rapid Champion is in Alexandra Goryachkina. But there's still a podium to determine, and a lot of players still vying for important points in this last round. Hans Niemann at 9 points, playing Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, although it does look very, very equal in this one. Hans with 9 points with a draw would move to 9.5. And we do know that Artemiev has already drawn and has moved to 9.5 points as well.
And 9.5 is a big podium there. Big game here, though. Niemann, 3-4 pawns. Oh, yeah. He's hoping for a draw.
Yeah, it looks very drawish here. Pawns defended. It's difficult to really ask for more than a draw from this position. And on some of the other boards, we're just waiting to see who, if any of the players will end up with that crucial 9.5 points, which looks like it's required to be on the podium.
9.5, 9.4, hoping for something, but really nothing. The fork Don't hang the fork here, boys and girls. Come
Yeah,
on
I think
now.
King
This is a
F1
family channel. Yeah, King.
is a pretty good move there, followed by H4 G3 to kick the knight out. Of course, once you guard knight E2, you also can think about bishop C7.
Correct. Here comes the move. NBL. Pump fake.
It feels funny to go back to the rapid format. I think the 3+2 games that we just saw are a great preview of the World Blitz Championship, which of course begins immediately tomorrow. So it's nonstop action here. Rapid is coming to a close today. We already know our champions, but we did get a glimpse of what we're going to be covering for 2 more consecutive days, 3+2.
Guys, who's ready for the blitz tomorrow? Chad, are you ready for the blitz? It's going to be faster. We got the slow stuff out of the way today. It was also very nice. And now we have blitz. 2 days of blitz starting tomorrow.
Let's have a look here at Erigaisi and Shimanov. This looks like the game that has the most action on the top boards. And certainly these are 2 players that with a win here, and Arjun looks much more likely to claim it, with a win would move him to 9.5 points and potentially onto that podium, which we keep talking about. So Queen F6, the last move played. The F pawn is hanging here, but I don't even think it's a priority to take on F4. You don't even want to open up this diagonal to the king. Probably doubling the rooks on the G file is a very good place to start. And although there's no material that White's ahead right here, I think it's very clear, James, that White has a huge advantage.
Yeah, and I'm definitely trying to figure out what is our best plan here, as Arjun's thinking of that too. Wanted to get Queen G2 in, but it can always be blocked with even a Queen G6 or something, you know. So, and Rook G4 though, definitely like this move. Rook G4, doubling the rooks feels great.
Yeah, Rook G8 is a checkmate and would need to be answered. These rooks feel a little clumsy, not a lot of coordination in Black's position. So Rook to G4 looks nice, but Queen F6 is reminding me that Black is going to make a threat on the next move as well, and that is Rook to B6. So I'm wondering if F3 was played so that the rooks can double, but you also defend the B2 pawn. So I think perhaps F3 was a nice multi-purpose move there. I am expecting Rook E2 or Rook G2 here, regardless, doubling on the G file next.
And what I'm looking for too is after the doubling on the G file, Bishop D6, and then where is the next move? Trying to see if there's any tactical shots there. I don't see anything yet. Is knight? No, knight H6 doesn't work. I don't have a dark square check. It's close. We'll see what he comes up with.
This looks like a very solid move here. I really don't see an answer to just simply doubling. It's a very tough position to survive. You might have to move the H-pawn so that you're not getting mated, but you're also walking in to a really unpleasant discovered check on H7. So I'm finding it very difficult here, James, to make moves that do not lose heavy material. This bishop has almost nowhere to go, dominated by this knight on F5.
And of course, a nice double. We just get a nice double and try to bring our queen in later. Where is that at? Don't know yet. So that is going to be the hard part, is after getting the double, after we get everything that we want, bishop moves away from the back rank. How do we actually finish?
Something that's a little bit interesting about the podium here is that actually the medalists in the open section, so those will be your top 3, they qualify for the total World Chess Championship. Now, if you're as confused as I am about how many World Championships we've got, just remember that this is the newest one announced, Fast Classical by FIDE. So 2nd and 3rd place are actually very relevant for that. And of course, we have quite a lot of cash. 70,000 euros going to 1st place. That's Magnus Carlsen. But of course, 50,000 for 2nd and 36,000 euros for 3rd place. And it goes all the way down to 35th getting paid out. So absolutely, these games, while they might not impact 1st place anymore, they are very important for the players.
Total world champ. That's going to be nice. Fascicle. Chat is undefeated. From chat there, Fascicle. It's just fast. Classical. Total World Championship, yes, that was announced. So we see it. It's all over X, aka Twitter, by FIDE and others. You can read about it.
Mm-hmm. Queen e6 in this game, by the way. I think we're about to see the end. While the f3 pawn can be captured, e7 is a move coming up next, and I suspect at this point we could probably just tune in to the full cam, because e7 is going to win that bishop. And I can't imagine Arjun does not win this game. This will put him at 9.5 points. And I believe, rough calculations, it appears as though right now Arjun has better tiebreaks than Hans. And it could remain that way. Of course, everything has to be determined after the round is over. But it seems like he has a good chance to have the better tiebreaks and potentially claim one of those second or third place positions.
There we go. Very nice. Magnus being the winner of the section already. Now we have, in this game, Arjun looking nice with knight of 7 coming next. Nice mate. Resignation.
Yep.
Ricochet, knight of
That's
7.
a resignation.
Beautiful.
A very nice win by Arjun Erigaisi. 9.5 points to end the event. We'll have to wait and see exactly where that places him, but he's done everything in his power to put himself at the top of the table, which is why we're having a look at Hans Niemann against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. This game is the one that impacts the standings the most. It appears to be just equal, but you almost think that Hans starts to wonder, if I'm seeing all these other players on 9.5, do you start to get overly ambitious for a potential win? Meanwhile, Maxime at 8.5 points, a draw is just not enough for him. So in fact, it's Maxime who is probably feeling like he wants to be a bit ambitious here, but the position on the board, James, does not lend itself to that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you'll be pushing a little bit too hard here for looking for a win-win. There's no real chances unless we see some type of classic blunder. Bishop f6 and hold. Wait a second, little hezzy there. Little hezzy, bring the piece back. Wait a second. Do I want to go there or not? He's checking the checks there, in fact, which is rook c8 check. I guess king d7 and going around the back way, but b3 hangs and a6 hangs. And again, we're back in a situation where it seems like they're both playing for 2 results.
Exactly. The bishop does need to move here with the touch move rule, but it's not required to go to the f6 square. I'm not sure what was being looked at, but potentially rook c6 is a likely move after the rook gets attacked. And instead, a change of mind, change of heart. Bishop c5 instead of bishop f6.
Yes, and he hesitated twice there. In fact, he was like oh, bishop c5, bishop f6, but this is more of a clear way to say, okay, I'm looking for some trades. King to f1 says, I want my king to be ready if we do trade, running the king up the board.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the white king is joining the action. And most importantly, if the bishop trades, which I feel like I do expect here, then if black tries to go after this b pawn, you'll always be able to defend it. Instead, we see a5 from Hans, and it feels like we're getting closer and closer to full liquidation.
It's a matter of time, I believe. King e2, getting closer to the center, bringing the king closer to that side of the board where the action is. Could be some things going on if you get the king all the way to c4. Could be kind of annoying. Maybe you are playing for a little more.
The loose prediction at the moment, James, is that, of course, Artemiev, because he's been leading the event, the tournament he's had, he will most certainly have the best tiebreaks. Of course, nothing confirmed. We wait to see after all results are in, but it would appear that he has the best tiebreaks. And then after, Arjun would have the next best tiebreaks compared to either MVL or Hans. That seems to be the most likely, but of course, nothing confirmed. And we still need to learn what the result is going to be from this game. With 20 seconds, under 20 seconds for Hans Niemann, you start to think about the clock as well.
Definitely using clock as a piece. I love to say that. As you lose on time, the position's even, you still lost the game. It's important. Blunders happen when you do get low on time. Fabi in the background. We got a Fabi cam. Fabi checking out the game. He's like, oh, okay, this is a draw. Walks away.
Yeah, it feels that way when you're spectating, but for these two that are in the game, I don't think that it feels that way at all. Fabi drew his final round game to end the event.
Maybe a light check, see where he goes. Maybe knight d2 as well. Knight d2 could be kind of annoying, but really pushing.
It is equal here. There's really nothing between the players. As soon as those A and B pawns disappear, if they're traded off equally for one another, that is really going to signal that we are headed towards a draw. But for the moment, because they're on the board, I think we have to appreciate that there is still some life in the position.
And MVL with a big time edge.
Knight c7, intending knight d5. So white is first to deliver the checks, knight c4 or knight e4. However, knight d5 is certainly the more disruptive move when it does happen.
Very annoying. That will be a fork in the center of the board there, and that would surely give the game up.
And a reminder that this is a fight for most likely third place in the event. It's safe to assume that second is going to Artemiev. We see knight e4 check from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, knight into c5.
He might just take a draw here.
Yep, it is possible to repeat. Now, do you think that did he just offer a draw? I didn't quite see.
Yeah,
that.
he looked at him. Yeah, he gave him
just
the look.
Looked.
Like, yo,
okay,
you know the look. The look. He gave him the look.
Yep.
The look. Yep.
Non-verbal draw offer. That feels like an offer back, but of course, has to be 3 times.
There it is.
And that is almost certainly a draw offer. And indeed, that gives Hans Niemann 9.5 points to finish the event. First of all, we can say, a fantastic result for Hans, but we have to wait and see how the tiebreaks shake down. It would appear as though Arjun will have the better tiebreaks compared to Hans. These are the standings as they look right now. Not only a great result for Hans, but unfortunately, it appears he's likely going to miss the podium. Waiting for some 100% final confirmation on that. But as it stands, Magnus Carlsen, 10.5 points, is your clear winner, a point ahead of the field. Artemiev was leading the event for so long, had an amazing run, 9.5 points, a clear second on tiebreaks, and Arjun currently in third with Hans in fourth.
I mean, you got to be happy. Obviously, okay, yeah, I wanted more, but you did incredibly well and bounced back from a slow start to finish at fourth here, right behind the heavy hitters, Magnus Carlsen, Artemiev, and Arjun here, where fourth place is heavy hitting too as well. Look at the field behind you. Even world champion current, Gukesh, 17. With 8.5, it's a very respectable score here, but that puts him at 17th tie with all the others at 8.5.
That's right. Let's see what happens here, because every result that comes in affects those computer tiebreaks. So while these individual games don't seem that important, they really are. So we just can't confirm anything in terms of final standings until every game is over. We can see on cam there, it is Sindarov and Esipenko, which looks like it's going to be a draw. Meanwhile, Dominguez Perez is beating Jan Erdomush. We can probably catch the final moments of that one. It looks like a draw here between Sindarov and Esipenko.
Dominguez just
and indeed, Vachier has won. Yep. The results are all coming in. The top boards, many draws. Arjun with the lone victory, which is quite meaningful for the standings. And Lenier with the victory over Yez Erdomush will also move to 9.5 points. So we'll see if Lenier in the mix starts to affect that podium, right? He's had a fantastic event, and he now joins the 9.5 group right behind Hans Niemann. But we await to see exactly how those final standings are going to shake down.
Incredible. Great job from him too as well. Again, as someone that you didn't have on your top 5.
And some of the games still in progress. You can see the bottom of your screen there. Firouzja is still playing, Avronian, Nihal Sarin, Alexander Grishuk. And isn't it incredible, James? You know, going down that list of names that I just said out loud, and none of them are even close to in contention for that top spot or the podium or top 5 even. That's how tough this tournament is.
Yeah, incredibly tough. And also it says a lot too. I see someone in the chat saying, you know, no losses for Dominguez. And then I was like, yeah, let me check to see who else is like that. If you look around, even at Artemiev at the top up there with no losses, I see Lanier MVL, no L's. Like, that's incredible. Great chess today. Great chess overall in the tournament.
We already know that Goryachkina has won the women's section and Magnus Carlsen has won the open. We're waiting to see what the podiums will look like in both sections. I think we can say for the women, though, we know it's Goryachkina, and then it should be Zhu Jin'er, and then Humpy Koneru in 3rd place. So we do know the podium, I believe, in the women's section.
And we just wait for games to finish here, as all the games are finishing quite soon here. Everyone down to seconds or under a minute at least, generally speaking. Maybe it's not one game. One game at Firouzja having 2 minutes in that game. Like he's going to win.
I'm going to bring up Vincent's game here just because I was looking through the list. There are 2 queens on the board. The white king is running away, but running away to actually deliver checkmate on G8.
Wow.
So this is looking like rook f6 is forced. King e7 will get mated, but king e8 is safe. And what on earth is this position?
This is crazy.
Queen d6 here looks like a likely move, but then I imagine there's rook takes and queen d7 to trade the queens.
All kind of tactics sit here. Beautiful. This is a fun game for sure.
The best move in this position, James, white to play after queen g2 according to the engine. Best move.
Let's see. Oh my goodness.
Well, it was played. It was actually played by Vincent. Queen to d5, setting up rook g7 and queen takes. Unbelievable. I can't believe it. What a move.
Yeah, that's nasty. That's nasty. Queen d5. He's like, okay, cool. I see you, big fella. I see you. I'm not touching that.
That's amazing. Rook e7, and now you're starting to realize, there's nothing I can do. King d7 threatens queen to g8, checkmate. Very difficult to prevent. I think now it is going to officially be over, and not the performance that Vincent was looking for, but he will end with a rather satisfying move, queen d5, and rather satisfying result.
Very rare that you get 2 queens and a rook like this on the board, and it's still play left. Seems like this game is over, though. I see no moves. Clock has ran out. I think he must have resigned here.
Yep, absolutely. You can see the amount of games. They're slowly all coming to their conclusion here. Everyone who is in contention for those top spots has wrapped up their games. We see a draw from Robson, the win from Vincent, Faustino losing the last round, and Grishuk in the mixed end at 9 points, which would still be a very decent result in the end.
Very decent score still. Got games left.
Yeah, there are a few games left. I think none that truly impact the standings at the very top.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the other thing that I always remember about tiebreaks is, the computer tiebreaks, they're a bit mysterious. It's like, what are those tiebreaks? My understanding a lot of the time is that it is actually these random games that you think don't matter, but it's calculated based on your result against your opponents and your opponent's results in general. If you play players that have high scores, then your score against them is valued higher because, well, if your opponents did really well in the event and you beat people that were in the top 20, clearly you had a tougher tournament. And so the computer tiebreak will favor you. So this is a reminder that these games that are played on lower boards often sneakily determine the actual top seeds.
It's crazy too, because you're like, okay, yeah, I want you to win all your games, but not against me. I just want you to lose against me and beat
Exactly.
everybody else. Can you do that for me, please? Can you just?
That's ideal. If you play players that win every single game they play, but lose to you, I don't think anyone is doing better than you in tiebreaks.
Yeah, it's a team effort, guys. Chess is always a team game.
An interesting endgame that I'm seeing, and by the way, I should point out Pranav is his game is completed. That game is not ongoing. I just, I think the chat all has a little bit of PTSD seeing Pranav's name going still. He's capable of what, 160, 170 moves, but his game is completed. Just like to point that out.
So you know, guys, because he had a soul there. Like Pranav, he did that. He knew everybody was watching. He did it on purpose. He waited, locked the game up. He's like, "Oh, all the games are done. Cool. Now let's go 168 moves."
Yeah, Alireza has a position here that should be winning, but definitely requires some delicate care. The 2 pawns going up the board, especially with the knight, should be able to be escorted. What you want to do is, I would say, probably avoid, for the most part, playing a move like b4, and that might still work, but then you see that white has a little bit of a blockading idea, but maybe you can play b4, knight a5, and b3. Just feels like something that you have to be careful with. My instinct is that the knight wants to be on c4, and really, if the black king can kind of move up the board, that's really, really nice, but difficult to achieve because of the pressure that white is always going to have on that d4 pawn. So white's likely to just shuffle, and black wants to maybe bring the knight to the c5 square so that you can play b4 with the knight on c5, and then all of these squares, including the knight, would cover everything on the third rank.
Yeah, we don't want a bishop to be sacrificing at the wrong moment on one of the pawns and winning the other one. So it have to be very, very precise. Also some Zugzwang type of abilities too as well. 95 can check, pushing, bringing the king up, zigzagging my way down the board with the knight and the 2 pawns.
Bishop to e6 played here. I think this one is one of the last games still going on the, let's just call it the top boards. It's not at the very top, but definitely still an important result to get. I think Grishuk is the other one that still, playing for 9 points is still significant here. So these are the ones that we're trying to pay attention to. And again, some difficulty converting this endgame for Alireza.
Here we go. Here we go, boys and girls. I see, okay, that game's over. Rook versus 2 on the second board up there at the top. William Lay. That's a crazy game, too. What's the piece count? 3-6. 3-6. White's probably better. Looking around. We got a rook and bishop versus rook at the bottom there. Those are always the tough ones from the defending side.
I think it's a little bit funny that we kind of have the exact same game going on side by side, and that is 2 players that I'm not familiar with, Damage and Berend, are actually playing the same endgame as Baijin Shi and Alireza Firouzja, just at the bottom left of the screen. Now, obviously, the the Alireza game is a little bit further back. You know, the pawns haven't advanced as far up the board, but both look to be winning by probably a very similar idea.
I actually thought it was 3 times too, but we just have the board up twice. So I was like, bro, how is this like? Did somebody get the memo or something? Like, how is it up 3 times? But no, it was actually up to.
That would have been crazy. We had the same end game 3 different times.
3 different boards?
That's too much.
No, something's up. Something's definitely up. No.
And it's also my understanding that the tiebreaks are only for determining first place. So there's certainly not going to be any tiebreaks. It's going to be computerized in order to determine podiums and other placements. That's only to determine the champion. And we have the Blitz happening starting tomorrow, James. And actually the move B4 has changed the evaluation in Alireza's game. I was mentioning, I don't think you actually want to play B4, but Alireza was having some difficulty advancing the pawns, and rightly so. But I don't think this was the answer.
Yeah, now we have to figure out where does the knight go now. We could go to A5 and try to push B3, but we can't. From there, you're like stuck. King B4 would lose the D pawn, and then you can't move the knight because it defends the B3 pawn, and pushing B2 would allow King C2. It's actually, weirdly enough, hard to figure out here. But apparently, I was wrong. Say, oh, no, we're good. No, we're winning still.
Yeah, I believe that the knight can make it to the C4 square with the pawn on B2, but still, it's a bit mysterious why this is no good. I think that the bishop maybe should have been on the inside here of the pawn, but I have to say that was not exactly sure why the evaluation went all the way down and then all the way back up.
I'm thinking the same thing. I'm like, what is the maybe B2 and knight C4. Somehow that works. B2, King C2, knight C4, take, takes King D3, or is that it's King D3. Something like that.
Yeah, B2, bishop to A2 can be tried, but instead King C2. Now knight C4 is forced.
Push. Okay, I mean bishop G6. Does it walk the king up?
Yeah, so after King B4, I'm assuming that white wants to try bishop to D3, and there's a really remarkable win after bishop D3, which is probably worth showing. So I'll just put it on the board here. It's actually just knight E5, and the bishop is unfortunately, like, you can't take the pawn, right? You have to move this bishop, and then the king comes, and then what you want to do is play King A2, King A1, so that you can play B1, and if you prevent that, of course, now the king slides over like this to C3 and gets it done this way. So one way or another, Alireza, he's going to punch that result home, I think, and actually we're seeing exactly that on the board. So knight is incoming to D2, and this is probably going to be a resignation.
There it is.
And it is.
Alireza Firouzja. Very strong. Good points.
And there we go. So the it looks like actually both of those endgames are concluding in a similar fashion. So good to see the two pawns and a knight are able to beat a bishop, but there's really not much else going on. Grischuk is playing this endgame on, but yeah, there isn't much here. I imagine there's still a decent chance that he wins this endgame, especially with the H pawns on the board. But yeah, not much to play for, James.
Yeah, hope for the mate. Come on, bro. Please just put your king in the center, bro. Please put your king in the center. Even then, it doesn't even matter. Like, it's not a mate. But maybe you could get away with some weird. What is that? Rook D6. King 4, Rook D6. Unbelievable.
King F2, definitely looking drawish here, but Grischuk looking to end the event on 9 points, and I think it's fair to say that all of the relevant action, James, has concluded.
That's it, guys. Looking like a draw. Looking like a draw here. But yeah, we have some. We know what's going on in the standings. Magnus won. Goryushkina, she won as well. Congratulations to them. We had some different changes in the standings through the rest of the medalists and etc. People fall.
Yeah,
People
I think
fall. But
James, I don't have the personally, I don't have the stamina to sit here and commentate this dead drawn position that does not contribute to the standings. So let's go ahead and talk about the standings, regardless of the result of this one. Magnus is at 10.5 points. Artemiev, Erigaisi, Hans, and Lenier at 9.5. And of course, some great results there for the players at 9 points. Yez actually finished at 8.5, so a tough conclusion those last couple rounds for him. However, you're starting to see those familiar names: Wesley, Sindarov, Maxime, Giri, Daniel Dubov up at 9. But it was really a story of Lenier with an incredible performance. One of the older players in the competition. Hans, I think, barely missing out on the podium, although wait for full confirmation on that. That's how it looks at the moment. Arjun claiming 3rd and Artemiev 2nd with Magnus as your winner.
And it's incredible, guys. It's incredible that, we had the winner again is Magnus. That's what Magnus does, right? We also had congratulations to Goryushkina as well. Yeah, people in the standings and people everywhere, obviously making it to the Fastigal, as we say, Total World Championship and stuff like that. So it's been a great day, guys. That's it from us. See you guys very soon. It's me and Aman. We'll be back for the Blitz starting.
That's right. See you guys then.
TotalEnergies, we are staying the course of our transition strategy. Working with our partners and drawing on our heritage and technical expertise, we are building a multi-energy company. In Qatar, TotalEnergies produces oil and gas with local partners and contributes to the development of solar-based electricity and research initiatives aligned with the country's evolving energy landscape. TotalEnergies is moving towards energy that is more reliable, more affordable, and more sustainable.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.